I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go. You know the vibes. It's your boy, Big KMT, Andrew the student of the No Friend Zone. You know what I'm talking about? I'm rocking with my brother Elder Yara. Tomorrow we are going over one of ancient chemists' most impactful pharaohs. You know what I mean? Tune in for this, man. We talking Akhenaten. We talking Amenhotep the Fourth. You dig? Let's go.
Shalom, 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 family. Peace and blessings. This is Elder Yara coming to you live. You have now entered the no friend zone. I'm waiting for my brother Big KMT to drop in. I know he got the link, Andrew the student. So I'm just waiting for him to get in. We got an interesting discussion we're going to be having today. We're going to be talking about Akhenaten and monotheism and its impact on the Western world. So get your pens and your pads ready. This is going to be a very interesting topic. So I'm just waiting for my brother to come on in. And we're going to get this thing rocking and rolling. I put out the link to some other guests to drop in as well. Hopefully they can make it through. But we're going to be having this discussion because I think it's very important for people to understand. A lot of people believe that, I know Christianity itself is based on the religious ideology of monotheism. It's a monotheistic belief to a degree, and I think oftentimes people get that mixed up with what I understand to be the Israelite ideology, which is the paradigm that I speak from, and that it's more of a monolatry, right? A monolatry type of idea, which is basically that I hold to belief and worship, soul worship alone of a creator, a higher, a deity, who we call Yah or El Elyon, and all these specific attributes that we often hear, El Shaddai, that people often talk about as we read the scriptures, in the biblical narrative. But with that understanding, but there are other gods that do exist. I think this is my brother Big KMT coming in the build right now. Let me hit the stage. There he is. My brother KMT.
What it do? What it do? How you living?
Man, can't complain, man. All praises, man. What's good with your family?
Doing good, doing good. Right now, workflow. I'm about to head in somewhere. Hopefully, you don't hear too much wind or anything.
Yeah, okay.
But nah, just
Long as
getting
you're gonna
ready
be able to
for.
make it.
Say it again.
No, I said long as you're good, bro. I'm good with it.
Nah, we Gucci. We Gucci, man. Doing
Okay.
good. Trying to catch up with the people. Let them know what's going on. We got a good conversation lined up for today. Um, I've been feeling like the shows are getting better and better. They got replay value. You know what I mean? I like check out the old joints too. So I think it's a good
Yeah,
thing,
no
man.
doubt. No doubt, no doubt. So, yeah, man, we're getting a lot of, feedback with you. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. People are definitely interested in the conversations, especially the topics, man, that you've been bringing to the table. So I think it's a good thing, man. And we're going to continue to build on it, man, get everything all together, get it all packaged up real nice, man, and real smooth. So we're going to rock with that. So, hey, man, again, as always, man, this is, is your topic, something you wanted to deal with, man. So, it's on you, fam. However you want to, you want to start this thing out, what a type of, what your understanding is on dealing with Akhenaten and monotheism and its impact on the Western world. Um, so again, man, it's on you. It's on you, brother. What you got for us today?
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Greetings to everybody, though. I didn't properly introduce myself. You know, I'm big on my introductions, but it's Big KMT. It's Andrew the student. Man, you got to be a student of life. Knowledge is power, and I'm out here punching holes and shit. Excuse my language. So, but that's what we own. So it's really all about knowledge and just giving things the proper context. A lot of the stories we've been told about Kemet or Egypt or cultures on the continent of Africa are told from like a Western viewpoint. And so
Mhm.
when you get deep into your studies, You got to realize that you are studying a Western viewpoint, and sometimes you have to look a little deeper and tell the story from the other side. So
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of what I wanted to do with the Akhenaten story, and just put it in its proper context. You know what I mean? But this is one of my quotes I've been looking at on my wall. It says, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for today." So we trying to just increase the education so we can get ready for what's to come. There's a lot of things going on the continent when it comes to our culture. You got people like Dr. Zahawaz, whatever his name is. You got we
Oh,
catching it from the scholars. We catching it from the actual um, Arabs. We catching it from our own brothers. So we got to give things the proper context. So I want to go over a little bit of Akhenaten. So let's get into it. Akhenaten is a big figure in the African culture known as Egypt or Kemet, and it's not just because of the monotheism. It's really because of him going against the dynasty. You know what I mean? When they erase your name off the wall, when they erase your name off the pyramid, it's because you violated. You know what I'm saying? So he's celebrated by a lot, but to his people, he violated. He did way too much, and pretty much brought the 18th dynasty towards its end. He was kind of the beginning of the end. You know what I'm saying? Because of his actions. So let's get into it. Just to give this like a historical context, the 18th dynasty started with Ramos, Amos. It was after they kicked out the Hyksos, so it was a big deal. The Hyksos had been they didn't rule, but they ruled one of the lands. The Egypt is the land of two lands, upper and lower. So the Hyksos ruled one piece, and they ruled it for quite a while, a couple centuries. And even before that, they still were formative opponents before they even got to the throne. So once they got out of there, it was like a real big deal just to kind of combine both lands. The god and the priesthood that was being followed during this war when they kicked them out was Amen. You know what I mean? Some people say Amun, you know what I mean? It's no vowel, so you can kind of throw any vowel in the middle right there. But I go with Amen because when I say that, you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They used to say his name at the end of prayers. I hope some of this is sounding familiar to y'all. But during this period, Amen was the supreme God. You start to see pharaohs name themselves Amenhotep. Amen is satisfied. And you also see a lot of Thoth or Tahuti worship, which is the god of writing. So we go all the way up to Amenhotep the fourth. So we got 4 generations of that. And we also got Tutmosis. It goes all the way to Tutmosis the fourth. So we're talking like 8 generations of Amen worship and Tahuti worship. Amen is the hidden one. Tahuti is the god of writing. So this is a great time of writing. We have scribes everywhere. They're opening schools. And you just really see it going up. Let me not get too far. Let's go back just a little bit. Once the Hyksos were expelled, Atmos pushed the boundaries of the actual Egypt, of the actual land. He pushed it past Palestine when we go to the north, and he pushed the borders of Nubia down as well. So we're getting into like the heyday of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And that's in the beginning, right when they take over for the 18th dynasty. As you get into Amenhotep the second and the third, we're talking full prime Egypt. We're talking all of Nubia down to what you would call Sudan, and we're talking past up to the Euphrates. We can get into the sources for this information I'm dropping for y'all too, so y'all can make sure y'all follow. But I just want you to think about that on a map. Not the current land of Nubia. Look at like Sudan. I want you to take your hand and go to the bottom of that, and then take your other hand and go to where the Euphrates River is. This is how expansive this empire had gotten during this time period. And all this happened with one priesthood in charge. You got to know what that means. The priesthood just ain't praying over you. The priesthood is also in charge of building, mathematics, educating these people so they can do this high Pythagorean type math that you see. Right now, let's get to the focus of Akhenaten's father, who is Amenhotep III. Okay, this is prime time. This is Jordan's sixth ring. This is jumping from the free throw line. Like, we have everything. And, you know, it's the 18th dynasty. So this is giving other lands time to actually catch up to what we was already doing. So I'm saying that to say our trade was high value. We bringing in stuff from Libya, the best cedar. We bringing in stuff from Mesopotamia and Mediterranean, and you know what I mean, we bringing in some of the best stuff. This is us at our prime, and it's all because of you know, them celebrating amen. And when you celebrate amen, that means that the priesthood was bringing in big tithes. I'm talking like T.D. Jakes, Joel Osteen type tithes. It got to the point that the priesthood could challenge the throne. Now that's a big deal. That's a recipe for disaster. And it ended up being that. The actual people of the faith, all the priests have become just as powerful as the Pharaoh. Okay, now this was a big deal, and it hit the ego of the Pharaoh. You got to understand the type of ego we dealing with. When, I mean, we're talking Pope type ego. Like, God sent me here personally to rule over y'all and show y'all the way. Like, if you feel that in your bones, you got a whole different mindset. So when you got this priesthood that has just been gaining power and power and power since the beginning of the 18th dynasty, and you get to Amenhotep III, which is the 8th ruler of the 18th dynasty, this priesthood is mighty. So Amenhotep, towards the end of his life, he had a long rule too. He had a couple of jubilees. That's another trigger word for y'all. He had multiple jubilees. Okay, and that happens when you're on the throne for a certain time period. And after his right before his second jubilee, he had it up to here with the priest of Amen. He got tired of them and them challenging him. He really wasn't about the debate. They debating in court. How I'm debating you, and God sent me here to rule over you. You know what I mean? He has really had an issue with them. And so he has like a moment of enlightenment, a Damascus Road type experience, where he found a new God. He found a new God. And he began to change his name to Aten. He called himself the Dazzling Aten. He had them build a boat that they found buried with him called the Dazzling Aten. You know what I mean? So he started to separate himself from the priesthood and came up with something. It wasn't even completely new, so let's not do that. But the Aten was like, he took Ray and Horus and put them together, which is two powerful joints. You know what I'm saying? Ray is the sun, Horus is the horizon. So he pretty much took the heavens and made them one God. You know what I mean? And at this time, it was like I can't even say it, Ray Hakarti. You know what I mean? We can get somebody that can really do the linguistics and jump on here and correct me if they don't like that pronunciation. But he turned away from the priesthood, you know what I'm saying? Which is already a big deal, but he didn't really get aggressive with it. This was just something that him and his people was on, something that he was teaching his kids. He named his son Amenhotep IV, you know what I mean? And when he passed, Amenhotep IV became the new Pharaoh. During the 5th year of his reign, Amenhotep followed his pops. He changed his name, Akhenaten, and he was way more aggressive than his pops. You know what I mean? His goal was to starve the priesthood. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to starve the priesthood. So he pretty much had all the tithes come to his new religion, which was, you know what I'm saying, the religion of Atan. I'm saying, which is like political suicide. But he pulled this off for well over a decade, damn near 2 decades. And it damaged everything. He had so many enemies. You know what I mean? You got to realize how big this priesthood was and how many people it employed and fed. It's a real big deal. So he pretty much put all the priesthood out. Some of them got killed, some got exiled, but the bottom line was nobody is working. Ain't none of y'all getting no bread. You know what I mean? And then he started getting disrespectful. I brought up earlier how this is a high time for trade. So he started like importing people. He started getting contractors to come do some work for him because he wanted to outshine amen. He wanted to outshine like the people that have been in charge for this long, which is hard to do because his dad was really that guy. His dad got his dad built Luxor. Like, let that sink in. Like that, you know what I mean? So you trying to outdo Luxor and the Colossi of Menem. We're gonna get into that. These are the things he's trying to outdo, but it's gonna be hard to do that when you just fired all the priesthood. So he started to get contractors to come in and build right there in Luxor. You know what I mean? And he did it disrespectfully. He had his guys' backs turned to Luxor and stuff. He's a wild guy, and he was getting all this done in like a real fast time period. They talk about a lot of the technology he used, which, like I said, is kind of imported because these weren't regular builders from the land. But they used smaller bricks. You know what I mean? Which made it so where they can like build faster. And you see him start to build. But that didn't work out, so he had to actually move the capital. We've spoken in the past about pharaohs that choose to move the capital. That is another big deal. That is almost like Civil War type stuff, because that's like moving Vatican. It's like taking the Vatican and putting it in Wales. You know what I'm saying? It's taking St. Peter's and you know what I mean. You can't. It's certain things you can't do, and if you do, it's a big deal. So he did that, you know what I mean? And you can kind of see where he started to attack all of the other religions, all of the major cults that have made the land great for 18 dynasties. He started to shut them down one by one. Sometimes it's hard to call him a complete monotheist at this time because he did leave a couple other temples alive to operate, for lack of better words. He left some in operation. You see a lot of Osiris. He left Osiris up. He left the Temple of Mayat, but everybody else, he was getting them out of here. Even
We lost you for a second there, brother. But okay, so even with that, you know, my brother's going in once he comes back on and gets reconnected back in. Then we'll talk about it some more. He's dropped off, but he'll jump back in. But this is what I wanted to do. Let me get set a little bit more background, just add on to what my brother was talking about in regards to Akhenaten. Let me share my screen. Let me show my screen. Once he comes back on, we'll drop him back in. Okay, here he is. Let me stop that right there. There he is. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
You back. Okay, good.
My bad. Where did I fall off at? What's the last thing you heard?
I know you were talking about you would talk about a few of the other people that had been had talked about in regards to him being, called, basically being labeled as a heretic to a degree, and why that, like why that was.
Okay. Well, yeah, hopefully they didn't miss too much. Somebody called my phone. I'm in here talking. I'm like, dang. But yeah. We was pretty much just getting into the part where he started to close down the other temples. And he just abandoned everything. He put a lot of people out of work. It was a big deal. But it's a lot of parallels with him and Moses. A lot of PhDs have wrote entire books about this. A lot of respected people.
Yeah, I think we might have lost my brother again. He may have got another call. But so that's my cue right there. So I'll let him jump back in again. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm just going to add a little bit more background in regards to Akhenaten. And so this is from, if you guys can see my screen, this is from let me see here. This is from the American Research Center in Egypt. And if you haven't gone on to this site, I think my brother just popped back in. If you haven't gone on to this site before, let me drop him back in. There he is.
There we go. Yeah,
So it's on.
apologies, man. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
get on airplane mode or something. Like if people call me, it just bump me off. I don't know how
Yeah,
to
just
prevent
bump you
that.
off or something. Yeah, I don't think it can, man. If you coming through these, if you coming through StreamYard on your phone, if you get a call, it's gonna knock you out. It's gonna knock you out every time. So, but go ahead, man. Continue, bro.
Okay.
And then
Well, I
I'm
was
gonna
just
share a little
finishing
bit.
up.
I'm gonna share. Okay, yeah, no doubt, man. So appreciate you, man, for that. Yeah, no doubt. Let me drop the link for Afro Asiatic, man.
Yeah, get Asiatic. And we need to talk about his name too, bro. Because the people I'm
Man, I
talking about
love
went
it.
to
I love
war.
his name.
The
I
people
love his
the people
name,
I'm talking
man.
about, the people I'm talking about went to war with the Asiatics. You know what I'm
Hey, I
talking
love.
about?
Hey, listen, man. Yeah,
So what
yeah.
we
There
gotta
you
talk
go for
about that
Afro
flag.
Asiatic.
There you go. We gotta talk about that flag he waving. What flag is that, brother?
Hey, I mean, I think have a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about that term and that uses of Afro Asiatic. But definitely, man, there's the link for my dear brother. And anybody else who feel like they can add to the bill, add to the conversation. Definitely, this is my brother Big KMT. Is bringing this information to us today. But let me share this real quick.
Go ahead.
You can see this on the screen. And again, this is from the American Research Center in Egypt. And this is dealing with Akhenaten, right? Nefertiti and Aten, right? From many gods to one, right? And just dealing with the topic of monotheism, because that's what really I wanted to take a look at. And oftentimes we see different depictions of Akhenaten, but one thing is for sure that they're all usually consistent. He has these very elongated features, large ears. I think this is my brother here in the background right here, Afro-Asiatic. There he is. Peace and blessings to you, brother. It's an honor to have you on the panel today. Hey, peace and blessings to you, fam. Peace and blessings to you, fam. Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep. We can definitely hear you. Welcome to the panel, man. Welcome to the No Friend Zone, man. And you see what the topic is, man. We're talking about Akhenaten, and not necessarily just monotheism, but we're talking about Akhenaten, man, and his influence on the world, his impact, whatever it is. So definitely, man, feel free to add to the conversation as you see fit, man. What is your view on Akhenaten?
I was listening to the brother Bill just now, and his knowledge is impressive. That the brother is aware of a great many things dealing with the history of the family of Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty. Let me give the brother his props and his respect on that. Is the brother present?
Yeah, big salute, man. Salute for that. I'm glad you glad you enjoyed that. I didn't really have my notes. I was saving that because I didn't know what Yara was on. He might try to throw some contention, so I had to keep some of my weaponry, back on the field. But I'm glad you could follow it. Like I was telling him, the story gets told from other people, so we don't really get to see what it was. Like, why was he a heretic? How you just call somebody a heretic? Let's find out why. And it was just because of how prosperous the times was, and he turned against all those gods. And not just turned away. He not just turned away. He shut them down. He starved them. Like he went Donald Trump. Like he did a lot of things.
Yeah, real quick, man. Let me welcome our brother, man, D-Red, to the building, man. He is now joining the panel. So officially, right now, man, this is a super all-star panel. I'm glad these brothers have joined the platform, man, to discuss this topic, man. We're gonna get a wealth of knowledge today, man. So here you go again, man. Another diamond, man. Another diamond show, in my opinion. Definitely for the wealth of knowledge that's on this panel right now, man. So shout out to our brother D Red, man.
What up, D Red?
Oh shit, what it do, baby?
Yeah,
Peace,
no doubt,
D-Red.
no doubt, no doubt.
I just want to say,
Yes.
man, I don't know, man. I think y'all gotta. I think we gotta revamp this, man, because we talking about Akhenaten was the first monotheistic religion. We do understand Zoroastrianism was around 2000 BC. That they estimate.
There we
Some
go.
estimate more than that. Some estimate more than that. Akhenaten's New Kingdom, that's 18th dynasty. That's 1500 BC. So he wasn't the first. Like we kind of gotta rethink this. Like we go that route with the Egypt stuff, but man, a lot of this stuff is older. When you start getting off in these other religions outside Egypt, some of this stuff is just as old, if not older. You know what I'm saying? Some of this stuff is still in existence. Like people still actually practicing Zoroastrianism even to this day. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of got to start looking at this stuff from a broader context. We got to start researching Hinduism and digging into it, looking at the history of it, looking at the Harappa Valley civilization, studying it. Because what ends up happening, we get stuck in this Egypt prison. You know what I'm saying? Even the Sumer prison. I'm gonna even go so far. We get stuck in Egypt and Sumer. And we act like there's no other civilizations and nothing going on nowhere in the world outside of those two civilizations. And that's just not true.
Okay. Well, I guess a couple for that one. Let's see. Let's start from the beginning. The religion you're speaking of is not monotheistic. It's by nature a dualistic religion where you have like one God versus another God, like good and evil. It's a story that's been told for millennia, but I don't think that would fit in what we're talking about with Akhenaten. Akhenaten knock your temple down. It's only one God. Matter of fact, you can't even draw God no more. You're just gonna draw a circle, bro. We're gonna scrape out. Ain't no drawing God. You can't see God. You know what I mean? He changed it up, and he has like the poetry and the literature written by himself and his scribes to like stand on what I'm saying. When we talk about Zoroastrianism, I hate that word. I be butchering that word, so my bad. That's something totally different. And also, what I can say that you said accurate is that it does have its origins in like 2000 BC, but it's not like written. It don't get written to the 15th century. You know what I'm saying? Which would put them in the same time period that we're talking about now. And also that's not even in Africa right now. We're talking about, I mean, you can bring up whatever. I ain't trying to marginalize your argument, but number one, it's not monotheism. It's more than one God in their religion. Can you at least concede to that? I mean, I can tell you the names of the gods, so it's no confusion. But
I mean, we know who Ahura Mazda and all that shit. But it's still considered a monolith. I mean, we can split hairs about having a god of good and a god of evil, and we can split hairs with that. But it's still classified. It's still classified. When you look it up, it's still classified as a monotheistic religion.
Yeah, but that would
That's
be like
classified.
That would be like the table of contents. Like when you actually read the chapter, once you introduce a second god, you can't use the word mono. This is language. You know what I'm saying? So we got to take mono out of there. You can read the table of contents and just be like, oh, monotheism. Then you read the first part and it's going to break up. And it was more than one. I mean, it was more than two. You know what I'm saying? And it also, what's the word I want to say? It was also amended. It changed. You can see them add thought as they got more information, as Hinduism and all the other things start to come from it. You know what I mean? You know, so it's a different. But I give them respect. They can't mess with Kemet though. You know what I mean? They gotta step their stuff up. They buildings is weak.
That's why
they writing was behind us. And when you look at the trade, we was the A side, they the B side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to build with you a little bit about the characters of the 18th dynasty. Are you familiar with what you was talking about? Amenhotep III.
Yeah, he the man.
Amenhotep III.
He the dude.
Right. Right now, Amenhotep III. Are you familiar with the scribe of Amenhotep III?
Yeah. He had a similar name.
Yes, his name was Amenophis or Amenhotep, son of Hapu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that was the scribe of Amenhotep III. Are you familiar with the activities of the scribe? What his duties were, the works that he were responsible for?
Yes, because there was a lot of building during that period.
In
He
particular,
wasn't the only one.
right? But
Anything you want to specify?
the temple of Celeb
Okay,
in
okay.
Nubia. Now,
Well, and it's
when
still
we
there.
yes, yes, it is. In the temple of Celeb, they describe the Asiatic tribes that Amenhotep III and the kingdom came into contact at that time. Are you aware that in the temple of Celeb in Nubia, they describe the tribes that you mentioned earlier? I believe you said Shasu.
Hmm.
Right. Now, are you familiar with the statue of Amenhotep III and the position of his statue, and that being an Asiatic position? He's sitting with his legs crossed, which is a break from the traditional Egyptian posture. So he's sitting
I
with his
guess
legs crossed in a
which
scribal position, sitting down.
which one, sir?
Amenhotep, son of Hapu.
I'm saying that's the name of the statue.
No, we're talking about the individual Amenhotep, son of Hapu, but we're talking about his statue.
Okay, you're talking about the statue of the scribe.
The scribe has a statue.
Okay, I'm
I
following.
was just asking, were you familiar with it? But when we look at that,
not 100%. I didn't. I know the scribe. That's one of the most popular scribes. He was a busy brother, and he had he had a whole team. And they kind of get into the team because there was a lot of building going on at that time. I thought you were saying with their names being so familiar or so similar, we got to find a way to separate it, because it sounded like you were saying Amenhotep III changed the way he sits on the throne
no.
to resemble an Asiatic stance.
Well,
That's
no.
what I thought you were saying.
Let me clarify myself. I mentioned Amenhotep III to bring our attention to, obviously him, but his scribe, I believe, is understudy, which would be also Amenhotep, son of Hapu, not Amenhotep III. And he has a statue of him where he's in a scribal position, like he's writing, and he has his legs crossed. And many PhDs suggest that he was an Asiatic because of the fact of his posture and the break from the traditional construction of Egyptian statues and things of that nature.
I can dig that. I wouldn't 100% agree until I looked into it, but I can imagine that because during my little spiel, I talked about the heavy trade and how these brothers, especially Amenhotep III and his son Akhenaten, how they were really using contractors. You'll start to see people coming in to build, which is a break from the past, which was a slap to the priesthood. So
No,
if he
not
brought in
really.
an Asiatic, well, I have to look at his line and his the scribe's line to see if he's not an Egyptian.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely foreign. He's definitely foreign. But his depiction, he's foreign within the narrative, his historicity within Kemet. But his depiction is very what we would call sub-Saharan African when we look at the depictions of him. So he's not I believe it's more of a foreign culture than foreign ethnically. But my interest is.
Can you see the screen? Is that what you're referring to?
Is that the son of Hapu?
That's not. I'm
That's
not
the seated scribe of Akhenaten.
Interestingly enough, Amenhotep Amenhotep, the son of Hapun, he lived into Akhenaten's reign as well as Amenhotep's the third's reign. He's a very interesting character. He lived in an unusually long period of time. But yeah, because he was there for Akhenaten's said festival. That's a 30-year festival, as well as Amenhotep III's said festival. So he would have had been around for a substantial amount of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may,
just
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if I may interject, if I'm not mistaken, just looking at this figurine of the seated scribe, which they refer to at the Cairo Museum, he is sitting in the posture of the Asiatic wise man, right? Sitting with the folded legs. Is that kind of what you were referring to? Asiatic?
That is absolutely what I'm referring to.
And then
Yes, sir.
also,
Yes, sir.
another thing that's glaring to me is that he's wearing the Asiatic hairstyle, which was much different from what we know most ancient people of Kemet were wearing. So oftentimes, I know down in the Varas, they have the sculpture of what sometimes they refer to as the mushroom-headed figure, right?
Yes.
And as you can see, he has that sort of hairstyle there, the braid, the wearing of the head, the shape of the head, that mushroom style right there. As we see, that was indicative of the Asiatics in that during that particular time period. And you can clearly see a lot of Asiatic influence here in this depiction of the seated scribe. To me, this is definitely not someone we would describe as a native Egyptian. I see it here because those at the period of time, especially down in the when the brother mentioned Soleb, right? That had much more Nubian influence. And so oftentimes when you look at Akhenaten, he had the larger, thicker lips, even though he had much elongated features often depicted as. You can clearly see the more Nubian type of features. If you look at more Nubian arts, you'll see the larger, thicker lips. The sort of the higher cheekbones that he would have, but you can clearly see that would be a clear, stark difference from the phenotypical and the physiological makeup of the Nubians versus this, I believe, this seated scribe here. So I just wanted to, I'm just putting out fillers and questions on that, if that's what you guys.
I think that's pretty good. I can agree a little bit. His seating style is different from what you see Tahuti. The way Tahuti is drawn, which the Greeks call Thoth, is a different seating style. And when you traditionally see scribes earlier than this period, you are right. They're sitting like Tahuti. They're not sitting like that young man. But that young man, what you're showing me, I can find one from like the 17th dynasty that also follows that. So I wouldn't say he was the first Asiatic. I think that they may have dwindled in. During my spiel, I talked about how they pushed the borders from Nubia, where they built the tomb or the temple he was referring to. And I talked about how they pushed it all the way to the Euphrates. So when you're pushing your borders like that, those people there are like your constituents or the people under your rule. And so, yes, they started to take some of the best scribes, some of the chicks that can really wove like garments and baskets, and the people that do the clay, they got the best clay people. They even got, once they got rid of the Hyksos, they went and got people to be master of the horse. You know what I mean? It took forever to beat these dudes. So we probably need to get on our warfare. So they went and got people from other countries to handle the chariot, and Nubia had the best bows. All this stuff is written about. So what he's saying, I'm saying I can agree with. Because that is not the traditional sitting stance. Them brothers supposed to be sitting like the God of
Right.
writing.
Now,
It's the
when we
God of
were,
writing, bro. How you not gonna sit like the God of writing? That's kind of what I'm talking about with Akhenaten, how he kind of just went against all the things of the past. Like,
yeah,
and he
I just wanted
celebrated for
to,
it.
I just wanted to stay kind of just a little bit on Amenhotep, son of Hapu. When we look at Hapu and his activity, he did some very significant things for Amenhotep III as far as sculpting. He sculpted a colossal head of Amenhotep III out of quartzite, which is nearly an impossible stone to cut. He did two lions as well out of quartzite, out of red quartzite, and he did the Colossus of Memnon. These are like gigantic 19.5 meter high statues of Amenhotep III that he built for him or sculpted for him. But another interesting thing, that's the work that he was doing, some of the work that he did that I believe is significant to the conversation because of where they had to source quartzite, the difficulty with cutting quartzite is harder than diamond, and as well as the linguistic background of the name Hapu. Hapu would translate to Yaku or Jacob. So we're looking at a figure that would be Amenhotep, the son of Jacob, if we do the etymology on Hapu, because no J existed in Kemetic language. And then they didn't use the Y in that period. The H was in place of the Y. So we're looking at an Amenhotep, son of Jacob, or son of Hapu in Egyptian Arabic. So I just wanted to bring that to the brother's attention as well.
Yeah, I think that's huge. I'm gonna read this real quick just so to give some people some background on what you were saying, the Colossi of Memnon, because I've heard this talked about often. And this is from just to give some background, this is World History Encyclopedia, which I found to be a very good source of information when you're doing your studies. You can find references to a lot of primary sources. So here's one, the Colossi of Memnon, also known as the El Colossit or El Salamat, are two monumental statues representing Amenhotep III in 1386 from 1353 BCE of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. They are located west of the modern city of Luxor and face east, looking toward the Nile River. The statues depict the seated king on a throne, ornamented with the imagery of his mother, his wife, the god Happy or Happy, and
Yep, that's
other symbolic engravings. Is that it? Right?
Yeah,
The figures
the
rise
God of the Nile.
60 feet. The god of the Nile, 60 feet high and weighs 720 tons. Hey man, that's crazy. That's amazing.
That's what
So
I'm
is this the
saying.
colossal we're referring to, Asiatic?
Yes. Well, no, that's not what he was saying with the other thing, the seated thing. But yes, that's the Colossi that I was speaking of that
yes,
Amenhotep
yes,
III put up. That's a big stunt right there. Like that shook the
Okay.
whole world up, bro. They became the envy of all. So, and think about the priesthood who did. Oh, and let's also this is the no fringe zone. First off, so we got to stick to the facts. That the brother Amenhotep, son of Hapu, is not said to be a foreigner. While y'all was talking, we did a little research on that. That is not true. He is said to be born in what we call Cairo today. And so was his mother and his father, who his father's name is in his name, the Hapu. So he might have been sitting down like an Asiatic, but that's an Egyptian. And no one has challenged that.
What source are you? What source are you reading from? Because I'm looking at this, and interestingly enough, and I've heard this said before, just real quick, in dealing with Memnon, that Memnon was actually an Ethiopian. Is
No.
that
Well,
what you
the
guys
source that
understand Memnon to have been?
no, I can't agree to it. I have to look into it. But for the first question you said, a good source would be the Egyptian saints, the deification in Pharaonic Egypt. You can find that, and it's also on his wiki. Like the first line, it tells you, when they say where you're from and where you died at, it starts there. So he is not from nowhere else. This is an Egyptian brother who was born before, who already got into the service before Amenhotep III was even in office. I mean, he was rocking with his dad, Tutmos. So,
yeah,
he was born at the end of Tutmos' reign, Tutmos III. You can kind of look and see what I'm saying. Now, as far as his great works, now he did do the great works that my brother's talking about, and he did some more after that. My purpose of highlighting that, the Colossi, is to show you that that's in the name of Amen. Think about the work that went into that, and think about what it would take for you to turn against that. That it was a priesthood that got that done. We just talked about it being 60 feet high and weighing how many tons? This is a mighty group.
720 tons.
Bro, they're feeding workers. They are importing tools, importing all of the actual hardware, the bricks, the everything to get this done. For you to turn against them, it had to be something significant. So that's the one reason I highlighted that. But I also want us to make sure we know that this brother was born in Lower Egypt. Like, this is Big Egypt. This is an African.
Yeah.
And also, when he was saying that, I was kind of agreeing with him a little bit, just because Tutmos III, one of his names is the defeater of the Asiatics. So I'm like, yeah, he conquered them. So maybe he took some of their scribes. You know what I mean? If I conquer you, I might take the best of what you got. But Tutmos III was against the Asiatics.
I mean, he did. See, one thing we got to understand is geopolitics went on back then too. So we saw in the contemporary, we saw America and the Allied forces conquer Germany, Japan, and the other nation that was with them. But America took the German scientists. They still took the scientists, So we got to understand that you're not going to throw away all of this knowledge, just because it's simply coming from a particular group. We got to understand that. But the conquest of the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula by Egyptians, that was an ongoing turf war backwards and forward. That doesn't really change the concept. I understand what you're saying, because you went and did a quick wiki search. And it says that he was born in Yathrib, if you want to get to the exact place where he was alleged to be born, or what scholars postulate, that he was born in the city of Yathrib in Kemet, or he was born in Yathrib, that is Midian, that is in the Arabian Peninsula. See, it's two Yathribs. That's what we have to understand. It's a city of the bull in Kemet, and the old ancient name of Midian in Arabia is also Yathrib. So there's an argument within archaeology. There's an argument to where he was actually born. But when we look at his name, we can't deny that it translates to Jacob, or what we would call Jacob. It's an H-A-Q-U in Egyptian, ancient Egyptian Arabic. That would be a Y-A-Q in more modern vernacular, which translates to Jacob. So we have another piece, we have another reference piece in linguistics, that he was actually a son of Jacob, and that his foreign status is indeed valid. And he had a major, from my studies, he had a major impact on Akhenaten, Amenhotep, the son of Apu, because he asked Amenhotep III went to him Well, he came to Amenhotep III and he told Amenhotep III, he said, the lepers that you got working right now, they're going to come back one day and take over Kemet. Did you see the part where they talked about him interpreting Amenhotep's dream?
I did. I was gonna bring up rep point,
Who
but
who who does
go
who does
ahead. You
that
build it. I'm
who does
rocking with
that
you. I'm
sound
listening.
who does that sound like in the biblical context? It sounds like Joseph. That's who it sounds like. You know, I don't want to jump out the window, you know, because I know a lot of brothers will crack up and go off. But it sounds a lot like the character of Joseph that we see personified in the Torah. You know, but you know, carry on, brother. I just wanted to give you another angle. That's all.
Yeah,
That's a good bill. That's a
yeah,
good
I think
bill.
that's
Go ahead,
very. I
Yara.
think, yeah, I think that's very interesting, man. Because I think in one of the conversations that I had with Jabari, and I also think I had with Captain Tazariak at one point, and it's interesting enough what Afro-Asiatic is saying about Akhenaten is because that is the time that I placed that the biblical Exodus would have occurred. Now, the reason why I find this interesting is because it is my belief that, according to the biblical narrative, those who oppressed the Israelites, according to the biblical narrative, that those were not native Egyptians, but those were in fact Asiatic rulers who had come to power. Peace and blessings, family.
What's good, y'all?
Somebody,
Peace to everybody on the panel.
peace. Yeah.
Yeah, real
So
quick. Okay. I'll fall back. I'll wait.
no, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Just to respond to what the brother said, concerning the posture that that specific pharaoh or Egyptian you know
Scribe.
picture.
I'll put it back on the screen.
Scribe. That's
Yeah, here it
yeah,
is.
that scribe. Yeah, going back to that specific posture that he was in. I know. I guess it was it Afro-Asiatic that said his father
Yes, sir.
and his mother were both Egyptians.
I didn't say
Somebody
that,
s-
brother.
somebody said
I'm
that
talking. That was me. That was me. They was
Yeah,
talking
that
about
was Andrew the
his
student.
Abu, Andrew the
okay.
student.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, like, is there a chance, because you know, within the Hebrew Israelite community, and more specifically the One West doctrine, we hear a lot of the times things like whenever you see an Egyptian within the lineage, such as Shishan. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the story. Elder Yara may be familiar with Shishan.
Yes,
You familiar
absolutely.
with?
I refer
Right,
to that story
right,
all the time. Absolutely. He married
exactly.
his daughters
So,
to his Egyptian servant.
right,
They placed him among the
right.
tribe of Judah. Yep, absolutely.
Well, they placed his children. They didn't,
His
or maybe
children,
I'm
yeah,
maybe
children.
they didn't really place him and his family, but more that
No,
his,
not him.
yeah,
His children
exactly.
were, yeah.
For
Hmm.
sure, for sure. So in that type of context, we see a lot of the times the One West guys that be like, nah, that guy was not an Egyptian, that guy was an Israelite. So just to go back to the scribe of this guy, this guy who's considered a scribe, and you said his father and his mother were Egyptians. Is there a chance that this is the same circumstance to where maybe he was an Asiatic, but he was just, known as an Egyptian, that his family was an Egyptian? And another thing I would also like to say is that anyone could just speak on the migration of just the elephant. You know what I'm saying? We see that the elephant is very prominent in the Asia and Africa. So we would assume that obviously,
You know, there was some type of like going back and forth with the animals. And I would also like to make the point that the cobra, we know that the cobra is you know, indigenous to you know, the Asia, to Asia. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So yeah, that's where I would land my plane.
Hey, those are good points, brother. Those are real good points. I feel like one important thing you said is that you're 100% right. He can easily be an Asiatic that is born in Cairo. You know what I'm saying? Where you born doesn't really change you being an Asiatic, or you know what I mean? So I think you're 100% right. We This whole period is being inundated by the Asiatics to the point that we don't went to war a couple times. We chasing y'all. We pushing our borders further north so we can keep you out. We pushing our borders further south. You know what I mean? It's a lot going on during that period. So that could have easily be true. And I like
Is
the
that the
linguistics you
period? Is
did.
that the period of Zoroastrianism where this scribe would be, you know, the date of this particular image? Would that be
What?
during the time of Zoroastrianism? Because we know the
Yeah, it would be
Zoroastrianism
like
is what
it would be
influenced
like
the Hinduism.
it would be like 200 years after the origin, because if we put Zoroastrianism at 1500, the brother we talking about was born in like the late 1400s, so he's like only 100 years away from the beginning. So yes, I'm saying that would be
Mm,
the same time
interesting.
period.
Interesting.
Another thing that kind of help your argument would be I think the parents of Nefertiti, Amenhotep the fourth, or Akhenaten's wife. Her parents was like two Yah. All their names ended with Yah. And it's a whole
Mhm.
lineage of them where like the husband and the wife names end with Yah, and they were counselors, and they became, one of them became like the father of God, which is the father-in-law of the actual Pharaoh. You know what I mean? That's that title. They call you father of God. You get your own like palace. You live good, and all their names got Yah at the end.
Huya and
So
Tia.
yeah. You follow me?
Mhm.
So I'm saying that adds to his argument. So I think it's some validity to like what you're saying, and that's kind of why we got this show, because it's a lot of intertangling. We intertwined. I know we fight and talk crazy, but when you get into the history, you're gonna start to see yourself in somebody else's story, and vice
Right.
versa. You feel me?
Yeah. Hey, I went on Chris Harris show the other day, and they was just speaking on the abos, and I made the point that we see like with the Filipinos, you know, the more melanated with the afro, you know, the afro hair, the afro texture, you know, and the Australians, you know what I'm saying? Not really I wouldn't say the Hindus. I think I would say like the Dravidians. I think they would be a different phenotype than that of, because they, you know, they have the melanated skin, but they lack the hair texture. You know what I'm saying, in the features. But I was just trying to make the point that the Native Americans, you know, had a Negro as the rest of the Australians. You know what I'm saying? Like the melanated Australians, the melanated Filipinos, and they was like, nah, they, you know, that didn't happen in America. You know, they was a different type of people, and somehow, I guess you would say like the Filipinos with the Afro hair is not genetically connected to that of the African phenotype. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I guess I'm just making that point to just show that we see that mixing. You know what I mean? We see the mixing when it comes back to this scribe in particular. Like maybe this brother was a mix of, you know, these different
Mm.
features, and you know what I mean? Like I don't know if that really
Yeah.
made sense, but you see where
Yeah,
I'm going with
Yeah,
it.
it makes
make a lot
perfect
of
it makes
sense.
perfect sense to me. Makes perfect
I
sense
feel
to
it.
me. Makes perfect sense to me. And I think that's what we encounter. I'm a big proponent of that's what we see in the biblical narrative from the beginning to the end, is that there is quite a bit of admixture that is going on, much more so to the degree that Moses has to add he has to sort of like put this into a statute or a law, right? Where he says, don't mix with the Moabites and don't mix with the Ammonites, right? I think a lot of people try to add the more so spiritual aspect to the argument, the dogmatic argument to it. Well, these were, illegitimate children between of descendants of Lot and his daughters, and they came through that, and these were they were idol worshipers to a degree. But I think that there was so much admixing going on between the Israelites, which was not, if you understand, if you think about the Exodus, right, and coming out of the Exodus, the time that they spent down in Avaris or Goshen and Goshen and coming out of there, the Bible gives us a number, but it doesn't give us it tells us about the 70 families that come in. And then you talk about the people that claim that could have been involved in the Exodus. Well, it tells us that it was a mixed multitude, right? So we know there was just more than one ethnic group, right? But it doesn't give us this very large number of this large number of Israelites, right? And so I think that because of their admixing, I think that there may have been a fear that they would have sort of mixed themselves almost out of existence to a degree. And so this, and you see this same thing later on with Ezra when he comes back to build the city walls in Jerusalem after the Assyrians had destroyed it, and King Cyrus' decree allowed them to go back in, and Darius allowed them to go back and rebuild Jerusalem. The first thing Ezra does is that he expels the children that the Levites had by foreign women, right? The foreign wives and their children. And it's all placed on the back of they may be bringing, it's a fear of them bringing other gods or other idol worshipers among the children of Israel, more so than it is now they're back to this mixing out of the Israelite bloodline altogether. So I think it's preservation of the Israelite bloodline than it is so this under this skies of idol worship to a degree. That's just one of my views on it. I'm not saying that's the absolute on it, but I'm just saying that's one of my views on it, because you see a lot of things put in place to sort of stop that admixing, to sort of try to keep this bloodline going.
Would you think it would be correct to assume when we see names, such as Shishan, when it says that he's an Egyptian, would it be correct to assume that it wasn't specifically talking about a genetic Egyptian, but more that he was a citizen of Egypt? Like, would you say that is something that is prominent in the scriptures, to where it's like we see Egyptian, we see Midianite, we see Edom, but they're not specifically an Edomite genetically, but more that they are a citizen? Would that make
That's
any
also
sense?
that's also a possibility.
I would say no.
Go ahead.
I would say no in the biblical sense, or even in the ancient world. When they did that type of talk, it wasn't like your citizenship. If they say he was like an Egyptian, they were talking about like the ethnicity. That would be my answer. I can't say it with my chest like I say other things, but that would be my belief.
I'm inclined to agree.
I'm inclined to really agree with that. Like I said, I can't dismiss the brother's his view on it. It's a possibility, but I am more inclined to believe that they were talking about more ethnicity, because according to the law, according to the law, Shishan would have not been able to. They would not have referred to his servant as an Egyptian servant if he was an Israelite.
Exactly.
I don't believe he would have done that according to the law. And that's the reason why I lean that it's more towards ethnicity. Now, the ethnicity of the identity of that ethnicity is in question, because I don't believe that they were referring to a lot of times that possible native Egyptians, but he could have had Asiatic ancestry. because
Yeah.
again,
They
it is.
constantly saying that though, y'all. They constantly say, "Oh no, that he's not an Egyptian. There's no way he could have been an Egyptian. He was an actual Israelite." You feel me?
Yeah, but I don't believe he was an Israelite at all. I don't believe he was an Israelite, but I do believe he may have been quote unquote a Hebrew, right? Or he could have been from
I,
the stock of Asiatics,
I think
like the Hyksos was, right? The Hyksos.
yeah. I was gonna say the Asiatic brother did have a good like logical line going forward when he was talking about them being born in Egypt but having Asiatic ancestry, especially when we talking about this scribe, because we went on everything. We talking about how his hair look, we talking about how he's sitting, but ain't nobody brought up how a lot of his bars ended up in Proverbs. You know what I mean? If I'm writing bars and my bars end up in Proverbs, I might have some Asiatic ancestry. You know what I'm saying? We need to like, I know y'all probably trying to hide from that, but hey, his work is in Proverbs. How do we explain that? And before you even go
You
in,
talking about a mental hope?
yeah, the scribe that was writing for Akhenaten and his father.
Hapu,
Those
Hapu,
son of
Oh,
Hapu,
how
my
cool.
bad.
son of
Son of
Hapu.
Hapu. Let me say it that way. His name's I'm messing that up. But yeah, son of Hapu, him, a lot of his work, his writings ended up in Proverbs. And I'm saying that that would lean to the argument that the Asiatic brother made about their ancestry. Um, and you can even see it going forward. I mean, how do you explain that? And before you get into it, last time we talked about this, you kind of act like what I was saying was not consensus. What I'm saying is big time consensus, and it has been so for years. The New Jewish Bible that was written in the 1960s amended a lot of things and took things from his papyri and used that translation when it comes to like the 30 chapters. That proverb it's like four of them that they go back and amend, and they got footnotes telling you why they did it. And that happened in the 1960s, but it was an argument that had went on since they started finding stuff in the 1920s with Wallace Budge and all them finding stuff. So I think that'll be a good topic. The scribe you had on the screen, why is his work in Proverbs?
Yeah, the
Well,
son of.
I mean,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
you go ahead, Elder. The son of Hapu. I mean, it's almost a dead ringer for a son of Jacob. When we do the linguistics and the etymology, there was no Y in usage during that scribal period. In Kemet, the H is being used to hold the place of a Y. The pronunciation of that word would be Hak or Jacob or Jacob. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's really no way around that linguistically. Uh, I mean, it's an argument, but it definitely would stamp him as a son of Jacob linguistically, as well as the uncertainty about the actual place of his birth being Yathribs, that is in Kemet, versus Yathribs, that is the ancient name of Midian, Arabia. I believe it would make far more sense if with him being of foreign extraction for and during that time period to and during Amenhotep the third's time period, because he initially makes contact with the Egyptian record in the lifetime of Amenhotep the third. So it would make sense that he would bring an Asiatic scribe that is very talented into his court, and that is not at all uncommon in Egyptian history.
Nah, not at all. And that's why during my first little opening, I wanted to make sure I focused on that, on how a lot of the outside territories had started to rise up in the 18th dynasty. These people are like doing their own thing. They're making their own money, building their own temples. So we were doing big trade with them, and they were our like colonies. So we was taking their best of their best and bringing them to our schools, bringing them to our priesthoods, and they brought their own thing too. So I think that's interesting. But I think that means a lot. We shouldn't just gloss over it. If you got Hapu being son of Jacob, We can't just gloss over that.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's very poignant. Um, what Afro-Asiatic brought out. I
And
know my brother Andrew wants to have this battle about Proverbs, and I'm trying to let him live a little bit uh, on here with this topic. Um, but like I said, I've gone through this extensively, and I would probably dare to say, um, from what I've seen in this particular community, um, I may be the only one that has actually really done the study um, in regards to that topic. Um, let me just sorry about that. Let me just where is it?
yeah, I would like to
Let
hear
me
that
just
because
find it.
you
But
said
you
that
guys,
last time. You said that last time, and I was wondering. I'm like, what could he attack? So I was thinking maybe he's going to attack the translators. Maybe he's going to attack the people that found this and was buying this type stuff on some real Indiana Jones stuff. I mean, when you go back into this 1920, 1930s, when these French is against the German and they're taking all of our artifacts and they're finding out what it says, I was thinking that your only way to attack this point would be to attack them. So I was like, maybe he gonna go after Wallace Budge. Maybe he gonna go after I forgot the German fellow's name that was going against Budge. Because I don't see no other way for you to attack it, especially when the Catholics and their new rendition of their Bible adapted it, the Jews on their newest book adapted it, and also the Protestant is it the NIV? It's either the NIV or the New English Standard. If they all have looked at what we're talking about and conceded, what could my brother Elder Yara have that could go stand against that? So I'm all ears. I'm gonna mute up and listen.
I think that I mean to say that that they've conceded, I don't think that's the proper way to place it. Um, I always say that I'm very leery of a lot of the interpretations and translations of E. Wallace Budge, and a lot of those are um, Egyptologists. Plenty works have come out since they've written things in different commentaries on particular finds. Um, a lot of things that we find have to be brought into question, right? And one of the things was how they were interpreting um, a lot of this information that they quote unquote these translations and decipherments, right? Um, so when it comes to hold on, I'm trying to pull it up here. Here we are. Here we are. Right here. And I'll show it for you. Here it is. I'm gonna share my screen. Um, because what most people have not done in this community is that they've only read the commentary. They haven't actually really did the work. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. So let me share this real quickly in regards to that, whether or not we do actually find this comedic or this quote unquote wisdom text of Amenhotep, right? Or Amenhotep, as a lot of people like to say. Do we actually find it in Proverbs 23? Because that's the argument, right? And if I'm correct,
Well,
that's what you're
it
referring to, right?
well no, it's more than that. It's like 5 spots. the low hanging fruit in this
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
scenario. The low
I'm,
hanging fruit in this scenario would be the one about the 30 chapters. I think that's the ringer. That's the
yeah,
one that won the
yeah,
argument.
that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one that people talk about, and that's actually the one that people that they say that it's in 5 spots. It's all in Proverbs, and it's that's very it's and I'll show you what they're referring to. This is what I say, even when you read Wikipedia or when people do their reading the actual commentary. As you can see on my screen, I've actually done the show. I've done a whole video on it. It's on the show on this channel. I've done the comparative, contextual, thematic analysis between the writings or the letters or the instructions of Amenhotep to his son, and in comparison, in contrast to Proverbs 23. Right, so this you asked for it, so here let's do it. Right. So Amenhotep in Proverbs, the introduction. There's been a long-standing debate among scholars, as you said, about the relationship between the book of Proverbs and the Bible and the ancient Egyptian text known as the Instructions of Amenhotep. Right, the Instructions of Amenhotep is a collection of moral and ethical teachings that was written in Egypt or Kemet during the New Kingdom period, sometime between the 16th and 11th centuries BCE. That's another thing. They don't know where to date it. So they give it this, they just give it this span from the 16th and 11th centuries BCE. Some scholars believe that the author of the book of Proverbs was influenced by the instructions of Amenhotep and may have borrowed some of his teachings. However, there is no conclusive evidence to support this theory. And many scholars believe that any similarities between the two works are simply the result of similar cultural and intellectual backgrounds, right? And I often use this understanding as well. I use this as an example, and I talked to you about it before in this particular conversation. I've never met any of you guys' parents, but we've had similar upbringings in regards to ethics, what's right and what's wrong, right? And we've never met. So your instructors in life have not been my instructors in life. So how is it that we've come up with similar instructions? Don't touch the stove. It's hot. It'll burn you. We've all been taught that to a degree, right? We've all been disciplined in a way, taught lying, cheating, stealing, murder. Those things are wrong. Taught by instructors who raised us, or our parents, or people who raised us, or influences in our lives, teaching us these ethical things. Who've never really met each other, right? So how is this possible? Is this plagiarism? Can we say it's plagiarism? Can we say it's stolen ideas? Or simply can we say there are things that are simply just intrinsic in the makeup of human nature that we all share in common and in common knowledge? And so this is the argument, and the argument that I present, or the rebuttal that I present every time someone says, well, you see, they look similar, or it almost reads word for word. Well, how else do you tell someone not to touch a stove? Or how else do you tell someone not to kill? It's not okay to kill. How else would you say it in any other culture or ethnic background? It's going to be the same, right? So over a span of time, it's not going to change. There's only certain ways to say certain things, right? The language can change. But the concept and the principle remains the same. And so oftentimes I think that in our efforts to show where one culture is better than another culture, or one was first, and somehow because one was first, that has to be the more superior or correct. But we have no knowledge of that, especially when it comes to the instructions of Amenhotep in the book of Proverbs. It's only cultural and ethical similarities, right? So furthermore, there are significant. Go ahead.
My bad. Can I jump in
Because
just
I'm gonna
real
get
quick?
into different. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. All right, just facts, just for the facts part of it. I misspoke. That is not the son of Hapu. They got the
Yeah,
same
I know what
name,
you
but that
meant.
is that is the son of Connacht. So my bad.
Yes.
And it's also like 100 years later. It's like doing the 1300s. So if people go
Mm-hmm.
back and listen to this, I want to make sure they know that Big Drew stand on facts. So if I make a mistake, I'll go make sure I amend it right away. So yeah, this is not the son of Hapu. This is the son of Connacht. So my apologies on that. But one more thing, and then I'm gonna let you rock. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the reason that they won the argument was with the 30 sayings, which is translated to 30 chapters. The the writing we're talking about, the parallel with, has 30 chapters. So he's literally saying, have I not wrote you 30 chapters to give you knowledge? He's saying that because I just wrote you 30 chapters to give you knowledge. Now it ends up in Proverbs. That becomes a whole different issue, because how many chapters is in Proverbs? You know what I'm saying? Is it 30? If it was 30 chapters in Proverbs, we can say, oh, they probably came up with that independently. But how many book chapters is in Proverbs? So it doesn't even fit. You know what I'm saying? Proverbs is one of the biggest books in the Bible. It's way more than 30 chapters. So that's why they was like, okay, we have to concede this probably came from him. And the words, when you translate it to English, there's a small difference, like with knowledge and education. But when you say it in Hebrew, it becomes like the same word. And that's what really did it for him. But my bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you that's why that's wrong. That's why we have to. That's why we have to go back, and I'll show you here. It's real easy, and it's so easy to find it. And I'm gonna show you that's why we can't rely on PhD scholars and what they claim to be the consensus. Because as I've been preaching before on this channel, right? Most PhD scholars only reflect or rely on the work of someone else. It's very few that come along, and if they disagree, that the majority follows them right away, unless they have some primary evidence to the fact that changes it, right? Where we can actually show where there is a scribe, or there was someone of the Israelite or Hebraic faith or background or Asiatic background that is copying, and we're showing that copying, and we know that they were in possession of these instructions, right? And so of Menahope, we don't have any of that. And so again, this is why I always talk about where's the transmission that has taken place. We can't show. So everything that we talk about in that instance, as you gave and those scholars gave, they're what they're doing is they're only arguing the similarities, but similarities does not equal the same, and it does not equal plagiarism, right? And so I'm going to get into that, and I'm going to show you very easily. Once you do the contextual analysis, like I said, very few in this community have actually done the work and the study that I have on this, because I haven't seen it. That don't mean no one has, but I haven't seen it presented in this way, right? It says, so let's further. It says, so furthermore, there are significant differences, and this is exactly what we're going to get to, between the two works. The instructions of Amenemope is written in a different style. That's number one. And tone than the book of Proverbs. So if you talk about plagiarism, that's one strike against plagiarism. It's not even written in the same style. And I'll explain that later. And its teachings are rooted in Egyptian culture and religion. That's number two. And while the book of Proverbs is firmly rooted in Afro-Hebraic traditions, it's two different styles. The understanding and the background of the wisdom comes from two different religious and belief systems. And I'm going to show you that. This is why I say they can't claim plagiarism, but they'll talk about similarities and say, oh, because it reminds me of this, it must be true. Then you get 100 PhD scholars jumping on the bandwagon who hasn't done the research, but they're only going off the commentary of the first guy that does it. And as far as we can understand, it is this E. Wallace Budge guy and someone before him that actually started saying this. But you have to remember, E. Wallace Budge is doing all of these translations, right? The Papyrus of Ani and the 42 Neighborhood Confessions, saying that the instructions of Amenhotep is also found in Proverbs, right? You just mentioned it earlier. You're talking about a difference from 33 sayings versus 33 books. That's not the same, right? But we're going with 30 sayings versus 33 books. And then we're going to get to that because that's going to blow your mind in a second. And so what I'm saying, people are only making these things, but E. Wallace Budge and these guys, they're doing this while a Bible is sitting right on their desk. They got a Bible sitting right in their lap. And they say, oh, this reminds me of this. That reminds me of that. So they have a Bible right there. And then trying to make the comparisons, right? So in summary, while there are some similarities between the instructions of Amenhotep and the book of Proverbs, there's not enough evidence to suggest that the authors of the book of Proverbs plagiarized from the ancient Egyptian text. Go to the next one. I could talk about wisdom literature, right? It's a genre of literature that is characterized by focus on offering practical guidance and ethical advice for living a good and successful life. Many cultures have produced wisdom literature throughout history, and these works often share common themes and teaching. The ancient Egyptian text knows that the instructions of Amenhotep is one example of wisdom literature that has been compared to other works in this genre. The instructions of Amenhotep is a collection of moral and ethical teachings. We talked about that. Let me go down here a little bit further. I'm just going to read the parts that I highlighted. Despite its similarity to other works of wisdom literature, the instructions of Amenhotep is also unique in many ways. It reflects the values and beliefs of Egyptian culture, and its teachings are rooted in Egyptian religion and mythology. You're not going to find that in the book of Proverbs. It uses a distinctive literary style that is characterized by its use of metaphors and poetic language. In summary, the instructions of Amenhotep is an important example of wisdom literature that shares many similarities. However, it is also unique in many ways, right? So let me go further. Cultural memory. Cultural memory in the ancient Near East refers to shared knowledge, ideas, and beliefs that were passed down through generations in the various civilizations that once thrived in the region. The ancient Near East encompasses modern-day Iraq, Iran, Turkey, Lebanon, Israel, the Jordan Valley, and parts of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. Our brother spoke to you, I think it was Afro-Asiatic that brought up Soleb, right? In ancient Kemet, which was more had Nubian influence, right? But do you not know in this? In Soleb we have the Soleb inscriptions that talk about the different Shasu tribes, the Shasu of Edom, the Shasu of Yahweh. Those are inscriptions written on a pillar in Soleb. So we know that there were Asiatic influence that we read from those that we read about in the Bible, the Edomites, the Midianites in Egypt. We know that they were there. So when people say these things they were influencing, where's the evidence that says this did not happen in reverse? Because we know they were there these Asiatics were there between the 16th and 11th centuries BCE. We know they were there. The same time they placed the instructions of Amenhotep. So where are we getting if you're arguing plagiarism? But I'm telling you, there's no way, because we know that the style is written different from the Asiatics, as well as it's a fit for the Egyptian gods and mythology. You don't see that, so you can't call it plagiarism, right? This region is often referred to as the cradle of civilization because it was home to some of the world's earliest urban societies, including the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Hittites. And this is what my brother D-Red was saying. Like, we have to go further back than just being stuck at some of these talking points. like monotheism and these different ideas that existed in these particular cultures specifically, right? Going back as far as the Akkadians and the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Hittites, the Elamites, right? And the Canaanites, among others. These groups of people that we have archaeological records for that have been named in the biblical narrative, right? We have Ashrakans from the Elamites, right? We have works from the Hittites, right? I've done a whole series on this channel in regards to the Hittites, right? Showing anthropological and archaeological studies. We know that the Akkadian language is very similar to modern day Hebrew today, or the old biblical Hebrew. It's a very similar language that now linguists are saying that they're connected. They're connected in language. So let's talk about. Let me get into it. I want to show you something real quick. Yeah, go ahead, because I want to get right here to something real quick.
All right. I think we're in agreement. I think I think our only contrast is the influence going upward or downward. That would be the only contention I hear you say. I mean, you're going as far as Nubia. You're going south of Egypt and seeing that we were interacting with each other. So I'm not one of those people that call plagiarism. I feel like that's lazy scholarship to call it plagiarism. That's really a headline to get people to listen. You know what I'm saying? Was it plagiarized? I mean, shout out to Jabari. He do that he trying to be kind of like a shock jock on that one. But it's way deeper than plagiarized. First off, Proverbs is looked at like a collection of all collections. These are the way they express what this book is. So with this being a collection of wisdom, how would it not? How, you know what I mean? How is that strange for you to find some wisdom from other places? Especially if y'all names is down there. If Hapu is Jacob and we got y'all written on a stele in Nubia, we're interacting with each other. We would have shared a lot of wisdom, especially with us being the A side. You know what I mean? And us writing stuff everywhere. You know what we was on. So I think we're saying the same thing. You're just saying it was influenced one way. I'm saying the other.
But actually, no, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, for the sake of the arguments that I hear from a lot of guys that are more similar to yours, we're not saying the same thing. I wish we could be, but we're not the same thing. And I'm saying that neither one really has. There's no evidence for any connection of either one at all, right? So here on the screen, right, it talks about Benjamin Shaw. He's a professor of Old Testament at Reformation Bible College, and this is what he says, and I'll show you something else too. He says, as Shaw determined, the only way to show that either the instructions of Menahope and Proverbs 33 has any connections, that you have to evaluate it, is to give the Proverbs text and a Menahope text, put it together and look at them side by side. It says, for the text of a Menahope, Shaw used the translation given in James B. Pritchard, The Ancient Near East, Volume 1, an anthology of text and pictures, specifically pages 237 to 43. That is a source that shows that'll help you with the compare and contrast between the two. And no one ever makes this argument. They just really say, well, that says they had 33 sayings or 30 sayings, and this one said this got 33 books, 30 books, and it seems to be saying this. Well, let's do the compare and contrast. Shaw cites by page and line number, counting lines from the beginning of each chapter for Proverbs. Shaw used the ESV, that's a different translation. Shaw also used the parallels as they are specified by Pritchard, right? Again, that's the source there in red, right, that I'm referring to. Now let's look at it, right? Let's look at it. And this is where I broke it all the way down. I just broke it all the way down so I can make it very easy for people to understand. So the first parallel, what people start with, they start in Proverbs chapter 22, verses 17 through 18, the very first line. And it says, incline your ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply your heart to my knowledge, for it will be pleasant if you keep them within you, right? As compared to Amenhotep in the very first chapter, right? So now we're comparing Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, to Amenhotep's first chapter on page 237, lines 1-3, right? He says, give thy ears, hear what is said, give thy heart to understand them, to put them in thy heart is worthwhile, right? Let's go down to the second parallel. Proverbs 22:18-19. If all of them are ready on your lips, do not rob the poor because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate. I'm sorry. No, that's the second parallel. He says, if all of them are ready on your lips, that your trust may be in the Lord, I have made them now know to you today, even to you. Second parallel, Amenhotep, the first chapter, lines 237, verses 8, lines 8-10. He says, they shall be a mooring stake for thy tongue. If thou spendest thy time while this is in thy heart, thou wilt find it a success. We're comparing. This is the side-by-side comparison. The third parallel, Proverbs 22, verse 22, compared to Amenhotep's second chapter, again, page 237, same page, lines 1-2. It says, do not rob the poor because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate. He says here, guard thyself against robbing the oppressed and against overbearing the disabled. Like, this is what they're saying, it was stolen or plagiarized, or saying the same. It's not saying the same thing right here. He says, do not rob the poor because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate. Amenhotep says, look, he says, guard yourself against robbing the oppressed. He says, don't you take advantage of the oppressed, and against overbearing the disabled, right? These various different things. So these are the things that they're saying.
What is afflicted? What is afflicted?
Oppression or overbearing? What we read right here?
No, afflicted. Yep. Don't rob the afflicted. He's talking about the disabled.
That's the disabled. Yeah.
So the issue is, dude put the issue is the dude put the book out. He put the Amenhotep. Well, I can't even say that word. You know what I'm trying to say. He put that book out. He published it in Koine Greek. And so that's the
problem. That's the problem right there.
He published it in Koine Greek, and he published it in English, and it's also in other languages.
But see, that's the problem right there, though. You know that, right?
Hear me out, though. Yeah, but hear me out. I'm telling you, like right now, you're telling me how you interpret it, I'm
not telling you. I didn't interpret it that way. I'm telling you what it said. I didn't write this. This is what it actually says.
I'm using the word interpret for a reason. You're looking at information and you're making understanding, a conclusion from it. And I follow your logic. I feel like your logic is good logic. They probably needed you in the room when they conceded. That's the part that you're missing. That it's really Elder Yara's interpretation versus the publishers of the Jewish Bible in 1960s interpretation. It's Yara versus the New English Standard Version. These are the people that amended their work in Proverbs and then gave citation.
It seemed like he fell off. I don't know where he came in at. Yeah, but he said this is my work. Yeah, well, he's coming back. I think.
I think the issue is when you look at ancient wisdom. You brought up a good point about the wisdom literature in the ancient Near East. That was the thing that they've always done. They've been doing it since the instructions of Shurappak, all the way up through the maxims of Ptahhotep. You see what I'm saying? All the way on through. Yep. So wisdom literature has always been that's been a thing. It's a whole book on it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ancient wisdom literature of the Near East. There's a whole book on it. That's always been you know what I mean? So I think we talked about this before, where it seems like people forget the fact that these people we talk about the time of ours and all that, you know what I mean, the Exodus and all that work, but those people have been going back and forth dealing with each other for about 11,000 years.
Right.
So it was a
Right.
level. There's
Agreed.
it's a reason why they call it the Near East, because you know what I'm saying. That whole area, not necessarily to take it
Right.
out of Africa, is because that particular area shares a cultural a level of cultural continuity. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
You know what I'm saying. So when you try to say one stole from the other, not understanding that it's a cultural connection. It's people connected culturally. You see what I'm saying? Linguistically and
Right.
culturally.
Exactly.
So that's why you can, when people be asking about transmission, you can't really see the actual transmission because
Exactly.
it's a shared culture. So I don't
It's
have
a
to.
shared culture.
You gave a great example about fat meat being greasy. That's a saying
Hmm.
that people. If I say that to a brother in New York, he understand what I'm saying. If I say that to a brother in
Exactly.
Cali, he understand what I'm saying. If I you see what I'm saying, if I say that to a brother in
Exactly.
Chicago, you know what I'm saying. And we
Nah,
three
I
different
I
Exactly.
regions,
follow
the
that.
South. You know what I'm
Can
saying.
you hear
So
me now? My bad.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we here, brother. So I think. You know what I mean? That's why I said, man, I've been having these Egypt That's why I just let other brothers bid on the Egypt thing, because I've been having these conversations since what 2000. What Unc was on? When was Unc on Blog Talk? 2003.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've been having these Egypt conversations since
3. Yeah.
But
2003. You know what I'm
let me
saying?
go
Mm.
back
So
in on it.
I'm kind of.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
go
bro.
back
Go ahead.
in on it. All right, let me go back in on it because I feel like my first argument in most reasonable crowds would be a haymaker. Once I tell you that the publishers of the Bible have conceded to this argument and changed the words in the Bible to match that, that's usually a haymaker and you're laying down. But when I deal with like people that's really, really, really deep into it, they can survive that. But what you can't survive is that King Solomon is the person that supposedly wrote Proverbs. Now, King Solomon is born 400 years later after this literature is already outside. And how many wives did King Solomon have? How many different lands did those wives come from? Does the Bible say he was influenced by his wives and his wives' gods? The Bible tells you all this, and now you find some Egyptian bars in his bars, and you try to act surprised. You can't be surprised. I can get you here through the Bible. I can get you here through the publishers of the Bible in the 20th century, and I can also get you here just on the chronological order and who they were dealing with. So I feel like that's why what I'm saying is consensus. This is called being cornered. This is called being cornered because for you to go against this argument, you would have to make an argument that King Solomon was not influenced by his wives and the gods of his wives. I'm willing to have that debate, and the answer would be yes, he was influenced with them. Now, what would their influence be? What did King Solomon write? Oh, he wrote this. Would we see that same influence in this? You know what I'm saying? Like my logic is unfallible. You know what I'm saying? It's St. Andrew right now. Like we need to like really talk about this. And that's how I feel like we really on the same side. But I'm not calling y'all indoctrinated, but a lot of talking points really just get parroted. People just repeat them. They not really doing the study. They not being like, wait a minute. The Bible tells me this, and now I see this. And then the people who put the Bible out that I sit and read, they agree with this. So it's hard to stand against. And it's time for you to come home to KMT, bro. Come on home. We like, you know what I'm saying? We remember y'all. You know what I mean?
Okay, but I think the problem, I think the problem with that logic is, if you're gonna apply that logic, then you got to apply it across the board. You see similarities with when you read the instructions of Shurak and the Maximum Power Hotel. You see similarities
Um,
when you read the instructions of Shurak when you read Menemope's work.
okay, well, if you're
You know
gonna
what I'm
say
saying?
that,
So
well, let's
so
start
now
here. Let's
if we're
start.
gonna say that, so if you're gonna say you copied, because these similarities mean, not gonna say copy, but you see somebody borrowed, however whatever word you want to use, then you got to apply that across the board. And so that means none of the stuff is original, and it all comes from the maximum instructions of Sure Pot.
Okay, well let's look at this one by one. If it was just a similarity, do you believe that the publisher of the Bible would change the words of the Bible to fit it? If it was
I mean,
just a similarity.
I don't read that Bible. I read the Peshitta, so I don't read the Bible you talking about.
But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. What you personally read is irrelevant. I'm saying the English Standard Version, the Jewish version of 1960, and the Catholic New Joint that came out in 1940 something. If all of them, I'm saying, why would they do that if it was just a similarity? And also, before you answer the question, a quick quote from them. They found it to be a better translation. They found it to be a better translation.
Can I help you with that, brother? And this is the problem.
Nobody addresses it. Nobody addresses it. Y'all keep bringing up Native Americans.
No, I'm getting ready to address it for you right now. The issue with that is, brother, and why arguing these different translations is such a bad argument, and I've heard it before. I just never found really a reason to address it. Is that when you see these different translations, right? You talked about the Jewish and you talked about the ESV. These are separate bodies of people who share a collective or the same doctrine, right? And out of it, they produce their own translation. That is not a consensus on the work because someone produces their own translation. I can create my own translation of the Bible today and add my commentary and my research in it. That does not make it, that does not make my translation one that trumps any other translation. It just doesn't, and that's how it is. Like that's why, like Zondervan, they have a whole committee, right? This is where a lot of people argue their whole. And if you go into Zondervan, they deal with the whole Hermetic hypothesis. They found the story of Noah. They based that on the Hermetic hypothesis, according to them. That's where you would see a lot of people were saying, look, they make a difference between Egyptians or people of Africa and Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's bad scholarship.
They deal with the pre-Adamite doctrine too. That's why they say it corresponds with that whole the Negro beast or in the eyes of child, eyes of God, some shit like that. But to piggyback on what you're saying, the problem. I think the problem with that argument is they don't just create a new translation just for that particular area in the book. They retranslate everything. So it's just them. It's just somebody. It is. You know, you read the Catholic Bible. They revise the Catholic Bible and retranslate it. It is a fact. When you read they revise the Catholic the Bible several times, and in those revisions, they retranslate things here and there, all kind of stuff within those Bibles.
Okay, well let's start here. My brother Yara just broke it down. Sometimes he makes my argument better than me. He just don't be hearing himself talk. He just told you that these were three separate bodies. Three separate bodies were looked at the same info and came to the same conclusion. Three different bodies. And these is not just like people on Ustream, or these is people with PhDs that are in charge of publishing Bibles. The reason I just said what you said was inaccurate is because every time they make a change, they put a citation. They have to. It's literature, and we have all of the old editions of it. So we can see when you change it. So they put citations on every change. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we can't say, oh, they just be translating sometimes. You know how they do. Nah, bro. They telling you why they did it. And that's what makes this argument so frustrating, is that the people that, and he tried to act like, Yara said he can write a Bible tonight and it'll be his commentary. Ask him would it stand up with the ESV, with the English Standard Version. That is one of the most sold books of all times. Oh, you know what I'm saying? It can only be beat by the King James. The King James is the only Bible that's been done more.
I don't think
So
you
I'm
understand
saying,
how translations work, though. I
no, I
honestly,
do, I
well, that's
do.
what I'm hearing.
Let me finish.
No, you
Let me
don't.
finish.
No, you don't.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish. I'll let y'all
Go ahead.
cook. I'll let y'all cook.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Go
thank
ahead. Go ahead.
you. The bodies that you described is bodies of hundreds of people that study only this. They're not writing J.C. Penney catalogs on their off time. These are linguistics that deal with Koine Greek, Hebrew, Latin, English. That's all they do, and it's 100 of
That
them.
has
And
nothing
this is
to
what
do with. That's not has nothing to
let me.
do
You
with
said
their
you. I'm
belief,
about to land my
though.
plane. I'm about to land my plane. I'm about to land my plane. What I'm saying is, you can have belief. You can believe in anything, but a fact is a fact. So when and the fact that I'm presenting now is that these bodies of PhDs from 3 different backgrounds, 3 different religions. One is Protestant, one is Jewish, the other one's Catholic. The 3 major wings of this thing sat down with this problem, and they came to the conclusion that I'm making. So when you make your interpretation, your argument, I need you to place a citation saying that yes, my argument is the minority. My argument lost in the 1960s. That need to be said after you say whatever you say, or just say
But that's false,
you
though. You
personal
know that, right? That's false, though,
belief.
because what you're saying is not the
Huh?
majority. Is not the majority
Go ahead.
consensus. What you're saying is not the majority consensus. The ESV is not the majority consensus. And I'm saying to you, brother, I don't think you really understand how translations work. Certain translations are not posited in the same fashion, right? So when you're dealing with the KJV, for instance, right? You have many different translations. You have the KJV, you have the new KJV, you have the KJV with the Apocrypha. You have many different translations of the KJV. But all of those translations, because they are of the King James Version, they do a word for word almost interpretation, right? When you deal with the NIV translation and the ESV translation, they don't deal with word for word, they deal with thought for thought. So they say this is what we think it says versus what, and this is how we think it should read versus what it actually does read. And that's why when you go into the KJV or the Peshitta, I already said it different. The Peshitta, when you look at the Peshitta, it's more the closest version linguistically that we have. And so that's almost word for, that would almost be considered word for word. You could never use that alongside an NIV and think it's going to read the same. It's never going to read the same because one is word for word and one is thought for thought. And that is how you have to look at these different translations. So when I talk about the different governing bodies over these specific translations, they all have different ideologies. So they're not so when you have certain consensus or of these specific governing bodies that may agree closely with another, that is not an overarching or overarching arching consensus of what the text is actually saying, because they have LGBTQ Bibles now. Are you saying that their translations are solid because they can cite LGBTQ sources that proves that what they're reading and how they're interpreting it is the correct way? That's how translations work. That's why it's important to understand who the governing bodies are of specific translations. I use the KJV because most people are familiar with it, but I don't necessarily always study in the KJV, right? I study outside of the KJV, right? It's a reason why I never use what is that? The New Living Translation. Do you know why I don't use the New Living Translation? And millions of people use the New Living Translation. You know why? That comes from the Jehovah Witness ideology and their governing board in New York. And they'll tell you, you go in there and and if you read John 1:1 in their New Testament, it doesn't read as the same in the KJV because they don't believe Jesus is God, or they don't believe Jesus had any divinity at all. So it's different. So that's why arguing what this translation says versus that translation says and try to say it's all, you have to go back to the earliest, nearest translation you can possibly get. And oftentimes you'll find it in either the Syriac language or some Arabic language, because that's the most closely related language that we do have left, right? In these specific translations, the better translations that we have.
Okay,
right?
I got you.
What language is the based in
Syriac.
Syriac. There you go. That's the
okay.
most
Now I think you make some good points.
Understanding. Yeah. So that's why I
make some good points.
Yeah.
My bad. I mean, cut you. I think you made some good points. I feel like I could just adjust my argument to get you to agree. I would say that the argument that I'm making about one being influenced by the other, the argument I'm making has been upheld by certain bodies of Bible publishers, and you would have to agree, like, yeah, certain Bible publishers are, okay. So that would get my same point across. So and also I don't want the argument wasn't made from an Afrocentric person. That's another thing. I hate that they try to be like, oh, we in the dungeons of Egypt. Like, I don't even know what that means. Like what do you like? I'm saying that this ain't even an Afrocentric argument. This wasn't even black people making the argument. These are linguistics. People that went to school for it, trying to outdo their peers. Like, yo, you messed up, bro. I translated it this way, and then they get it peer reviewed, and the shit stood, and that's why it was changed. There's a whole book about it. I wish when I pull up, I'm gonna
But
give you the name of the book.
It was changed. What was changed though?
Okay. Thank you for getting me to clarify. The book, the proverb verses that we are going over used to read differently in the Jewish Bible. It read differently in the Catholic Bible, and it read differently in the ESV, which didn't even come out to like the 2000s. So okay, it was written a certain way. After they had their big,
I think you think that these translations are linear.
No, I'm not even putting them in order. Like the ESV didn't even come out to 2000, so it's not equivalent to what the Jews in 1960 decided to do. These are three different bodies that made the same decision. What I'm trying to tell you, and what I'm telling you is they tell you why they made that decision. So what they did was, this is the whole argument. Let me spit it out though. Let me spit it out. The decision that was made was to alter the verse in Proverbs to reflect what Akhenaten said. That's what they did. They changed what Proverbs used to say in the KJV, and they made it say what Akhenaten was saying. And they said the reason
so there you go. You just proved my point.
Yeah. So, but I'm telling you that the reasoning behind it. That's what I'm saying.
You can't deny it. But you proved the point. You said they changed it to match what Akhenaten says. That's what you just said.
Yes, because they said it was a better translation.
Originally it didn't. But originally it didn't.
Right.
And then if you look at the governing body, this is when you got to understand the crap method. You know what I'm saying? The crap method is how you vet source vetting. So then you got to dig deep into. Look who you said. You said the Catholic. The Catholic belief system is so far away from the actual biblical tradition that is not even recognizable. It's not even the same thing. It's paganism cloaked up in Christianity. It's quote unquote paganism cloaked up in. So you got to also always consider the source. You can't just look for something to grasp on without actually dissecting who you're grasping. You see what I'm saying?
So what you just said about the Catholics, you say the same thing about the Jews?
I mean, well, it's several Jewish Bibles, bro.
I'm talking about the Jews.
It's several. So just because that one, you can't look at that one and say, aha, that's what I'm talking about, gotcha scholarship. That's when I coined that phrase, gotcha scholarship. Because you're looking at that one just to find a point to use, a talking point. and not
No,
looking at the fact that there's other Jewish Bibles that the continuation is still closely. I'm talking about Messianic Jewish Bible that they have a New and Old Testament in it. You know what I'm saying? That still hold sacred to the closer to the Dead Sea Scrollish translations that match up closer and align closer with that, which just like the King James does, which is why other people who wanted to evoke more of uh, uh, a more, how can I put it, a translation more further away from the traditional, they went with something that would be translated more with in line with Amenemop's maxims. But the original traditions, they don't align up. This is where you got to understand that it's more translations, if you want to just go deal with translations, that are not going that way than it are translations going that way. So you can't, it's like you're talking about the consensus. That's not the consensus in biblical literature.
okay, okay. I mean, I think the Crossway Productions are publishing, the people that put out the ESV. I mean, their work stands for itself. It's well renowned. We can downplay it for a conversation online, but we know what's what. Um, the same thing with the Catholic Bible, and I believe the same thing with the Jewish Bible. But the only point is, it's just to show that this argument has validity. That's it. It's not some Afrocentrist trying to say y'all stole from Africa. That's not the argument. That's what I'm saying. They're saying when this shit is written in Koine Greek, that what was before is an error. They use the word error. There's an error in your translation. That's really that, and in that field, that's a diss. That's like a doctor that did something wrong. Like you damn near did malpractice, fam. We just checked your work, and that was a flaw. That's all I was saying. I don't want to get hung up on that point because I think the point, just the information alone, stands. This ain't an Afrocentric point. This is white people going against other white people and changing the Bible that they produce. You know what I'm saying? And it's peer reviewed. So that's all we saying. And I made sure I said the ESV because they that's big. Every hotel you go to, you probably gonna see that, or the Mormons. So just that's all I'm saying, bro. So we don't gotta stand on that point. But the other point you jumped,
yeah,
did,
bro. Like,
did
yeah.
Proverbs write Solomon? Did Solomon write Proverbs? Did Solomon write Proverbs?
That's according to biblical understanding and archaeology. Yes, I mean I won't say archaeology, but biblical literacy and understanding. Yes.
Okay, so we have Solomon writing Proverbs.
Yes.
How many wives did he have from, like, let's say Africa? Did he have some from Egypt, some from Ethiopia? Did he have, where was his?
All over.
I'm absolutely
from all
positive
over.
of that.
Okay, is there a passage about him worshiping other gods and how God was upset with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's part of the story.
Okay, so the person that was worshiping other gods that wrote Proverbs, you're surprised if you find wisdom from other lands in there. You're saying yes, you're surprised.
Well, I think again.
No.
Don't disagree just to disagree. Follow the logic. I know y'all feel.
Listen, bro. Yeah, I'm following the logic, but you said wisdom, bro. The point is wisdom is not sedentary to just a specific group of people, and this is what we've been saying. I mean,
exactly.
Wisdom is wisdom, bro. So I mean, but
that's what I'm saying.
For you to try to make it, no, but
what I'm saying,
but for you to try to make an assertion. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that. That's why I use. It's called the Aristotelian dictum. That means the same logic that you apply on one way, you got to apply it across the board. That's why I brought the instructions of Shurapot. Because if you're gonna have that logic, then you got to have that logic. You got to say, but since instructions of Shurapot are before the maxims and Amenemop, they share the same thing. Then similarities. Then we have got to say that all of Egypt's wisdom literature came from the maxims of the instructions of Shurapot. Can we agree with that? If you're gonna say that about Proverbs, you got to say that about Egypt stuff too. So can we do that? Because if you do that, then I yield to the point and I'll agree with you. Hello? Hello?
I'm here,
Hello?
bro. He must have fell off. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you got to apply that. You got to apply that same logic across the board. If you apply that across the board, then I'll agree with him. Because the instructions of Sure Pocket is 2600 BC. The maximum for Tahoe Temple roughly 2300. A minimum is like that's like New Kingdom. So then you'd have to say everything. All wisdom literature comes from the instructions of Sure Pocket. And then I'll if he can see to that point, then I'll say yeah, the Bible got it from a minimum. Because then that's logically consistent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if he disputes that, then I'm gonna say, then you can't say that. Then if I can't say that about Kemet getting their stuff from Sure Park, then you can't say that because you're not logically consistent.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully he came back in. Let me see. I just heard somebody popping. Maybe he fell off. I'm sure he did. I got you, brother. You had to come back in another line. I got you. There he is. He should be back.
All right, right on. Yeah, my other phone got overheated. I had it charging. That's what it was doing.
Oh, there he is. Okay, you back.
Yep.
Yeah, he back. He
How
back.
y'all?
But let me. Yeah, we good, bro. I can hear you good.
Okay.
Let me do this real quick, bro, because this is what I be saying. Like, when you talk about these different things, right? So what we're saying now, this is just a wiki share. And this is in regards to the ESV, right? It says the ESV has been used as the Bible text for a number of study Bible editions, including but not limited to the ESV study published by Crossway, which you referred to, the ESV Global Study Bible, the ESV Student Bible, the MacArthur Study Bible, right? The Lutheran Study Bible, the Reformation Study Bible, the Fire Bible, the Apocrypha, the Luther edition, the Schofield Bible, Revelation 3, the Ryer Study Bible, right? And like I said, what they just like these things are done by a governing body, man. And and trust me, it's not a wide open field. These are people, they're not inviting people from many different places, right? So you talked about the Gideon Bible, right? Transition to the new KJV version to the ESV as their translation of choice. In addition, being granted licensing for the ESV text, Crossway gave Gideon's International permission to modify the text to use alternative readings based on the text's receptors. So simply because you have something that's labeled an ESV, bro, I'm telling you, they're using that based on what they want to use it for. People often go and they put their own translations and commentary into it, even though they'll say this is an ESV Bible. They're just telling you right here in 2013, the Gideon's edition. That's the Bible that you usually find in the hotel rooms, the Gideon Bible, right? They're telling you right now, the ESV or Crossway, which you mentioned as the publishers, gave Gideon's International permission to modify the text to use alternative readings based on the text's receptors. And what is the Textus Receptus? Refers to the succession of the printed editions of the Greek New Testament from Erasmus, Novum Instrumentum, from the 1550s, from 1516.
So they gave him license over the New Testament.
They do this. Listen, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you. Don't get stuck there because you're gonna miss the point. They do this all the time. But somebody else will come and they'll want to base their readings on the site on the Sinaiticus. Like they do this all the time. Like I keep trying to get you to understand, bro. These are not successions or linear translations. These are saying, hey, look, I want to get your you know, I want to use the basis of your text, but I want to just give me permission and licenses to use your ESV version, and then let me modify it to how I want it to read. That's what they're doing. And that's what this is telling you. They do this all the time. That's why you have to be very careful which translations you read. And that's why you have a lot of people walking around saying, nope, the Bible says this. Well, he quoted it like this, because they don't quote it the same way. Because you got different governing bodies saying, nope, I think it should say this. You got somebody else say, nope, I think it should say that. That's why you have to go back as far as the oldest, closest translations that you have.
I got
That's
you.
what I'm saying. They did.
Well, I respect.
They
that. I
did the
respect that
same
argument.
thing.
That's a
Yeah, they
that's
did
a
the
better
same
argument.
thing. Yeah, with, like I said, with the Oxford Apocrypha edition. And you can see that's what they do. They got a 2016. They do this all the time, bro. And like I said, if you're not, some people read the
Yeah.
Bible. You know, some people read it, but they don't really. Your mic is hot, D-Red. Some people they read the Bible. They read the Bible, but they're not really understanding who's behind this particular translation.
Okay.
And that is important when you're actually studying the book. Like who's actually who's behind it. You got to know that, because if you don't, you'll walk away. You'll walk away with a different understanding, and then you'll think you came across some new knowledge. See, I used to believe that they meant this, but then I understand now that it means this. Well, that's usually because you ain't really studying. You just read somebody else's translation.
No, well, let's start there. Well, you know, that's not in reference to me, because
No, it's not in reference to you. No,
I was saying, because in this comment, I brought up the publisher. I you know what I mean? I brought up the publisher and even brought up the amount that they sold.
I tell people all the time. People talk about the publishers. Yeah, they'll sell the same thing to somebody else, and they'll let them change it. They do this all the time, bro.
Yeah, but they
and
do
then
it for
some people will buy
too.
it.
That was another thing.
Take
they
it
do
out.
it for scholarship. They do it for scholarship. They don't do it. They don't do it to make it worse or to make it flawed. We can't. I mean, why?
No, they don't. They don't. That's not their. That's not their
reasonable.
issue, bro. That's not their
reasonable.
issue.
Well, I mean, but the key thing is what Elder Yara read was key. Was he said alternative readings.
Right. Yeah.
That tells you everything is for alternative reading. It's not to keep it as close to the original as possible. It's to give you. It's for alternative readings for people who have alternative beliefs to the traditional.
Nah, come on, bro. That's a stretch. You was already.
What does alternative mean? What does alternative mean?
No,
what's the definition of alternative?
I know what
okay, let's look up the definition of alternative.
Context what he said. Hey, repeat what you said, Yara, before he tried to take stuff out of context. He tried to say that they said that he said that the ESV was only for alternative reading. That's not what
I'm going to read it to you again. That is exactly what I said. I read it. Here it is, right here. It's on the screen. You was talking
about the licensing. You was talking about the licensing to Gideon.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, listen.
I wasn't even talking about the Gideon.
No, bro, listen though. I think you're missing the point of this conversation, because you keep saying.
Hear me out, and you can understand. My reference to the people, to the body that chose to change that because they felt it was originally in error, their words. The body I was talking about was not Gideon, who received a license from Crossway to make changes to the New Testament. I'm not speaking to Gideon. I would have said the word Gideon if I was speaking to Gideon. The quote that you read was about the licensing they gave to them and what they can do with it and what translations they can do. Has nothing to do with my argument. You are on a side street.
No, it wasn't, bro. No, it wasn't. It was about the ESV. It was about the ESV, brother.
It was about the.
But you also brought up these are the Bibles that you see in the hotels. I didn't bring that up.
No, I'm talking about the biggest sales. I'm not talking about Gideon. I'm so clear. I'm not talking about Gideon. So if you quote Gideon, you're wasting everybody's time. If you quote Gideon,
translation of the ESV.
It's like you might as well quote the Quran. You quoting something I'm not talking
Bro,
about.
no,
And you
listen.
can't even get stuck there because I can go to the
Hey.
Jewish Bible that did the same process in 1960. And let's pull your knives out on that argument. It's nothing to stab at.
Andrew, this is what I'm trying to get. This is what we're trying to say, right? And I'm gonna read it for you again because I think you may have missed some point. You may have missed it because I know your phone be going in and out sometimes. So I'm getting ready to tell you. So when you said the ESV is in most of the hotels today, that's a Gideon Bible that uses their alternative interpretation of the ESV. That's what that is. Now, let me read again. In 2013, Gideon's International permanently transitioned from the New King James Version. That means they used to follow a more modern linguistic use of the KJV. They used they transitioned in 2013 from and this is by a governing body, Gideon's International. Is the governing body that puts out the Gideon Edition Bible. They permanently decided their consensus of scholars at the Gideon International permanently transition from the New King James Version to the ESV. So they changed their Bible text completely. And let me show you how this happens. And it happens all the time. They transition to the ESV as their translation of choice for free of charge distribution Bibles. In addition to being granted licensing for the ESV text for the purpose of distribution, Crossway, the publisher that owns the ESV translation, gave Gideon's International permission to modify or change the text to use alternative readings based on the Textus Receptus. The Gideon's edition uses more than 50 alternative readings. My point to you is they all do this to a degree. They all do this.
I got
This
you.
is why this is why I say I can probably find you, and I'm almost willing to bet I can find you an LGBTQ Bible that uses or was licensed that took a license from the ESV. I'm almost willing to bet that.
Okay.
Because I know that they exist.
Let me respond. Good luck finding that wouldn't be in my studies. I'm gonna stick with what we talking about. But I'm gonna drop a quote on here. Right now, I'm quoting from a brother named John A. Wilson. Let's give a quick background. He's an Egyptologist from the University of Chicago. He lived from 1899 to 1976. He had a long ass life. And he was pretty much talking about the consensus that was made during his elder years. He had been making this argument for a while. He was on some of the tours in the 1920s, and he was one of the people that found this amongst Budge, the German guy, and all of them. He says by the 1960s, how there was a consensus among scholars in support of the priority of Amenhotep and its influence on Proverbs. He declared, and this is like a quote from a quote now. It says John A. Wilson declared, in the mid 20th century, we believe that there is a direct connection between these two pieces of wisdom literature, and that Amenhotep was the ancestor text. The secondary nature of the Hebrew seemed established. Many study Bibles, commentaries followed suit, including the Jerusalem Bible, introductions to the Old Testaments by Pfeiffer, and the I can't even pronounce it, the German one. It's like Esfidelt. And they also talk about how later the translators of the New American Bible actually did the same thing. That's the joint that came out in 1970, the New American Bible. So I'm just telling you that's what happened.
Yeah,
So
you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything different.
Yeah, so I understand that you disagree. It's America. We can disagree. You're saying, hey, they shouldn't have done that, and I'm like, okay, I hear you.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't have
you,
done it. They can do what they want, but I'm telling you that they're wrong. That's what I'm saying. They're wrong.
That's why
they can make any type of commentary that they want. No, I mean it's not about a disagreement. They're wrong, right? And I'm going to show you why they're wrong.
That's what that word means. But
no, I'm going to show you why they're wrong. No, that's not what disagreement means.
If
that's
you
not what
think I'm wrong, you disagree
means.
with me.
No, not necessarily. So my point is, I could just think like what you're saying is that you're off kilter, and I just really think you're off kilter because you haven't. That's the source that you're reading me from. When is that? When was that dated?
This was. Give me a second. I gotta go back. I was about to before. All right, it was 19. And the dude died in 1976. Give me a second. I kept going. Here he goes. John A. Wilson. And the quote comes from 1951. Author named Wilson. I can give you the information if you want to type it in. It's 303 N45. You can pull up his works where they're going over this. And we gotta stand on facts on this. Because I heard you giggle when I said the New American Bible, but I don't know if you know like what that really is. Like that was a great work they used the originals to do. You know what I'm saying?
It's not a great work, bro. You keep saying that these because I'm telling you that these translations don't listen. They're based on people's commentary. That's what I'm telling you, man. It's the same way. It's the same way that I view. It's the same way that I view. The what do you call it? The Jewish commentaries. What is that? When Rambam and what those guys are writing? What do you call it? What do you call it? The commentary on the Torah. Yeah, what do you call it? The Talmud, right?
The Talmud.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, the Talmud. It's the same way I view Talmudic writings. It's commentary. And most people try to take commentary and create doctrine. These translations, brother, these are ontaries. And that's why they have footnotes. And if you read one of those translations, if you actually got one and cracked it open, it's going to tell you that that's what it is. It's commentary. That's what it's going to tell you. It's going to say that in every translation.
The New American Bible was translated from the Nova Testament, the Septuagint, the Dead Sea Scrolls, Biblia Hebraci, the Vulgate. They went to the official joints, bro. This is the real shit. Like they ain't going off no commentary. You heard them names. I said Dead Sea Scrolls, the Vulgate. So now you're gonna act like the KJV is superior to the Septuagint.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why that's bad, bro. I'm gonna tell you why that's bad. Because you just giving me 4 or 5. Hold on. Yeah, I'm talking about what an NASB is bad as a source, right? Because you just told me that they were based on 4 or 5 distinct different works that preceded theirs, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls.
The same stuff.
No, listen to what I'm saying. The
I got you.
Dead Sea Scrolls was written in what language?
Many languages. It was because they added to the canon. Some was
Originally,
in Koine Greek. Say it again.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. You're dealing with thought. You're dealing with thought for thought. You're not dealing with word for word translation in the NASB. That's why they can use 4 or 5 different works, bro, because they're only dealing with thought for thought. That automatically equals commentary. That's their whole take on that translation when the NASB. You understand what I'm saying? How that works? That's what I told you earlier. You got to understand first. You got to determine
how is the
what's
KJV?
more.
How is the KJV not that though? What you're describing? How would
It's
the King
not
James version
because it's
not
based
fall into
on
that?
because it's based. Listen, because it's based on word for word translations or the best thing that they could. This is why you have to even consider the Masoretic text writings. That's why when you deal with the KJV, they always talk about scribal errors. Scribal errors in what? Possibility, right? In how they were translating words, because it deals with translations. That's not what an NIV or an NSB deals with. That deals with what they thought. They're writing what they think it should say. Not based on translation, but their ideology and the paradigm from which this governing body believes in. You understand that? It's the
I
difference in
think you
those
just
translations.
described the King James. The King James came from the Septuagint, the
Here we go.
Vulgate.
Here you go again.
The
No, it did not, bro.
Bro,
No, it didn't, bro. No, it didn't.
Bro, they have a whole introduction.
Listen,
we gotta have
you're
this
talking
debate, and I'm
about.
just gonna put it on the screen.
No, listen, bro. I know what I know. Listen, bro. Listen. When you talk about the KJV, when you're talking about the King James Version Bible, hold on, bro.
I know, but you gotta let me cook.
It's
I
a
listen to
reason why
everything you
the
say,
King
and
James
right when I started
Version.
talking, you cut me off though. Like I listened to everything you said. You went all the way down the street, parked your car.
Go ahead, bro, because you
got
keep
out.
making the same circular argument. You keep making the
but
same
I'm
circular
saying-
argument.
I think sometimes you're doing the same thing, but I'm not going to cut you off because of that. I want people to be able to hear what you're saying. So I want them to be able to hear me too. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying, let me cook. We got to put a clock up. Then they go like, yo, Drew got 3 minutes to say what he want to say. We're not going to interrupt him. We can do that.
Go ahead, man. You have as much time as you need.
Thank you. But basis of what I'm saying at this point right now, the Bible that I just mentioned was translated using the textual basis of some of the same documents. In regards to the Septuagint, in regards to the Vulgate, in regards to the Apocrypha, I mean, only thing I didn't say different was the Textus Repsis and the Masoretic text. That's the 2 things that was missing from the first. Besides that, they are the same. And especially, and that is only true in 1611. If I continue and I go to like the revision that happened in 1769 or all the other revisions that happened with the King James, then I'm going to be adding some of those other texts to this list. What I'm saying is scholarship. I'm not even trying to say that one is superior to the other. I was just saying give validity to that argument because.
But there's no validity to
see,
that.
I did not cut you off. I'm about to land. That's what I'm saying. That's why we need time. Because, like, you know what I mean? Because I don't want to
go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. You want to try to squeeze this square peg into a round hole, but go ahead, man.
And it's fitting. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that both of these texts, in regards to the American Bible joint that I was talking about and the KJV, they came from the same translation, textual basis for the translations. Let me say it that way. And I want to make sure that they hear Septuagint. I want to make sure they hear the Latin Vulgate. I want to make sure they hear the Apocrypha. I want to make sure they hear this. They can't say Dead Sea Scrolls because they weren't even found back in King James time. Okay? So we need to add context to this, and we're standing on facts. So both of these bodies were doing this. I don't know how you put King James Court superior to some people in 1970. The people in 1970 got a lot more knowledge than King James ever had. King James, they didn't have running water, lights. They're wiping their butt with their hand. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the furthering of just knowledge, and you get superior renditions of this book. King James is not the superior. You may have been, and I'm gonna use this word loosely. It could be taken as a shot. Should it be? I'm not sure. But you may have been indoctrinated by this particular version of the Bible, which you would have a bias saying, yo, the King James is better than the Septuagint, said no scholar on earth ever in life. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't even make sense. They use that to get this. So we just got to keep it 100. And the reason I'm bringing up the Septuagint is because before they revised in 1960 for the Jerusalem Bible, before they revised in 1980 some with the Catholic Bible, and before they revised in 2013 for the ESV, not the Gideon, didn't come out my mouth. Only reason y'all bringing it up is because I said hotels. Good shot, but it fell short. I'm talking about those bodies that changed it. Before any of those changes were made, they saw the same stuff in the Septuagint. And we know where that took place at. That took place in Egypt, during the Ptolemies, at a temple called Edfu, E-D-F-U. The temple still stands there today. He tells you who translated it. They translated it, and they put Amenhotep in it, and that is like 300 BC. It's before you get any of your biases that you have. The Septuagint stands on what I'm standing on. When I speak as Big KMT, it's really an issue because I got facts on facts on facts. And usually I be general, but when somebody give me pushback, bro, I bring out the big guns. And what I just dropped on you was a big gun. I'm telling you, Amenhotep is in the Septuagint, which was translated in Egypt. My G, what is we talking about right now? And they say they translated it from the Hebrew text that doesn't even exist anymore. We can't even cross-check because the text they use don't exist. It doesn't exist, not even fragmentary. Not even fragmentary. It doesn't exist. So the Septuagint is the furthest back we can go. And when we go there, guess what we see? We see the 18th dynasty, which is the reason you got Akhenaten and them on the front. And bruh, come on, hit an applause button. We got to get some sound effects because I think many people died.
Why did you say that they got? Why did you say they got it from the Hebrew Bible? Why did you just say they got it from the Hebrew text?
That's what the Ptolemies say. I'm speaking encyclopedic.
So hold on. So you just make this whole case about it coming from the Septuagint, and then you acknowledge the fact that it came from the Hebrew.
Yes, and I'm saying that the Hebrew was privy to Amenhotep, especially if you're going to put it on Solomon, which is like what 900 BC.
Glad I was able to get you back to the square, right? So
yeah,
you go ahead. You go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the reason my logic stands so tall is because the Bible says it too. If you're gonna tell, that's why I asked who wrote it. Now, if you was gonna say something else, I would have had to go somewhere else. But you agreed with Solomon. You was a little shameful, like, oh, well, tradition says Solomon. I feel like it's a little more knowledge in there that if I peel back some more layers, you may have to tell me it's somebody besides Solomon. But I'm dealing with you on that basis. I know people that go deeper than that, but I'm gonna let you live there. But if you live there, then you know that's 900 BC. And you know that the text that we've been describing right now is from like 1300 BC. The dude who wrote it was born in 1400 BC at the change in the millennia. So we know what's going on. I think, I don't know. I don't think we should like make too much of this. When you listen back to this, you're going to hear everything I'm saying and be like, man, Drew was right. I don't know why we spent that much time on this because I really wanted to get to the knocking the temples down that your boy was doing, that Moses and them was doing, like, and who they get that from, you know what I'm saying? And then I was going to ask you about his time period because I believe you had a different date for the Exodus and all that. And I also want to talk about, hey, people out there, check out Sigmund Freud. I know y'all know who Sigmund Freud is. Okay, I know you know about his books, how he revolutionized therapy. He had some wild stuff going on too. Some of the things he wrote about, but it's all there. Very transparent person, super Jewish, so Jewish that he ran from Germany during World War II and went to England and wrote. Okay, and the type of things that this Jewish brother was writing, guess who it stands next to? It stands next to Big KMT, bro. He said the exact same thing I'm saying. Sigmund Freud, he has a whole book called Moses and Monotheism. He talks about, he then there go Josephus with it, or Manetho, whichever one you want to say. And he got Moses being like a runaway priest that got some military background. You know what I'm saying? And he talks about how a lot of these commandments with Mayat, he gets into the Akhenaten stuff, and he also talks about describes some of their books being found. And during the time of this, him writing this, these findings are happening in real time. I'm talking about like a book written in like the 60s, the 50s, the 40s. He's writing when these great Egyptologists are actually finding these things and having big tours and writing novels and books about it. You know what I'm saying? He's alive during that period, and he has a book about the findings they're having, and he uses his great Western mind, and he writes a book about it, bro. So I think y'all should check that out. If you just Google it, you can find some good quotes. But his argument is equivalent, if not even, he goes further than me, because I don't use the word stole or nothing like that, because that's just simple to me. But he goes further than me. And you can see that what I'm saying has great validity. Not only has 3 different bodies during 3 different time periods conceded to it, but we even got PhDs, like the father of, I don't even know what you call that. What's the therapy? Psychoanalyzing people? I don't know the actual term. It leaves me right now, of the medicine or the practice that he kind of grandfathered. But I think it's worth a read, and it'll help you on your way. You know what I mean? Have you heard of that book, Yara?
What Sigmund Freud wrote?
Yeah.
I've written papers in my psychology class on Sigmund Freud, and what I've come to find out with Sigmund Freud or whatever else, and he was just an eccentric quack.
Oh God.
It's really what he was. He's the one that termed the form. I mean, he was, listen, man, he was diagnosing women with hysteria and telling them that the cure for them was that they needed to have more sexual intercourse, right? So, like, we know Sigmund Freud was a quack. I think that the most thing that people attribute to Sigmund Freud today is, having people lay down on the couch and tell you your pride, and pretty much do it that way. But no psychologist today, listen to me, brother.
Crazy characterization.
No psychologist today builds any of their work on Sigmund Freud. Not one. Not one. Not a single one. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm just gonna say, and I keep saying the same thing, but it's kind of, I'm just laughing. That's why I said the logic has to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I keep going back to dates. Dates are important. This is why I brought up the instructions of Shura Pack earlier. I think the brother dropped off when I brought it up. The structures of Shura Pack is 2600 BC, 2625. Maximum Ptah like 23.
Who?
Then you get instructions of Shura Pack. Then you got the maximum Ptah. Then you got the maxims of Caligula. I always mess that dude's name up, which is like 1900 BC in Egypt. Then you got a Amenemhotep. You got another Mesopotamian dude that does wisdom literature. You got the Solomonic literature. When you study all of them, they all have a common thing. You know what I mean? But if you want to talk, since we want to talk borrowing, you know what I'm saying, in first, so according to your logic, then you would have to say that Egypt got wisdom literature from Shurpa. It was the first.
I think I question your dates on that greatly. I would love for y'all to take
I already put one from University of Chicago in the back chat. 2600 BC.
I would like him to bring it to the stage so we can all look.
Yeah, he can bring it to the stage. I put it. It's from the University of Chicago.
Okay. Well, I want to see that it's from 2600 BC. That's what I want to see. That's
the consensus date on it. 2600.
No, because you said that earlier about Zoroastrian. I let that live, but they don't even know when dude was born. A lot of people say he was born in 500 BC, and if that's the case, his name should be brought up when we speak on Big KMT. When we talk about Big KMT,
the reality of the situation, the reality of the situation is everything I use is EDU. So you can
No,
tell me what you think,
no, I'm not
but
telling
I'm
you what I think.
everything,
I'm talking about the
the
verse
consensus,
of the
the consensus of Zoroastrianism is that it's roughly 2000 BC. That's the
bro.
consensus.
Okay, okay. What you're saying is a practice. I'm talking about. Let's look up the name of the guy that started it, and let's see when he was
I
born.
mean, I don't care about
And
that. I'm talking about when did the religion start?
it wasn't. It was just like some scattered stuff. It was nothing to be compared to the big KMT. We give it to you. We got like 100 of
The
these
big
stories for each god.
the big KMT. We're talking about when we're talking about what they call what we call about monotheism. It predates what you
Fam,
talking about.
okay. You said that's one of the first words you said, and I thought that I shot that down and you wouldn't pull that out no
I
more.
mean, yeah, I mean, you can't shoot that down.
They have
You
a
can't shoot that down.
pantheon. They have a
No, they
pantheon.
don't have a pantheon. They have first of all, they have a dualistic cosmology. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, that means more than one. You know what dual means, so stop saying mono. You can't use the word mono.
Dual is just talking about we say the Bible is, hold on, this is how I know you don't know what you're talking about. We say the Bible is what? We say Christianity in the Old Testament is what?
Oh, two
We call
books.
it a monotheistic. We call it a monotheistic religion, but it has a devil and a goddamn God.
No, that's not what we're saying. Okay,
So
let's.
no, stop.
I'm about to name their names, and then
You just you I already know who reminds us as the god of the deity. Then up under him, the god of the underworld. They have a god of the underworld. I can't pronounce his name. Those is a crazy ass Persian name. Well, I already know about those two.
It's more than two, my G. It's girls too. They got goddesses. I mean, I'm not gonna let you. You can't get on the
talking about the
stage.
heavenly. You're talking about the council. Those are not God, brother.
Bro, they're not humans. Those are gods.
They're not classified as God. Mithra and all them are not classified as gods, brother.
Bro, they built temples to praise Mithra.
I understand that. I understand, but he's not considered a god. He's not considered a god.
Okay,
He's considered a part of. He's considered. I don't know how to pronounce it, brother, but he's considered like a count. He's considered a judge, bro.
Okay,
He's one of the judges of the underworld, bro. So that's what I'm saying. You don't know nothing about the stuff. If you saw them a god, you don't know about the stuff. It doesn't even put to listen to you.
That's okay. Well, that's a wild take.
I'm just keeping it real with you. I know you ain't studied.
Well, I mean, I can.
That's why I posted the stuff in the back. That's why I posted the stuff in the back, bro.
Well, I'm glad you put it in the back because if you put
it's on the screen right now.
Okay, I'm glad he put it in the back.
It's on the screen right now.
Okay, but let me finish saying what I'm saying because he said a lot right there. He left with some ad hominems, but he throwing rocks at the sun. Like none of that stuff lands. So when we're talking about the Zoroastrian gods, it is more than just good and evil. You know what I'm saying? Those are the two supremes. So we already got two supremes, and they're equal. And they've been said to be, we just look into it. They've been said where their origins may have been from. And this is all oral for like thousands of years. This is not, they shouldn't even be compared to the niggas that was really out here putting it down and writing and building 60-foot, 720-ton joints. Don't bring these little dudes up. Let's go through they guys. You got Ayora Mazda, you got Anata, you got Mithra, Homna, Apasha, Akhenaten, Amaret, Atar, Zorvan, Amarti. Now we can actually get into the stories of each one of these. But for this brother to step on this stage called the No Friend Zone and say Mithra is not a god, you know who y'all talking to. You know that he is coming from a biased point of view trying to protect something. He gonna bring up something that he know ain't monotheism and say it is just so he can have somebody to stand next to the big KMT. Do you understand what I'm telling y'all? So let's really talk
what
about
is your
this.
pull up your source, brother?
We got a time on
pull
there.
Up your source. You actually was cutting me off. Actually, you was cutting me off.
I'm about to finish, my G. Here we go. Now, what we're talking about right now is that the Zoroastrian religion, if you start off by using the word dual, you have been disqualified to use the word mono. Please don't bring it up. And if you're going to compare it to the Akhenaten, the first one knocking down temples and shutting off priesthoods and starving boys and moving the capital, don't bring this oral history up when we talking about big KMT. The dude you talking about that started that religion, they're saying they think he was born around 500 BC. He should not be spoken amongst the guys, my G, like straight up. That's what I'm saying. And it's a dual cosmology. Then why are you using the word mono? You know what I mean? You can say you shouldn't listen, and it proves that you probably haven't been listening, and that's why you're making these terrible arguments. I would say more listening. I would say if you listened, you wouldn't use the word mono and dual in the same sentence. I bet you wouldn't do that if you actually listened.
Actually,
So let's
brother,
stand on facts, bro.
Again,
And that's a
brother,
dumb
you're
hill
not
to
standing
die
on
on.
facts because
That's a dumb
the
hill to die
reality,
on. I shot you
the
earlier with that.
the sad part about it is I asked you a simple question that you couldn't answer. What is the Bible based upon? A ruler of the rulers of the heaven and the earth, and a ruler of the underworld. That's so by your logic, that's a dualistic cosmology, you idiot. The same thing that you see in the goddamn thing. It's not the same thing as Akhenaten.
Okay. So
Come
we're
on,
gonna say
bro.
I didn't say
Come on,
okay.
bro. Stop. Just stop, bro.
Now, so the devil's
This
equivalent to
is
Yah.
so
You got the
what you
devil
say?
being equivalent to Yah. That's what we're saying right now.
That's why you talk about a cosmology.
Are
That's
you
why I asked you,
saying
do you
that?
know
I
what
want you on the
cosmology
record.
means?
I want the
That's
Asiatic
why I
brother
asked
to
you.
get on the record
That's why
and say that
that's
they're
why I asked you
equivalent.
a simple question. But I'm not answering your question because you ain't answered none of my questions.
Fam, I answered your question.
You haven't answered none of my questions. I asked you, what is cosmology? You ain't answered it.
What is cosmology?
Go look
Cosmology
it
would
up.
be I got a drill in my hand. You hear that? I'm a working man. I'm killing you as I'm taking down these blinds in this apartment. Think about that. Think about what's in front of a laptop.
Okay, you know, again, brother, again, you don't know what it means. That's my point. You don't really know what it means. I asked you to give me the textbook
I know.
definition.
I mean, it's about the cosmos. It's about like a mythological story taking place in the sky. Okay, and I'm standing on a
Okay,
4-foot ladder with a
okay,
drill in my hand.
all right. I would say you kind of understand. That's just the cosmology,
My
brother.
name is the student. I
That's
wish you
not
knew.
that has nothing to do with what. So what I'm trying to explain to you is, brother, that's just a cosmology, bro. But the actuality of it, you have those two deities. That's it. The other ones are called judges, brother. When you actually study the religion, those are the people that you deal with when you have to be judged. That's the reason why people went to Mithra instead of worshiping went to his temples, because he was the judge, brother, to make sure that you got to your reward in heaven, quote, so to speak.
And who does that
That's the
sound
reason why
like?
they had temples. That's why they had temples in Mithra. That's why I said you don't understand the religion.
I
You
do.
don't
I
understand it.
told you.
You actually don't understand the religion. I'm talking about actually understanding, not just be able to quote who the gods are,
No,
understand the religion.
okay, I'm saying not only can I quote the gods, I can tell you the time periods they was worshipped as gods. I'm telling you that I can show you the
But
temples
I'm
they
but
were
I'm but
worshipped
I'm but I'm
in. I
explain
can let me
but I
finish.
can
Let me finish. I let you
but
cook.
I
We're
can
not
tell
doing
you
fam, you can't
but
spit over my
I
bars.
can tell
This is a
but
broadcast, fam.
I'm trying to
I'm
explain to you.
saying
But I'm
this a
trying to
whole
explain to
you just
you
explained
they
something
were
and now
not
it's my
worshipped.
turn
They
to
were not
respond.
worshipped. Go ahead,
Bro,
bro. Go ahead,
thank
bro.
you. Because I'm like, fam, that's one of my pet peeves is when I actually listen to somebody and then I
Mm-hmm.
start to respond and they immediately talk. Because I'm like, fam, I respected you and
But
let you
brother, you've
got
been
all
doing that
that
too, though,
out.
brother.
No,
But you've been
I'll
doing it
listen.
too.
I wait for you to break, and then if you continue, I fall back because I understand. I want people
Mm-hmm.
to have a good listening entertainment with this. I don't want them to hear me yelling over people. I don't want them to. They ain't gonna hear nothing I'm saying, and I'm dropping bombs and facts. I want them to be able to Google this later. You know what I'm saying? I don't need them like
Mm-hmm.
us yelling over each other. So that's what I'm saying. No. Let's start from the top. If we're gonna get to Mithra, I can take you to Plutarch and all type of stuff, all type of ancient historians. I think it's Aristotle. We can talk about Aristotle. I got like 2 or 3 ancient people that I can tell you about who looked at Mithra as a god. Now you can say, now I don't interpret him as a god. I look at him as some type of demigod under this person. That's fine if you feel that way. You should just say, hey, I personally believe. I told you what I personally believed earlier. And I said I couldn't say it with my chest because it wasn't a fact. It's just Drew's belief. But when we talk about real stuff, man, your beliefs don't belong here. Mithra was worshipped as a god and had temples. I can tell you what they sacrificed. I can tell you the name of his festivals, all of that. And that's just one of them. I can do that same exercise for at least 3 people off that list that I just named. The reason I'm highlighting this is because I'm saying, please don't use the word mono. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about Akhenaten, who actually had the word gods. When you make the word God plural, he had that word scraped off the walls. He had people climbing 120-foot obelisk to scrape off the name of Amen, the name of the hidden one, the big God. He knocked down temples and starved priests. He is not to be compared to this oral tradition that you talking about. We talking about a real life person. And when you talk about Mithra, I'm telling you about real life people that worship Mithra. But I'm just saying they don't belong in the same conversation. I think it shows that you have knowledge in that area, and I'm entertained and I enjoy that. But bro, don't put it next to Akhenaten. They ain't none the same. Who did Zorar go to war with? The shut down. Who did he shut down? Who temple did he stop? Who name did he scrape off the walls forever? Who, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't belong there. And it's a false equivalency that I feel like people bring up just to try to knock down Afrocentrists. I don't even know your goal. Like, what is this to say? Before you think you before Moses, but before y'all, there was some people in Iran. Like, what is you even saying? I told you when Buddy was born, that's just not true. And don't bring your oral traditions when I got a temple standing right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear what y'all talk about around y'all creek. We building empires. You know what I'm saying? And the empire stands for this, and it's still here today. I don't want to see y'all rubble. I mean, show me. I mean, bro, it's not even comparable, and it's kind of frustrating. And I feel like we shouldn't even spend too much time on it, because just by using the word dual, you're disqualified by saying mono. And you're talking about an oral tradition, and I'm talking about a real live man who you can find in cave KV22 with his wife. You know what I mean? And then you can go down to KV27 and see his son and his wife and his kids. You know what I mean? You talking about, I don't even know what you're talking about. The people you're talking about, we don't even know if they lived. Look up is Zorar, is he a historical figure? You know what I'm saying? Look that up. Talk about his birth date. Once you can't find it, once the birth date is between a 1,500 year period, like, bro, who is you talking about? We're talking about real people. You know what I mean? And that's the story that we're talking about today. This impact is real. This is a real man that had an impact on a real world. This is not some oral tradition told by the Creek in Iran. Like, what is we even talking about? It shouldn't even be Googled. You should be Googling up Luxor. You should be Googling Amarna, where he moved the capital to, and look at the detailed work that he put into it. And he did this all in a 17-year reign. We're talking about black greats. We're not talking about Iranian Creek stories, bro. Like straight up. I respect the Hebrew, but Zorar don't get no rock in this ride. You know what I mean? And y'all skipped all over. I hope y'all can even hear me, because y'all ain't said nothing in a second, but that's cool. And hopefully we don't just skim past Sigmund Freud. We can bring up all the crazy stuff. He did so much that we can pick out, but he also did some great stuff. And I'm not even here to represent his work when it comes to psychology or therapy. I'm talking about this book that was peer-reviewed and written by a Jew, somebody so Jewish he was running from the Holocaust. I feel like it weighs something. We got to put it on the table with the American Bible. We got to put it on the table with the Jewish Bible was talking about. We got to put it on the table with the ESV. We got to put it on the table. We got to put it on the table with the Septuagint. We got to put it on the table. And then we got to turn around and look at the table and be like, damn, that is a mountain of evidence that is giving me validity. And what does it mean? You know what I mean? Then you got to talk about Solomon. Logic stands tall, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you see it. You know what I mean? But if you got a response, I would love to hear it.
I mean, you just did a whole bunch of talking and say nothing.
I wouldn't. I mean, when you play it back, you're gonna be like, damn, he was spitting.
The reality of it is, it said, I just posted something. It said, Mithra is the judicial.
Did his mic go out?
It might have.
I didn't hang up on you, bro. I was listening. I'm not in
I'll
control
give
of the boards. I think he fell off, but he was
I
just
give
about
some
to try
time
to say
to come
something.
back in. You might.
I know he's trying to say the
Yeah, I
position
give
of the
some
guy.
time.
So that's like me
That's
saying,
it.
he
No,
back?
can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
He fell off. There you go, bro. You back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
hear you.
It says Mithra is he's the judge of
Damn, did it happen again?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear
you're
you.
going in and out.
Yeah, no, I said Mithra is a judge, judge over the waters, the cattle, and the harvest, and he was the Lord of contracts. You know what I'm saying? So when you bring it up Mithra again, you got to understand that they had a council, a council of judges. You see what I'm saying? Mithra was not a god. Yes, did other people worship him? Yes, but he was never supposed to be classified as a deity. You know what I'm saying? In the pantheon. That's why I said you got to study the actual religion, not read what other people say that they worshiped him. I'm talking about you got to read the pantheon and understand the actual cosmology, the actual religion itself. Not what somebody said that they did. Yes, people did work. Ended up worshiping Mithra. They did. And the Greeks ended up worshiping a whole bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of deities that never was supposed to be worshipped in the actual religion. They did a lot of stuff. But that don't make that was the actual cosmology how it was supposed to be. Mithra is like what we can to an Orisha. You know what I'm saying? They
Okay.
were the judges. You see what
All
I'm
right. Well,
saying?
well, you know,
They were
Mayat.
never supposed to be.
You
Huh?
know, Mayat was in charge of justice.
She was.
Help you get into the underworld. Anubis
hmm
was there to decipher. And the crazy thing about it, they're all seen as gods. It's one of the reasons we call Kemet.
But again,
I'll let you
but that's
rock,
the
but we
Kemet
got to show
religion. But
just a
brother, I
little
didn't get
bit
it.
of
I didn't.
history.
You interjected. I just allowed you to interject, brother. But
I'm
because
waiting
I
for you to
don't be finished.
pause. I'll fall back. I always wait for you to pause.
So you're supposed to pause when you talk. That's why you put periods and sentences. It's just a run on. But anyway,
Pregnant
but
pause.
but what I'm saying to you is yes, that's Kemet. Like that's what I'm saying. You can't superimpose Kemet uh, cosmology and religious practices on other cultures. Like I said, that's why I'm trying to use the Orisha. Since you're going to talk Africa, you know what I'm saying? Oluda Madre is the god. The Orishas are not gods. They're Orishas. You know what I'm saying? The Orishas is just the council.
Correct.
They're not deities. They're not God. I mean, they're divine, but they're not God. You see what I'm saying? Again, and so if you understand how that works, then you would grasp what I'm saying. But you keep trying to superimpose Kemet on everything. See, we got Ma'at, and Ma'at is a god. Okay, that's Kemet. But Shango is not a god.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying I receive what you're saying. I don't think it trumps real world
Yeah, I'm able.
worship of Mithra. It doesn't trump world worship of Mithra. But I understand what you're saying. It also doesn't trump the historians talking about the sects that ran after them. The only reason I even got into Mithra during my studies, it was early when it came to Jesus, when we started to see a lot of the cult systems popping up. That was one of the ones that popped up. You know what I mean? So I when I speak on Mithra, I have like extensive research that's been done on it. I have so much research on that topic that I can separate good sources from bad sources. Like I wouldn't even bring up books of the 20th century. I would like stick with Aristotle and Plutarch. Herodotus kind of touched on it a little bit. I would even go into some of the Romans that wrote during that time period, like Taxis and maybe even you know what I mean. I would go there with it. So I understand what you're saying. I think we're saying two different things. You're saying, hey, in his actual holy book, he's an under god. He is not equivalent to the two gods above him, which we're way out of mono land already. So you're saying he's not as big as the two other gods. I understand that fully. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that that brother was worshipped in real life as a god, and his temple still stand today. And with him being in that pantheon, which is a lot of gods at one thing, it shouldn't be mono. But I receive what you're saying, but I don't, you know what I mean? It don't change, I think, what we're talking about. Because one is an understanding of some text, the other one is a real live person that lived and closed down temples and said that there's only one God, gave us great literature that somehow ended up in the Bible. So that's what I'm saying.
But again, that's why I brought up the logic, brother.
Well,
But
it's
I
not just
said
me,
flat
it's
out.
books about
But
Akhenaten and
listen,
Moses. There's like
okay, I get all that, brother.
this. I know,
But
but
what I'm
don't act
trying to
like it's a
explain to you
quack.
is if you keep using this, what comes first, logic? And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I even said this, but I think you dropped off. The instructions of Shurapot before in the oldest wisdom literature we have. LDR has on the screen is from University of Chicago, 2600 BC. So by your logic, will you deduce, since it is older than the Maxims, older than the Menomote, you know what I'm saying? Older than any wisdom literature you find in Egypt. So are you willing to say that Egypt got their wisdom literature and they just all share common affinity, all of them? Something
It
about
may.
how to
Can you?
treat your son, how to treat your daughter, don't rape other people's daughter, don't do this, don't do it. Share all share the similar things. So are you willing to concede that they got everything from Shurapot?
No. Let's do two separate things. One, give me the spelling, sir. I can't really see that on my phone. How you spell that?
SH. Hold on.
It's
It's in the back check.
SH. Yes, SHURU. P as in Paul. P as in Paul. AK. So that's SHURU. PPAK.
Okay. So let's see what we're talking about. Now you're saying that this is a ancient story of wisdom, and because we put it in the wisdom category, you're saying that Egypt may have taken from it. Is there any passages, kind of like we were looking at with Proverbs, that we could lay side by side and maybe dissect and see if we see differences? Or are you saying that this is just something that was written? I want to make sure I understand your argument.
What I'm saying to you is, when you read it, it says the same thing that you will see. That's why I said you got to understand what wisdom literature is. It says the same thing, instructions to his son, just like Maxims of Ptolemy, instructions to his son. That way he's telling motherfuckers, telling them how to act, how to carry yourself, what not to do. Don't rape women, don't do this, don't do that. Treat people this way, treat people that way. Wisdom literature. It's like I said earlier, they should all share a common theme.
Mhm.
And since this
I
is the
guess what I'm
oldest,
asking is there, did they say
Like,
something similar we can examine, or you just
yeah,
saying it's
like
wisdom, period?
yeah, like on the screen, it gives some examples, right? It says, and I'll just read it, right? Let me show you the fragmentary here for people that read the instructions of Shurapot that D-Red is bringing out. And I'll just read it. It says, this fragmentary tablet written in Sumerian preserves part of a very early version of the collection of proverbs known as the instructions of Shurapot. The earliest copies of this text represent some of the oldest literature known to us from about 2600 BCE. In this text, Shurapot is represented as the son of Ubar Tutu and the father of the Sumerian flood hero Sizurdra. The inscription reads in part as follows: do not buy an ass which brays too much. Do not commit rape upon a man's daughter. The courtyard will learn of it. Do not answer back against your father. So, I mean, we see that what he's saying here and what's being written here, and it goes on and on. That's not all. That's just a brief synopsis of what's written in this wisdom text of Shurapot. Is that he talks about how to consider, when you're buying an ass. Why is that important? Because that was important to their livelihood. That's also talked about in the Bible very often, right? On the importance of an ass or mule. In that culture, that ancient Near Eastern culture.
Okay. So what his
And
argument is
then
saying?
also it talks about do not commit rape.
Okay. So he's
Right.
saying
And then
because
also the last one, honor thy mother and thy fathers in the Bible. Here it says, do not answer back against your father.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his question. He's saying that influence Amenhotep.
Yeah, based on your logic, based on your argument across
Yeah, I
the
mean,
board,
yeah,
then
I
you
would say
must have, if you're
yes.
going back, this is a much older text than the one of Amenhotep, at least by 1,000 years,
Yeah, well,
at least
first
by
off, it's
1,600 years.
Okay, well, I'll let you read that. Let me respond because I want to make sure that I'm very clear. In regards to it being an instructional behavior type written thing, I would say yes. I would say yes, even though they're removed by millennia. I would say yes. I would say our early interactions with Sumer was like it was before the Hyksos, so we was already interacting with them, and with that we had trade. We can see, I mean, when you look at their a lot of their what's the words I want to say? When you look at a lot of their iconography, I can't even say that word. We look at a lot of their symbolism. There we go. You look at a lot of their symbolism.
Iconography.
Yeah, I can't say that word, and I'm not sitting by my phone to read it. I'm trying to read it in my head. If you look at that, you're going to see similarities between Egypt and what they say and what they stand on, as far as like the winged lions, a lot of different things, the cherubim. You're going to start to see those type things. So I would say yes. Now, I wouldn't say he like directly, because we don't see a passage that looks just like the other one. Now, when he said the thing about no fornication, respect your parents and stuff like that, I wouldn't give that to Amenhotep of the 18th dynasty. I would give that to Mayat of pre-dynastic times. So if we're gonna go there, because he sounded like he had some Mayat bars. Now, if they got Mayat bars, you know how far Mayat go back. Mayat is on the Stella of your boy that combined the two lands. You can see her in Nubia. So is this
I
tablet
mean,
that is on the
what
screen?
instructions from Mayat? What written
Well,
instructions
you
of
said the
Mayat?
one
What's the
about killing
oldest written
people.
instructions?
You were
What's
saying
the
the ones
oldest written
about
instructions?
the old dynasty, old kingdom. It's not a Nupe. I can give you that answer real
Which
quick.
dates to what? Yeah, the
We about to pull
oldest
it back.
written.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that some of his instructions seem to be coming from Mayat as well, and Mayat predates this. If we're going to continue this line that we are
So
both enjoying.
you're gonna show us a written document or written instructions of Mayat older than
No, I wouldn't call it a
You
2600
don't
written
got one.
BCE?
instructions.
The oldest thing about Ma'at is the Papyrus of Annie. Then you can go to the Pyramid of Unis, but it just mentions the goddess Ma'at. It don't got no laws in it, so he can stop that.
Well, no, I actually got the sarcophagus of Old Kingdom. I got sarcophagi with negative confessions on it, which like erases
Pull it up.
everything you just said.
Pull
I
it up.
will,
Pull it
but
up.
I'm doing the first thing first. He asked me about the other list of instructions, and
No,
we're going to
that's what
get
I
to
was
that.
referring to. What's the oldest one?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
that's
asking.
that's what I'm bringing up right now. I'm about to pull it up. We're gonna go through these one by one because I want the people, you know what I mean, to know what it is. Hold on. Because when they were making some arguments early, they were trying to say that like it may have been after Moses or something like that, and they was like, well, it's a continuation of the other instructions of the old kingdom, and they just kept going back. And I ran into a actual list that I found, would be pertinent for right now. So give me one moment. I'm bringing this together for you. Um,
Because as of right now, the oldest legal code on the books is the Code of Urkagina. You know what I'm saying?
well,
So
I got
you gonna have to.
I got the instructions of Ka Gemini, and that goes
That's
back
19.
to
That's 1900. That's 19. That's
no,
1900. That's 1900.
that's
The
2600. That's
the Code of
2600.
Urkagina is 19 like 1946 BC.
It's not. I
Stop it,
disagree.
bro.
I can go with the dating. We can go with the dating. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about the reign of the Middle Kingdom, but the actual text itself goes back to Sneferu of the fourth dynasty, which is 2600 already, and that's still not the oldest one. Give me a second. It was one older than that.
The
You know I
oldest
love
one is
these type.
the oldest with the literature y'all got is the maximum Upper Hotel, bro. You can go ahead and start. That's 2300 BC.
Nah,
That's the oldest. That's the oldest written thing in Kemet.
nah, nah. You got the You got. Are you saying we got maybe the oldest instruction? But I got stellas and stuff that predate that.
Well, yeah, you got. Of course, you got proto hieroglyph. You got writing before that, But I'm talking about as far as wisdom literature and writing, that's the oldest one you got.
Nah,
And if you want to talk about, if you want to talk about actual Ma'atic laws, you got the Papyrus of Ani. And again, the Pyramid of Unas is the first, the oldest mentioning of the goddess Ma'at, but that's just in cosmology. That's not in actual law form, her writing laws or being over laws. That she evolved into being the lawgiver. She wasn't initially that, so she evolved into that.
Okay, well
Right.
let's do first things first. The list that I just gave you was from 2600 BC, so I need that on the record. And that's the earliest one I can find right now. It's an old kingdom one, but I don't know what to type in, and I kept hitting back, but it didn't. That's where it stopped at. Was the instruction of, and you can spell it. It's Kagemni. It looks like Gemini. And it goes back to the 4th dynasty. So that's important. Now, what was the second thing you said, bro? Oh, Mayat. You said Mayat. You know, Yara said that. That must be something popular going around. Let's go ahead and put that to bed so we don't see it no more. Because a lot of people think that only the scrolls, like these instructions that we're referring to of Mayat, is the only like actual written down verbiage of the actual negative confessions and people actually doing this. But it goes back to pre-Dianistic times, and we even have some old kingdom sarcophagi with it written on the outside. So I think we need to talk about that. But yeah, it goes back as far as the actual, let's see, the earliest surviving records, let's see, would be on that one stela that we're talking about. Let's see. It looks like Narmer. That'll be the aim. Let me date Narmer real quick. I don't want to speak inaccurately. All right, well, we got Narmer at 3200 BC.
The normal palette don't got no. It ain't got no maximum or nothing on it. It got the keeper.
No, I'm
It
talking
got the
about
keeper animals, the tamer animals palette and all that. Bro, don't go there, bro.
no. I mean, I think
You
that
know
we
what I'm saying?
can. I think these can be used. I think these can be
You
used.
used as what? We're talking about wisdom literature and or laws. We're not talking about just plain old writing.
Well, I'm talking about. Okay, well, I'm just talking about her name. I thought you said her name being mentioned. Which one am I
No,
looking for?
I'm talking about. We talking about law. We ain't talking about the mentioning of the goddess. I already gave you the fact that the pyramid of Unas. The pyramid of Unas is like 2800 BC. I give you that.
Look, this is
Her
before
name was
that.
mentioned, but she wasn't the lawgiver yet. She
So you're
evolved in
saying
that.
she'd be okay. I guess I need to understand your argument. You want me to find the? I think that's what me and him was talking about. You want me to find the oldest list of the 42 negative confessions? Is that
Yeah,
the task?
you have to see either that, or you're gonna have to show something. You're gonna have to show some wisdom literature and or laws that predate 2600 BC.
Well, I just okay. You saying laws? Because I just showed you Mayat. We know what her story is. If you see Mayat and Amen and Ra, I mean, I think you know the vibes. But I think we can do it the other way too. We can do the funeral text of Egypt. Let's go into that. And that goes far back as the Old Kingdom. You know what I mean? Can you pull up any of that, Yara?
As
And I'm gonna
far
read this.
as
And I'm gonna
If
read
we
this
would,
right quick.
hold
It
on,
says the
hold on. You kind of, I don't want to be rude, but you straight cut me off.
no. I was trying to read something. I thought you actually trying to get y'all to pull something up, and I was just gonna
Yeah, so
read
I was
something
like, let
while he
me.
pulled it up.
Okay, well, I didn't even say what he's pulling up yet. I want him to pull up the actual funeral text of the Old Kingdom.
all right. Hold on.
I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. I think it might be Teti. If we look up Teddy, but I think he might be 6th century or 6th dynasty. Let me head to my phone. Look up Teddy. I think if we look in Teddy's actual tomb, we're gonna see like him. It's not Mayat saying it, it's him saying like, I have not killed, I have not sacrificed to other gods. It's gonna be, but it's written on this beautiful wall. It's in Sakura. Hope I'm saying that right. But it's Teddy. My only thing is, I don't, if this is Old Kingdom, I just want to make sure I'm keeping it within like the first 6 dynasties. Because once you get out of the first 6 dynasties, then I think he might have me when it comes to which is the oldest. But if I got it, if it's 4th, 5th dynasty, I think we got it, even on this argument. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna read something right quick. It said the oldest known source for the instructions of Kagami is the Preti Papyrus. This text dates to a much later 12th dynasty, Middle Kingdom of Egypt, perhaps the reign of Amenemhat II, from 1929 BC to 1895 BC, or a bit later in the 12th dynasty. It is written in the Middle Egyptian language and the archaic style of cursive hieratic. So, yeah, but
And what time is that put it? Because I think I just read
it
something that
said
said
19. It
if
said like 19. I give you 2000 BC. I give you that.
okay, but let me read this. Although although the earliest evidence of this compilation dates to the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which is you just said, its authorship has traditionally been attributed to Coggemini, a vizier who served during the reign of Pharaoh Sneferu. Sneferu reigned in 2613 BC to 2589 BC. He was the founder of the 4th dynasty. So yes, what you're talking about is where they found it, but they're saying he's quoting this vizier. You know what I'm saying? Of Sneferu. This is what they're saying. And so when I brought up that's why I'm saying if we're doing 4th dynasty, I believe I can find Mayat in the 4th dynasty on an actual sarcophagus. And it's going to say, the buddy saying I didn't fornicate, he's saying the negative confessions. He's saying it in a personal way, like he didn't do it. He's not quoting Mayat or writing the Bible. He got his name and saying what he didn't do. And I believe I can find that in the 4th dynasty. I was asking him to pull that up, but I think the people that's going to listen
This the
back to
problem.
this.
This the
Okay,
problem with what you're saying, brother.
go
You know what I'm
ahead.
saying? I know. I already know what you're gonna find because I've had these arguments. I used to argue with Uncle about this when he was before YouTube, bro. So that's what I'm saying. I already know the arguments.
But
The
you,
problem is the
if
problem.
you knew this argument, you would have brought up Sneferu.
I've been setting you up the whole time because I already know what you're gonna find. You only gonna find confessions. You're not gonna find no legal code. Listen to what I said. That's why I said you got listening as an art. I said legal code or wisdom literature.
Okay, that's 2 separate things. And I thought you listened to our last show. I thought you was on the show. You went on the show when we went over this.
I went on the show.
We actually went over this and we found out that there was like the mythological Mayat, and then there was also the courtroom of
I know.
Mayat, where Mayat was practiced. Now we got the courts to go far back. I'm trying to remember that conversation, but the myth came before the courts. So if you're
I
saying
know.
that,
That's what I
if you're
just said. She
saying
evolved into
if
that.
you're
I just
saying
said it.
that, then fine. But yes, I can concede to that. That's not a big concession. Yes, the myth came before they applied it in real life. Like, how is that a newsflash? Of course, the myth came first because they're applying a myth. They're applying the justice code in real life. You got to come to court tomorrow and say that you didn't do this, and they had penalties, sometimes death, for the laws that you broke. So yes, the myth came before courts. That's not a headline. You took us a scenic route to make a very simple point. When you talking about this other thing, though, you got to represent for Sneferu. If you're gonna bring up the Kai Gemini joint, you need to talk about Sneferu because that came from his visor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
but
to the point
because
that it carries his visor's name. That's what I'm saying, that y'all kind of be in discontinuous, whatever that word is. Y'all be trying to mislead people. The name of the instructions itself comes from somebody from the 4th dynasty. Why do you think that is? Like straight up, why would you come here with some 12th dynasty stuff if the name of the instructions is somebody that lived in the 4th dynasty? Are you trying to mislead? You know this is the wrong show for that, bro. We hold your feet to the fire. Like,
brother,
That's a fourth dynasty brother's name, man. And that
Okay.
comes from people that don't really know Egypt. If people that don't know Egypt, they wiki stuff. Like when I talk about Egypt, I quote Herodotus, I quote August of Hippo,
Herodotus is actually not even a good source to quote, because Herodotus said that Egyptians were having sex with goats in the market. So you
can find
agree that
you can find a wild bunch. I know you ain't talking about doing it to goats, because that's y'all the herders. Y'all made it
that don't got
famous.
nothing to do with it. I'm asking you a question. You said you stand by Herodotus.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you find some wild people in the civilization, that great job. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of studies that y'all do. I don't look for that type of stuff. If I read Herodotus, I probably would keep it moving and go to some stuff that I can repeat. But for you got a bias, so you see, hey, Egyptians did it to a goat, and now you got that burnt in your mind and gonna bring it up today. When we talking about the instructions of Kai Gemini, you see how that works? Nah. When I talk about the stuff I'm talking about, I come from the earliest sources ever. And I like these sources because it's before we get to racism. You know what I'm saying? Because when you really get into the Egypt studies, your beginning studies is going to be a lot of racist Frenchmen, a lot of racist German, a lot of racist Brits. These people is finding stuff in the 1920s when Jim Crow and all that was like real life. And we had just kicked the Ottoman Empire's ass. So everybody in Egypt was like strong men that we placed in charge. The America and the Brits, everybody who won that first war when they kicked the Ottoman Empire's ass, they had open resources to Egypt. That's why everything gets found during that time period. You got to understand what's going on in real life. Let's step out of myth for a second. You know when World War I happened, right? You know the dates of World War I? I want you to look at the dates of World War I, and I want you to compare that to the dates when all the great stuff was found, when Luxor was found, when King Tut, when Akhenaten, Amenhotep, when all this stuff was being found. Look at those dates. And that's going to tell you why you had the same people that formed the Allies in the World War I are the same people that are finding all the artifacts, some from Sumer, some from Babylon, some in Israel, some in Egypt. So when you start studying, you're going to see that it is very Western centric. That you have to get into it yourself, and you got to go before them and really get your studies. But they're going to lead you in the right way. But you got to go before them, and I think you'll see a lot of the things I'm saying, and you'll see why I'll give you the conservative side of the 4th century. Because if we really look at the fourth dynasty, I'm sorry. If we really look at the 4th dynasty, there's an argument about who started it, and I might be able to take it back further, a couple centuries. But that's a whole different topic. But yeah, just check that out. But I think you made a good find, bro. And if you want to ask me, did one influence the other? I would say if I'm a scribe, if I'm an Asiatic scribe in the 18th dynasty with the instructions of the words you said, whatever that word is, did that influence him? I would say most likely, yeah. I would say at least by word of mouth. You know what I mean? He's a scribe. He went to school for that. Just like how we go to school. And he would learn how to do his best job. He would learn about the greats that came before him. And he would move like that. So yeah. Now I wish you was that reasonable when we talk about Proverbs and we talk about Solomon and his wives and we talk about Solomon and his wisdom. Are we going to say that all that wisdom is from Judah? None of that wisdom can't be from a foreign place? That would be a question.
I mean, I don't think that's. I don't think that would be something that is to place the argument, but I think that oftentimes, then we're going to get into this this vizier you were talking about, kind of Gemini, right?
Yeah.
But see, this is what I wanted to bring. Like, so even still, when we're talking about back again, when we're talking about Amenhotep, so I just wanted to see how far, what side we take this on, and then I'll let D-Red or whatever you get back in it.
I thought
This
that
is
was
what I'm saying.
Asiatic. That was D-Red.
It's still ultimate. Yeah, it was
I
D-Red.
thought that was Asiatic. My
But this
bad,
is why I
bro.
said we always come back. It's D-Red. So this is why we are always come back to like understanding, like when we're reading these concepts, there's still no evidence of transmission, one being brought over to the other. And I think that is D-Red's general point, that what we're seeing is just common knowledge. This is common knowledge, something that's being shared or things that are just intrinsic to the human experience. It has nothing to do with one being taken from the other, as many people try to argue, because they see similarities, right? And so, and one of the things that I'm going to show is, and that's why I said earlier, especially in regards to the instructions of Anahope and these other wisdom texts, and versus how you compare them to the book of Proverbs, which is an Israelite wisdom text. The reason why it's important that we understand this clearly is because people often try to use it to discredit the validity of the wisdom text that we see in the scriptures. Oh, it was stolen, it was plagiarized,
But
it's
that's a
nothing
mistake.
new. We've been
I feel
doing
like that
this, and I
only
get it,
people like
but
Jabari, most do that. Real, like, and I'm not talking bad on Jabari. You know, I rock with him heavy, but only
True.
people in a debate league make that assertion, because, and that's only for entertainment value. Nobody says that. I mean, all the books I've read, they never use the word plagiarized or took. They'll say synchronized. But even that means the same thing. If you synchronize your watch to my watch, who changed? Did you change your watch, or did I change my watch? So
I think that's a bad analogy, because you're not the creator of time.
no, I'm talking about. Oh, you took it deep. No, I'm talking about like if we on an army mission and they like synchronize your watches so we can leave the building at the same time. When y'all change your watches, you're now on my time. You know what I'm saying? So it's scholarly ways to say it. The only reason Jabari and them say it that way is because they debating, and, and and I feel it's a flaw. I feel like it's bad scholarship. I've heard them say that none of these people are real, but then I can pull up their tombs. I can pull up letters from Hezekiah,
True.
the Herodotus. I can pull up a lot of
True.
these Persians.
True.
I can, you know what I'm saying? So, bro, they making bad arguments. I don't think you should put that on all people
No,
that rock with
I
Ken.
don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't.
I think it adds validity to the Bible.
But let me share my. Let me.
I think it adds validity to the
Yeah,
Bible because
absolutely, no doubt about that. We can agree
these
on
are
that.
real people.
But this
These
is
are real
what.
people, and you go
Yeah, they
ahead.
are. They're definitely real people. But this is what I want to say about the instructions of Minahope. Like I said, I still don't believe there's not many people in this community that I know have. Maybe D-Red possibly has. He would probably be the only one I can really think of, to be honest, and maybe Asar Imhotep, but I don't know how he really views it
Well,
fully to the degree. But
I got the PDF. I
in
got the PDF, so put me on that list.
well, yeah, your PDF is great but I think like most people, they read the PDFs in the story, but like I'm going to share my screen, and then then this is what we're going to do, right? And so this is from, and you'll see this same slide in the show, because I did this before, and showing the very contrast of the two, right? So here we have here again, Amenhotep versus Proverbs 23, right? And so there's this gentleman here, this German, right? And y'all gotta watch these Germans, because they've been doing this for years, for centuries, right? So it says Adolf Ehrman, that's just gentleman right here, right? He was the dean of all Egyptologists, who in 1924 published an extensive list of correspondence between the texts of Amenhotep and the biblical book of Proverbs. And from what we understand, he was the first person to do this, well before Budge picked it up. He was the first person to do this, Adolf Ehrman.
And he's
Right?
Jewish too, by the way.
In 1920, in 1924. Yeah, there's a lot of German Jews. There's a lot of German Jews. But here, let me come back. Okay. He was the dean of all Egyptology in 1924. He published an extensive list of correspondence between the text of Amenhotep and the biblical book of Proverbs, with the bulk of them concentrated in Proverbs chapters 20 through 17 to chapters 23 through 11. That is the entire span of verses in the wisdom text of Proverbs that's being argued about ever in this whole conversation. It is not 30 books or 30 chapters. It is none of that. It's only in this scope from Proverbs chapters 20 through 217 and 23 through 11. And then there's some discussion on 24, but it's really insignificant to the argument. So it's only in this spans that these arguments are being made, that they're even making these comparisons between Amenhotep and Proverbs 23. It says it was Erman who used Amenhotep to amend a difficult reading in the text of Proverbs 22 and 20. It says he used the document to amend Proverbs. Now watch this. This is what he does. He says, where the Hebrew word shilsham, which means 3 days ago, appeared to be a copyist error that could be meaningfully translated only with difficulty. Now, he's reading Proverbs 22 and 20 and says, this probably would make more sense if I change this understanding of this word. It would probably then line up with the text of Amenhotep. See, this isn't done until 1924. No one even makes this argument until Adolf Erman makes it in 1924, and it tells you he uses Amenhotep to change what he's reading in Proverbs. Without that, no one's even making this argument. This is the underplay for the overplay. They do this all the time. That's why I say we have to be very careful when we look at these translations and who's actually doing the translating and who's making these arguments. Now, it goes on to say, Erman also argued that this correspondence demonstrated that the Hebrew text had been influenced by the Egyptian instead of the other way around, since the Egyptian text of Amenhotep specifically enumerates 30 chapters, whereas the Hebrew text of Proverbs does not have such clear-cut divisions. He said it's not as clear as what Amenhotep said, so it must be the other way around. That came from his head. That came from this guy right here. No one ever thought that before 1924. All the thousands of the people that died and gone before him after all the centuries have passed, everybody else was just as dumb. Nobody was smart enough to recognize that. There was no other evidence of transmission. Solomon, if you attributed Proverbs to him, he didn't say this is what I got from from the Egyptians. The Egyptians never said Solomon stole this from us. None of that is in existence before we get to Adolf Erman in 1924, and he's looking at one and looking at the other and says, you know what, if I change this word right here, then it'll line up. That's how this thing goes. You understand what I'm saying? So watch what happens with it.
I think you're pretty good, but he wasn't first. Budge was first, but I want you to continue.
No, Budge was not first.
Well, you just
Budge
said
is not first because
Budge is 1922. Budge,
no, but
publication was 1922. He was first.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But Budge in his 1922 publication didn't make this assertion. Is what I'm telling you. Their assertions are different.
I mean, no. Okay, well, this is Budge's assertion. He says Egyptian influence on Israel and Judah was particularly strong in the reign of Hezekiah. He's talking about that period. he goes on to say, well, this is them talking about him. This is from the first part was from the actual quote. Now this is from Wiki. It says even in his first publication of excerpts of Akhenaten in 1922, Budge noted its obvious resemblance to the biblical wisdom books. He amplified.
Right, says resemblance.
Okay,
that's two different. All right, hold on, because you cut me off.
Okay,
I was talking. No, but you cut me off. I was talking. I got it. Listen, I'm telling you what you're. No, listen, Andrew. What I'm telling you is that what Budge said in 1922, this appears to be a wisdom text that reminds me of Menahope. That's all he's saying. He's not saying one took from the other. Budge never makes that statement. He never says that. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm saying it's not from Budge. That did not come from Budge. That came from this guy right here 2 years later saying that this was taken from this. And the reason why he was able to make this argument is because he changed what he saw or what he thought he needed to change. What Budge couldn't do was make the full connection. What he did was say, if I change this one word here, I can make the connection that these two documents actually one preceded the other, that the Egyptian text preceded the other for surety, because Budge was never able to make the assertion. He was never able to do it. This guy says, as I showed you in the previous here, he changed this word. As a matter of fact, I went too far. He changed this word right here, where the Hebrew word shalom in Proverbs 22 and 20 says 3 days ago appeared to be a copyist error. This is what he says. He says it don't make sense if you say 3 days ago, but if I say this, then it'll fit. That guy did that, not Budge. People often get this wrong. That's what I mean by really not getting down underneath what actually happened. Because people think Budge said this. Budge never made that statement. Now watch this next slide. Watch this. Ehrman pointed out, listen to what it is here. He pointed out that substituting, do you get that? That substituting the similar word shaloshim for 30 not only made good sense in context, but yielded the following close parallel between the two texts, which Budge wasn't able to do 2 years prior. This guy says if you change this word, if we swap these words out, then it will actually be more close parallel between the two texts, with the now restored 30 sayings in Proverbs 22 to 20 corresponding exactly to the 30 numbered chapters in Amenehope. He did that. And that's the argument that you guys have been trying to make and rest your arguments on from what this one guy did. Proverbs 22 and 20 says, I have not written for you 30 sayings of counsel and knowledge. And again, the reason that, and this goes back to your argument about the ESV. Here they are right there. Right? So in Amenehope chapter 30, line 539, it says, look to these 30 chapters. They inform, they educate. The text originally never said 30 sayings in the original text of Proverbs that they were using. That didn't come into play until this guy changed it to match what he read in Amenehope chapter 30, line 539.
Okay, good build. Can I jump in?
Now watch. Oh. Go ahead.
All right, just real quick. I just want to go. I think you're right about him being second. I think you're right about, and I think his work was more extensive on it because your boy was writing publications. He gave a full-throated response. You know what I'm saying? So we can look at that. But no, what I was saying is that your boy did cite that in 1922. It notes in 1922, Budge noted its obvious resemblance to the biblical wisdom books. He amplified these comments in his 1923 and 1924 publications, observing that religiously based morality of Amenehope closely resembled the precepts of the Hebrew Bible adducing specific parallels between the text found in Proverbs, Psalms, and Deuteronomy. Last time we talked, I told you that I keep my big guns under the bed. You know what I'm saying? So right now we fighting in the living room. The living room fight is Proverbs. Let's say you make it out the living room. Guess where I'm gonna take you to? I'm gonna take you to Psalms.
Where?
And when we make it out of Psalms, guess where we going? We're going to Deuteronomy because it happens in 3 separate books. Let me finish. I'm about to claim my plane. And not only did it happen in 3 different books, these books are subscribed to different writers in different times. You're going to need a complete new argument for Psalms. We're going to continue this Proverbs
No, I'm not,
fight.
bro. That's horrible. Stop. Let me stop you. Let me stop you. Let me stop you.
I'm about to finish.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you, bro. No, that's ridiculous.
Don't do that.
That's ridiculous.
You went far.
I'm gonna tell you why, bro.
And everything.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why that's ridiculous, bro. I'm gonna tell you why that's ridiculous. Because the argument about anything in the book of Deuteronomy is that it was never taken from any Egyptian sources. The argument for the book of Deuteronomy is that it closely resembles things come from the ancient Near East. It's Deuteronomy chapter 28 that is based on the Esdras treaties. That's ancient Near East. So you can't have ways. Either the book of Deuteronomy, either the book of Deuteronomy was based on the Esdras treaties, which come from the ancient Near Eastern culture, or did it come from the Egyptian culture, which is 2 separate cultures? Which one is it gonna be? You can't have it both ways. That's what I'm telling you, brother. All this stuff is commentary. None of it's proven. It's all commentary. It's all commentary.
Right.
And so this is what they always do, bro. Anything you have on an argument that anything from the book of Deuteronomy came from ancient Kemet is horrible. It's terrible. You got to throw that in the trash. That's an easy kill.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is I'm gonna help you out because right now we 3 hours in, so I don't want to do the Psalms and Deuteronomy on here because you see how we in the weeds right now. You breaking down the difference between 30 days or 3 days and 30 chapters. That's how far we in the weeds on Proverbs, and that's just Proverbs 23. We would have to do this exact same thing, this exact same practice for the others that exist in Proverbs.
I just did it for Deuteronomy. It's dead.
Well, no, you gave commentary. I didn't even tell you what part of Deuteronomy. I told you the big guns.
None of Deuteronomy is what I'm telling you. Okay, the book of Deuteronomy is attested by modern day scholars as being more in parallel with the ancient Near Eastern culture, especially by the time you get to Deuteronomy chapter 28, they'll tell you it's more closely related to the Esdras treaties. Nothing to do with ancient Kemet.
Fam, listen, hear me out.
So you got the same writer. So either they're taking listen, brother, either they're taking from ancient Near Eastern or they're taking from ancient Kemet. You can't have it both ways. That's what I'm telling you. You're gonna find a commentary that's gonna tell you the whole Bible was taken from ancient Egypt, but it's false.
The crazy part is everybody here, you saying that they don't hear me saying what part of Deuteronomy. I ain't said chapter or verse. I'm just letting you spit because you got a little bit on your heart. But that ain't even what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I just quoted you publications from 1922. I quoted you publications from 1923 and 24. So what I was going to do, read the publication from 1923, and I was going to tell you what it said. And what I was going to tell you is that he takes a deeper dive to the left than Ehrman. You did research on Ehrman. Good job. But you need to see this brother that was out before Ehrman and see where he took it. And then put that same concentration on the book.
Listen, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. The consensus of that argument that you're trying to make comes from Ehrman's work. It doesn't come from Budge at all. Like, I'm going to
read the publication. I'm going to read the publication.
You finna read me Budge's publication? Are you about to read me Budge's publication?
From 1923.
Can I tell you? I'm finna tell you again. And you can read it, but Budge doesn't carry the consensus on the argument. The consensus was built on the consensus of that argument that you're making was built on Ehrman's work, Adolf Ehrman, not Budge. So you reading Budge is not.
No, I hear what you're saying.
That's what I'm telling you.
And I've already told you the reason you're saying that is
I just showed you where he changed the wording. That's where this whole argument for 30 sayings and the 30 chapters come into play. That comes from Adolf Ehrman. like it doesn't matter after Budge, and that's what I was telling you before. That's who they roll with, based on the argument, because Budge can never make the connection.
Okay,
now go ahead and read it.
No. I want to read it because that's gonna put us in the woods. I don't want to do that. I want to stick on this. Let's look at the Hebrew word, the shilsham. Okay, you see it.
Go ahead, bro.
You see the word, right? And
yeah,
then you see
right here on the slide. Yep.
Now
right
we
here.
have rabbis.
It's on the screen. Everybody can see it.
We have rabbis that are spoken on this, and they talk about how this could have been an error because of the vowels and the missing vowels that they translated, and that's why they would look at one as an error. And they were saying it makes when they say it makes sense. They're saying now the statement makes sense. Before it was just it didn't really make sense to them, and that's why they changed it. If you want to put it on Ehrman, that's fine, but we got to talk
Where are you
about why
reading
they
that from?
changed it.
Where are you reading that from? What's your source on that?
What the spelling? All I said was the spelling and the vowels. That they spelt the same way.
Okay.
One has an O, the other one. It's on the screen.
Yeah, one has. So this is telling you. But as you go further in the study, that's why you see this. That's why you see it at the very top of the screen. It's now whether they're arguing whether the scribal error could have said excellent things or 30. See, this is what I'm saying. It's in the Hebrew. Right, here it is. The word shilsham literally means the day before yesterday, more loosely meaning formerly. However, it always elsewhere occurs as part of the phrase tamal shelsham, meaning yesterday, the day before, but the general sense of formerly. One could thus assume that this is simply a case where tamal has been omitted and translated, I have written to you previously. This is suggested by Brown's Digger. So if you put it, said, I have written to you previously these sayings of these things, it still makes sense in context. But when you got guys like Ehrman changing and substituting words as he said he did, then that's where you get controversy. You understand? So the word shalish is the plural of shalis, meaning an officer of some sort. This is not seen to fit the context. So we know it wasn't using shalishim. It don't fit the context. Now, as I keep telling you, watch this. The Septuagint is not helpful in clearing up the difficulty because it renders the word by tristos, meaning 3 times. You said, I could have said it 3 times. This seems to be roughly equivalent to the meaning of shilshim. This is also the reading reflected in the Syriac, Peshitta, and the Targum. They're saying I've told you this 3 times. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Like, this stuff was based on what he did in and that took his rendering when he substituted the word because he didn't like how it read. Adolf Ehrman made that, bro. Watch this. It said, now and then did the modern versions arrive at 30. How did they arrive at 30? They arrived at this view under the influence of the supposition that this section of Proverbs was derived from Menahope. None of the versions done prior to the discovery of Menahope suggest taking the consonantal shaloshim as shiloshim, but virtually all of the modern versions do so. They don't got no reason why they do it. Only to make it line up with the instructions of Menahope. Like
my bad.
This stuff, bro. Like this stuff, bro. It's like it's not even really worth making argument to a degree, bro, because it's already been broken down, and then you have to look at the writing style is completely different, right? So when I talked about that chiastic pattern of writing, when you write A, B, so you write ABC, or something in context, and then you do it in reverse. CBA. That's how this is written in Proverbs. It's not written like that in the instructions of Menahope. The Egyptians didn't that way.
No, I
They
got
just
you. I
didn't,
got
bro.
you. Now,
So all of
this
this stuff and substituting words, man, this is stuff these guys, bro, made
fam.
up. Fam.
I got you. Now this
They
is
made
what
it
I'm
up, bro.
saying. Hey, you are doing so good right now. This is how you fight. So all you Hebrews out there who I be beating up on, I want y'all to take the stance. I want y'all to take the stance that this brother just took, because that is a great, bro. That's a great stance. But this is the issue with the stance. This is the issue with the stance. You just did like a double backflip off the wall, pulled a knife out, and now guess what? We got to go to Proverbs 23, 4 and 5, because it continues to happen. You would have to do that.
Philip Baines, I see you, bro. Let me get that source for you. Go ahead. My bad. I just wanted to say that real quick. No, go ahead. I'm just gonna put something in the chat for him.
Okay, because we would have to keep going. One of the ones that, you know what I'm saying, this is Andrew the student. Always be a student, y'all. I want y'all to look at Proverbs 23, 4 through 5, where it talks about toil not to become rich and cease from dishonest gain. And an Ope be like, toil not after riches, if stolen goods are brought to thee. All right. Proverbs continues, for wealth maketh to itself wings like a eagle, and that fleeth heavenwards. Your boy says they have made themselves wings like geese and have flown to the heavens. This is Proverbs 23, 4 and 5. We're going to have to do the same exercise for Proverbs 23, 4 and 5. We got to do it for Proverbs 23, 9. We got to do it for Proverbs 23, 10. We got to do it for Proverbs 23, 12, because it is so replete. He wants to get stuck way up there with the 3-day joint. I told him that was the low-hanging fruit. I don't know if he know what that means. That means that's the first shit people go to fight against this. But they died there because they put so much concentration, they forget about Proverbs 22, 17 through 18. They forget about Proverbs 22, 22. It continuously happens throughout this whole passage in the 20s. From there 20 to 24, it's replete. So even if you had it once or twice, you're like, oh, that's a coincidence. But when we get into like a dozen, it becomes something else. So let's continue to look at 23, 4 and 5.
It's not a dozen. You saying it's 12?
No. Yeah, let's see. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9. I have 9 right here that I'm ready to kick. And that's just in this book. I haven't even got the songs of the other.
Now watch this. Out of that 9, how many of them repeat the same thing?
I think 23, 4 and 5 is I took out your boy. I don't think it Mighty. It might have been Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew tried to challenge the student, you know what I'm saying? And I had to stand up from my desk and I hit him with 23, 4 and 5. The toil not to become rich and cease from dishonest gain. When toil not after riches, if stolen goods are brought to thee, I'm like, bruh, stop playing with me.
I'm asking you, how many of those out of the 9, how many of those repeat themselves? It's like saying the same thing over again.
Oh, saying the same thing. I would say none. I mean, because they're telling you like where to sit. Don't eat bread in front of the ruler. We don't associate with passionate men.
No, that's not what I asked you.
You said
I said
themselves.
Not out of the 9 that you said reflects what we see that could have been taken from Amenemope and placed into Proverbs. Those specific 9 sayings. Because there's not a dozen. So those specific 9 sayings.
Well, this 9 doesn't even include the 3 days ones. So it becomes more.
Listen
like,
to what that's what I just said.
I feel like you kind of taking the value away from like.
No, I'm not. I'm completely taking it away, because what I'm telling you is the ones that you actually are saying are taken from it. You're trying to say it was taken maybe directly from it or influenced by it. Those are sayings that anyone would say in natural existence. Those are not sayings that are specifically not quoted in any other culture prior to or after.
That's irrelevant to
That's
this
what I'm
talk we having.
saying. No, it's not irrelevant. That's what I'm saying. When you saying, oh, see, we got to deal with this one and that verse. When you deal with those verses that they argue about, that people try to say, oh, this was taken from this, and you see it over here. Those sayings, actually, and they're not chapters, as the Amina Hope say, those sayings are common to the human experience. So if you're writing a wisdom text, why would you not expect to see those things that are common?
They're not common. That's a poor characterization. I can
show
read.
Show me where they're not common.
All right,
read them for us right now, and show me where they're not common.
This is not common. Remove not the landmark from the bounds of the field, and violate not the widow's boundary. Okay,
I can show you. Hold on, I can show you that in the codes of Hammurabi right now.
Okay, pull it up, because I'm gonna show you in Proverbs.
I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I'm gonna show you that in the codes of Hammurabi.
I want to show Proverbs. I want to show Proverbs first too. All right. What I just read was I didn't know. Now Proverbs says, "Remove not the widow's landmark, and enter not into the field of the father." Like, bruh.
I'm gonna show you that in Hammurabi.
Now, this is how. I know, but we gotta take turns right now.
To take care of the widow and the children. That's in every culture.
No, remove the landmark from the bounds of the field. That's pretty specific.
Yes. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, like the house. Don't take the name off of it. Don't remove the landmark.
Oh, right. So that's why it talks about the woman. So when the husband dies, right, they would take the land from the woman.
Show me that in Zoroastrianism. Show me Mithra saying that.
Why would I have to show?
Because you're saying it was coming. I want to see the people that was outside in 1500. I want to see who else outside in 1500.
You saying I don't have to show it to you as Zoroastrianism, but I'm going to show you it in the codes of Hammurabi, which we know is all a part of the ancient Near Eastern culture, just like Zoroastrianism. Come through the same people. Watch.
Give me a timetable for Hammurabi. I want to go through this exercise. I think it's a good hill.
Yeah, it might be for you.
It's a good hill, man. The weather's good. This is a good hill for battle. Let's get into Hammurabi. Let's shoot all these down. You're cornered. You're cornered.
On what?
Corner. You ain't ever played chess. Like, you're in check. I know what's gonna happen when you move your rook. I know what's gonna happen. You can't move that rook. If you move that rook, I'm taking your queen.
Watch this. This is easy, bro. This is
I want to
easy.
see.
And the codes of Hammurabi is from they dated 1755 to 1750 BCE. Watch this, bro.
And where is this from? This Samaria?
The codes of Hammurabi.
No, I'm saying like the landmass.
Yeah, ancient Near East, yeah.
Ancient Samaria?
Yeah, bro. More Babylonian, but I'm gonna give it to you. He's Babylonian.
Okay, because you
know that's all Zoroastrianism, all that stuff is Babylonian. All that stuff is Babylon. Man, y'all ain't got nothing to do with Babylon, bro. Forget
bro.
That one.
I started off this whole spiel talking about how we pushed our boundaries to the Euphrates, to the land of two rivers,
I don't care
bro.
where you pushed anything, bro. I don't care where you pushed anything, bro.
Those are our subjects. You're speaking about subjects.
I'm gonna try to get you to see, bro. Come on, bro.
Now
you're just saying stuff. Don't start doing that, bro.
I'm not.
Don't start doing that, bro. Don't start doing that.
You're quoting our subjects.
Don't start doing that, bro. Don't start doing that, bro.
I think that's one of our colonies. Let me check my list.
This thing is moving slow. I think it's coming up though. Man, don't do that to yourself, man.
Don't bring up the colonies, man. That's one of our colonies, man. What do you think we was doing to them?
Hold on, man. Come on.
He brings words from our colonies.
Why won't this thing open? Hold on.
Bro, you gotta stop that. Bro, you really gotta stop that. Cause
Who is that?
if you
Asiatic?
got, nah, this dude, weird. You got what they call five pristine civilizations. The five pristine civilizations is because they sprung up around the same time. You know what I'm saying? With no outside influence. Those five pristine civilizations are Karav Supe in North America, Egypt, Sumer, the Harappan Valley or Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, and you got the Yellow River Civilization. Those are considered the five pristine civilizations, bro. So if you're trying to say that they had any influence over, it's going to be hard pressed to find any reputable scholar saying any of that. You see what I'm saying? And
Yo,
then you can
I can
read.
kind of hear you, but you kind of, I don't know. Your audio changed. You're a little fuzzy. I don't know if you're on your phone now.
Nah, I'm on earbuds.
Can you hear what I'm hearing, Yara? It's kind of just a little hard. I want to hear his facts. So he sound like he said something real.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's just it's a lot of vibration, like you on speakerphone or something.
Nah,
Yep,
I'm
I
not on
can hear you
speakerphone.
clear.
You can hear him clear
All
now.
right. Yeah, no, I was talking about the pristine civilizations.
Yeah.
You got pristine civilizations. The pristine civilizations like Corral Supe or the North Chica civilization in South America. You got Egypt, Sumer, the Indus Valley or the Harappan Valley. You know what I'm saying? And you got the Yellow River civilization in China. These civilizations popped up. You know what I'm saying? With no outside influence. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, if you trying to say that, you know, it's gonna be hard pressed to find any scholar worth his
Well,
salt that says any of that. But as a
I got
matter
a
of fact,
couple. I,
you got scholars that say that Norma was not even from the Levant, based upon the motifs on the Keeper of Animals palette. So I mean, but that's that's a minority of scholarship though. But
I think what
you got people that say that too. So yeah.
I think what you're saying is real though. I think that's dope. You're right. A lot of those civilizations popped up around the same time. That's very true. Um, but we do have some. What's the opposite of conservative? What would it be? Liberal or progressive? We have some progressive estimations that would change how you view that. It's a PhD by the name of his last name is Hancock. I think it's Graham Hancock. I think Buddy's still alive too.
Mm-hmm.
He goes into the
Man, don't
geology.
ever quote Graham
Let
Hancock, man.
let him. I was going to do. You ain't got to go there. I was going to just let him rock out.
Let me rock. Let me rock. The people might not know this. And I give disclaimers. I'm
All
not
right, man.
like
All right,
y'all.
man.
I
All
give
right, man.
disclaimers. I give disclaimers and say that I just gave a disclaimer. My disclaimer was that what's conservative, if we do a conservative estimation, then we know what that word means. If I do a progressive estimation, that means they're kind of reaching a little bit. So I qualified my statement before I spoke by letting the people know that because it's Andrew the student. I want them to know facts between progressive or liberal projections. So in the liberal or progressive projections of the times, we would have to look at geology when we would actually get into the water, the erosion on the actual Sphinx and on some of the other temples behind the Sphinx. When you look at that water erosion, it pushes the lifetime of the Sphinx back like to like right after the ice age, like 10,000, 12,000 BC, and it had to be there for it to get rained on. So we're going even before that. It's a beautiful book called When Rocks Speak. You can see him on Joe Rogan. You can actually see him debate in Egypt. And he has a dope ass series. It's like a 12-part series. It's either on Prime, but I know you can find excerpts on YouTube. You can find full episodes. And he got geologists from like Georgetown and flying them out to Egypt, and they're looking at water erosion on the Sphinx. When we get into that type of shit, then we would have to push the date back. I'm not gonna die on that hill because I don't have any writing. I couldn't tell you. I don't have writing, but I do feel that the geological evidence shouldn't be overlooked. And if it's right, then it's gonna it's going to make the statement that you said inaccurate, and it would make a statement that Plutarch and the people that spoke about Atlantis, and this is way off. I don't believe in Atlantis, but we need to bring this up just for this conversation. If you look at the early writers who talked about Atlantis, they talk about some people coming from the area and going into different parts of the world after their deluge, after their flood story. So, and the place they came from, they call it was a pyramid. The word they use in their language can be taken as mountain or pyramid. But like I said, I wouldn't die on this hill. This is liberal and progressive as hell. No Egyptologist or historian would stand next to it, but the geologists are coming to the table saying that's water erosion. That's clear water erosion, and it goes all the way up past the paw. And the paw is like 20 feet tall. You can stack 3 humans next to the paw of the Sphinx, and the water erosion goes above that, which is a great deluge, which a lot of the myths talk about. And it would make the statement you said wrong. Hope y'all follow that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I appreciate that, but I don't see where that all this non sequitur to the argument that you're making, and I get it.
No, it was a response to him. That's all. It was
okay,
direct
yeah, I
response
get
to him.
it, but you got something you want to say?
My argument with you is killer. I already killed you.
Nah,
you won't even read Proverbs.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't,
read
bro.
the
Okay,
Proverbs
so
that we talked about.
No, right. The proverb that you just talked about. What I want you to read it again because I want you to see something. I told you this stuff is common. This is common. This is common to the nature of man.
The landmark
and just how
of the widow.
This right.
The landmark of the widow.
Let's deal with it.
Do not eat bread in front of the rulers. We got a scribe who is skillful in business, findeth worthy to be craven. And you'll see a man quick his works before kings. He will stand before cravens. It's replete. But one I wanted you to focus on right now was 23:4-5. I saw you hula hoop out of the last one. You can't hula hoop out of this one. And also, this is why I respect yours. I respect yours.
You said hula hoop out of the last one. Like
yeah. I'm saying I respect the Proverbs because I see that this is the wisdom of the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it adds to it. It adds to its splendor. It doesn't take away because Akhenaten says it.
But if you're trying, to,
did I cut off or you cut off?
I would say something. No, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. I'm saying it adds to your splendor, bro. I feel like you're really taking it wrong. It adds to the splendor. You know this is wisdom from the day because you see it here too. You know this is right now. We can have a whole different debate.
I didn't say it wasn't. I never made that argument.
We can have a whole different debate on the historicity. We can have a whole different debate on the historicity of Solomon. We can have a debate on the historicity of Solomon. And if we had a debate on the historicity of Solomon, I think you know who would win. Okay, that's one. Two, if he's not even truly historic and he's a combination of gods of different leaders, like consensus says,
where you get that from? No consensus says that, brother. Stop saying that. No consensus says what you just said.
Okay, the consensus says that they don't think Solomon is historic. David or Solomon is not.
No consensus says that. No consensus says that.
Okay.
Like I don't get where you getting that from. No consensus.
Okay, well let's
that, bro.
Is the word is his name written down on any stelas? In a whole bunch of people was there during this time period too. That's the issue. Let's go to 900 BC Palestine and let's talk about who's there and let's talk about why we don't see Solomon. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean why we don't see? What do you mean why we don't see Solomon?
We have this thing called the historical record. And on the historical record, we have people.
No, whose historical record? Hold on. Whose historical record?
The planet Earth. If you type in 9,
that ain't how that works, man. That's not how that works, brother.
Bro, you know,
it's not.
All right. So I mean, I don't want to debate the word historical record. I think everybody who's listening to us know what that means. The historical record. That means like we got archaeology,
You
we
mean is
got
that
some writings.
you mean is that yeah, okay. So
Like,
if you say we have some writings or someone attested to him, right? So this is what I always often argue with people, right? You just admitted Hezekiah was a real person. You said that earlier in your conversation,
I always gave
right?
Hezekiah his props.
Okay. Who was Hezekiah's father?
The phone breaking up on yours. Say it again.
Who was Hezekiah's father?
I don't know.
Or better yet, do you believe if Hezekiah was a real person, do you believe Hezekiah had a father?
do I believe Hezekiah had a father?
Yes.
Yes, I would. That would be a great assumption to say he does. Yes.
Okay. Would you say his father had a father?
Okay. I believe they all have fathers. Are you talking about what?
Okay.
Like
How far
you're trying to see how
would you
far you can
how
go back?
far do you think? No, how far? I'm saying how far you logically speaking, how far do you think his lineage or his would go back? If you believe
Well, I
Hezekiah
mean,
is a real person, how far do you believe his lineage would go back? If you place say you place him at 500 BCE, do you think that his lineage would extend back at least 500 years?
no, that would be a stretch. That's not scholarly at all. And that's not a way to prove
So
Solomon.
hold on. If you say Hezekiah was a real person, and you would agree that he would be dated around 500 BCE, circa 500 BCE, you don't think that it's plausible he would have a lineage going back at least 500 years?
Yes, I would say that. But I'm not even going with the 500 BC, but I'm listening. I want you to make your argument. Go ahead.
Okay. Where would you date him?
I mean, it's a big question mark. You know what I'm saying? The
No, where
reason I
would you
believe,
date him? Where would you date him is what I asked.
okay, well, like Andrew Hunt, I would probably put him like right before the Ptolemies, maybe like late or early 400s, late 300s, and I got a couple reasons for it.
Okay.
And even the consensus is between 739 BCE and 41 BCE too. That's that dude. They argue through that whole point, and they use the extra biblical records to make the argument. But I want to hear where you're
Yeah,
going
that's
with.
what I'm
You're
talking
saying they
about.
all
Is
have
extra biblical
fathers.
sources.
I want to hear how
I'm
you're
asking
taking this
you
back to Solomon.
if you
Go ahead.
so I'm asking you if you ask if you say you place them at 471 BCE. I said circa 500. That's about the same, 30 years give or take. I'll give you. So if you want to place them at 471 BCE, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you could agree that he had a lineage, he had a father, his father had a father, his father had a father. He just his bloodline just pop up out the ground. So they had to have a lineage. If you say real person, he had a lineage of people historically. He had a lineage of people that he had to descend from. Now, if according to Hezekiah, he tells you that he is of the same lineage as King David. King David was the father of Solomon. Why would you question this was Solomon a real person? If you have a real person saying that that this is a real person, that this is who he's from, this is the same lineage he's from.
Okay.
Like let's start with
the piggyback on what he's saying, and they kind of try to make it simple. We got to tell Dan Stella, to tell Dan Stella talks about the house of David. We got the Ahaz Bulla. Ahaz is Hezekiah's father. You see what I'm saying? So we know David existed because until there still talks about the house of David. So we know the progenitor of the line existed. We
Yeah.
know who Hezekiah's father is Ahaz, and according to the Bible, we have the Ahaz Bulla. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sort of, I think the
Right.
point he's trying to make is, yeah, you may not find anything that directly talks about Solomon, but we know the progenitor of the line, which was Solomon's father, existed. You know what I'm saying? And we know Hezekiah, who is on the other end, whose past Solomon existed. So it's easy to deduce because we know Ahaz, Hezekiah's father, existed. So it's easy to deduce that Solomon had to exist because everybody around,
Right.
we have evidence of the people around him existed. We even have,
Right.
so it's just simple
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Absolutely. And
Okay,
if
well,
you
let me
actually
both y'all
read,
just went. Let me
no, real
go.
quick though,
I'm just saying
and
you
then I'll
went
let you
and then he
go.
went.
Because if you read, hold on, I'm gonna let you go. If you read Israel Finkelstein, because people like to quote him, right, to try to make the argument, well, maybe David and Solomon didn't exist. He never makes that statement. What he says was their kingdoms was not as expansive as the biblical narrative make it seems to be. But he does agree that there were at least these 50 to 51 cities or fortified cities that King David ruled over. Israel Finkelstein, PhD, actually tells us this, makes this argument, right? You should always read his book, The Bible on Earth. And then he has a book he also does on David and Solomon, when he says that they are historical figures. But here's the thing. Hezekiah, we know that you said is a real person, was ruler over a kingdom. This kingdom included the exact same 51 cities that the Bible tells us King David ruled over. These exact same 51 cities. This is a succession. D-Red beat me to the punch. Because the reason why I asked you who his father was, because we know that the Amorite dynasty, King Jehu, who we see who in regards to what the Tel Dan Stele, he's connected to that. He's also on the what is it, Shalmaneser the Third, his prism. That all these Ahabs, we have their boule rings. We have their boule rings, their signet rings. We know these people existed. They didn't just pop up out of the dirt like carrots. So,
Okay. All right,
I mean,
can I
to
go now? Because
argue these were fictional people, go ahead.
all right, thank you. I think both of y'all spoke good on that. I guess you're doing the best you can since you don't have a tomb or a stela or writings or a temple or anything like that. I guess you're doing the best that you can. So I do celebrate what you're doing. My studies on this particular piece just came from just history. Looking at 900 BC, and there's a lot of things going on in 900 BC. Like across the natural world during that time, even in like Babylon and China, like he was bringing up, in Athens at this time, it's popping. It was popping in 1300 BC, but by the time you get to the 900s, bro, it's popping everywhere. So like I can tell you who the pharaoh was during that time period. We can look at his interactions with them. And we can tell you why. We can ask why this person's name is mentioned and why Solomon's not. We got like, what's your boy name? The king of Athens at this time. He ruled for like 30 years. Megacles is Megacles is Megacles. He's a ruler from 1892 to like he ruled for 30 years. So you can do the math from 1892 and add 30 years to that. You can look at King Zhao from China. You can go to us, you know what I'm saying, Big KMT, and look at your boy Sasha Quinn. And he actually had rule. He was a Libyan. This is when the throne had been shaken, and we were in like the 21st dynasty. So this is after another intermediate period, and it's the Libyans who are in charge of the throne now. They kept the Cairo or the Theban capital. They didn't switch it up on us, but they were in charge. And we look at who they did work with. in Palestine and who they traded with. And I'm saying that the word Solomon is absent. Now, I'm not, you know what I mean? So when I say he's not on the historical record, I mean from that standpoint. I got letters from the king of Athens. I got letters from to Kuti from Assyria. I got what's it, Napoli, we got Egypt. Bro, he's not there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm that's my only point. I'm saying he's not on the historical record. And I brought that up to say somebody who's not on the historical record, we're discussing their writings. And I told you I got 9 that I can spit off right now that we find with Amenhotep or Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. So I'm just saying your arguments aren't the best. I think it may be entertaining to some true believers because they'll be like, dang, you know what I mean? I think this brings Solomon alive because we can't find him nowhere else. But now we like, you know what? He might have been around because he's taking real literature that's outside. He was using. Yes, it was 400 years later. Yes, Sarquin II, who succeeded Osarkron. Of course, they don't mention him. You know what I'm saying? But it's cool because at least he's using some of these things. I would like y'all to make sure y'all look these up too, man. It's SHOSHENQ the second. This is not of the African. It's African bloodline, but it's not Kemet bloodline. But I still show them respect because they didn't tear nothing up. You know what I'm saying? They tried to add, and you know the Phoenicians got them out of there. It's a sad story when you really go through how his bloodline left the spot. But yeah, and his body is in Tanis for people that really get into it, and I believe it is K832, and you can see his actual body because we're talking about real people that lived during that time. We're not talking about nothing else. We're talking about the people that lived.
His body is in Tanis?
Yeah, in Tanis. Yeah, he got a dope little spot.
Is that your argument? Is that your
no, my argument against
is just that somebody didn't exist because you don't have a body?
No. My argument against Solomon is that I got rulers surrounding him and none of them mention him, but they mention each other. I got the Assyrian king writing to the Egyptian king. I got the Egyptian king getting ties from Athens. How y'all skip right over Palestine? Wow, how did that happen? Solomon, the biggest temple ever with so much gold. How did nobody see that? Didn't they have to?
You're saying Palestine.
It
Israel. Wouldn't have been
it was no Israel.
Palestine.
It was no Israel during that time. They didn't use that word. I'm saying they passed through there. They on the Jordan River.
You say that there was no Israel. Hold on.
In 900
you said there's
BC,
no Israel in the 10th century?
I'm saying they didn't. That wasn't the name of it. Wow. Like let's go to the people that actually. I'm about to show you the people that was there. They were more of our subjects, and they didn't go by that name. So let's get into the people that were there. What do we got, Solomon? Because I could be real accurate. Are we saying 950? What are we saying? 950 BC? Where are we putting Solomon? So I can give you direct.
Yeah, I was 980, 950. Maybe 9 to 930. 980 to 930.
Okay, 980. Okay, well I need to skip up.
But let me, But see, that's why. Hold on, let me. That's why I say when people say there's
the Mary Pataskala is roughly around 1200 BC, so that don't even make sense.
Wait, what do you say?
The Mary Pataskala is like 1200 BC.
You're putting Solomon at 1200 BC?
No, I'm not putting Solomon at 1200 BC. I'm saying that the oldest writing about the people to call Israel or a land called Israel is in the Mary Pataskala.
Okay, well, that's not what we're discussing right now. Right now, we're discussing who was the leaders. We're discussing who was the leaders in Assyria, who was the leader in Athens, who was the leader in Egypt during 980 BC. And we're going to talk about how they conversed with each other, and nobody mentioned the marvelous temple that you guys speak of. That's what we're talking about right now.
But I don't
So you want to?
understand why you consider that evidence. I don't think why you consider that evidence is not existence.
No, it's the lack of evidence. I said he's not on the historical record.
I mean, you can't make an absolute.
But even with that, you talk about the 9th century BC. The Tell Dan Stella is 9th century BC. When they talk about the House of David, that's 9th century BC.
Okay. You're not. I think you're trying to make an argument instead of actually like saying what we're saying. I'm gonna try to say it as simple as I can.
I don't think you. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say it as simple as I can. I'm saying, what's your boy? I want to make sure I'm saying these names right. So this is the 22nd dynasty. This would be. Now let me go back a little further for you. Hold on, because I was trying to stay away from the Sudanese because these people really wasn't the bloodline. I don't really rock with them like that. But I think if I want to stick straight to. Look, there we go. We got 980. I'm in 980 right now. And we're looking at Pharaoh Set Pen Amun. Okay, his name is son of Amun, and he also had a Set name. And I don't rock with the Set people, but this is the third intermediate period. All right, now so we have this ruler, and we have the people that he had as under his. We had the people that he had subject. We have his monuments and campaigns in Canaan. Okay, none of these things mention your boy. None of this mentions Solomon. Like he went through Canaan and set up a temple. You know what I'm saying? A temple to Horus. It's at Mesen. It's also another one built in Heliopolis. It's one in Thebes. This is a real person. His body is in tomb DB 320. Okay. He had a whole campaign in Canaan, which is where your boy is. Why would he never mention a marvelous temple or this great leader that was the wisest and richest of all the land? He is doing direct business with Assyria, and he battled the sea people. We know what his things is. Certain people, I thought you was gonna take the Sia Amun route, which people try to say that could be Solomon because of the marriage of the wives that I was bringing up earlier. But I'm not sure if y'all really done real life, like when I say real life, I mean real world research on these people. But the closest you would find to Solomon would be Sia Amun. You know what I mean? That'll be the closest that we can find. And that person is was a unnamed pharaoh that could be him. They could have scratched him off the wall. We went off Akhenaten getting scratched off the wall. Nefertiti got scratched off the wall. Maybe this, you know what I mean? But that's the closest we can get to it. It doesn't exist. So if we really want to get into this, I would like for people. My bad. I'm about to finish. I would like for them to look up this pharaoh. Okay, he reigned 986 to 967 BC, and his name, like I said, would be very close to Solomon. But if a Hebrew say this is Solomon, then he really on my team, because this is the greatest argument for Solomon is it's S.I. Amun, C. Amun, son of Amun. That's bro's name. He ruled in the time of Solomon, and he did a campaign into Canaan and built a temple that, guess what, is still there. He's buried at Tanis. I just told you his tomb number, DB 320, and we can really get into the things that he did. It's very important in the real world. Now, if you want to bring up the sketches and the oral traditions that you have heard, we can talk about Solomon, but we're going to talk about 980 through 950 BC, Canaan, Palestine, Israel. Buddy ain't mentioned.
So, first of all, one of the fails of that argument, and I just listen to people. I don't really address them when I hear it. But one of the fails of that argument is that the Bible tells us that Solomon was his name. right? That was a name given to him by foreigners. Solomon was not his name. His name was Zedekiah. Right? That would have been his Israelite name. That's what he'd been referred to. And that's what he's been called, right? So we know if we're looking for Solomon, we would find that in a foreign record or some variation of Solomon would be in a foreign language. Now, just looking at the etymology of Solomon, you have soul, just like you have soli victus, the sun, or you would have soul Amun, right? That's what you would have to that degree. Same thing as you will have Siamon. That's somebody that would have been attributed to the son of wisdom, right? Or in that nature. So when you see right, yeah. So when you see that is not an Israelite or a Hebrew name that they would have recorded. You understand? Because the Bible tells us what Solomon's real name was, and it was Zedekiah. According to the scriptures, that was his name. So I've heard the argument for Solomon being Siamun, especially if you go into his temple and he's buried there. He's buried among, not even with his own burial chamber, he's buried within the house of his father, which some people equate to that as being David based on an Egyptian program, right? Which is a variation of many those rulers of those lands, especially down in Egypt, had various different names and different things like that. So, like when you're talking about Solomon, I don't look into text and looking for that name Solomon. You're not gonna find it, especially in Hebrew text or a Hebrew thing. But I'll show you what we can look at it. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Okay. Fight back, Yara. I like this.
Let me see if I
like this.
Let me see if I can find it for you. I mean, it's really not a is
I'm glad you recognize Sia Moon.
it's really not a fight.
Some of the conversations.
Yeah, it's not.
Hear some of the conversations I have.
It's not really. It ain't too many of these arguments, bro. Is what I'm telling you that I have not heard. Hold on. Let me do this. I gotta search my joint.
Because when you get into Sia
so y'all will. I'm searching the web. Hold on. Let me share my screen real quick.
Go ahead. I'm just gonna spit how you looking it up. But once you get into Sia Moon,
okay, I shared
you're gonna get into his battles with the sea people.
I'm searching.
You're gonna get into the. No, you good. Search your stuff. But once you get into this, brother, Sia Moon, you're gonna get into the sea people.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my friend.
And you're gonna get into the temples that he built in Canaan, and that is so important. We've had these talks about how small Canaan is. How if there's a great building project going on, everybody's aware of it. Everybody. You can't hide a building construction in Canaan. And if your boy is there during that time period, Lord, we about to uncover some stuff. You know what I mean? I'm trying to slow walk it because I know where this leads. And I won't read to jump back in because he was talking with a lot of bass in his chest. All that's gone. You about to come home to Kemet, bro. I'm gonna find you a name and everything, bro.
That's no coming. That's no coming home to Kemet because I'm gonna tell you, like, these things are not. Hold on, I'm trying to.
And Kemet is not the oldest name of Egypt. Kemet is not the oldest name of Egypt, but it is alive and well in 900 BC, though. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really about to bring y'all home to Kemet.
I think.
You know what I'm saying?
I haven't read enough about Kemet. I'm trying to find my text on Katamala. Hold on.
I had some bars for you yesterday too. When you was going through Estra, but I was busy at work and I didn't want to have background noise and stuff, so I just let you ride. my second coat. Let me
Trying to
hit
find my joint on Guatemala. Hold on, it's in here. Hold on. Let me find it. Because I know I got two things on Solomon that I'm working on. One I haven't finished, and then another one I've had for years. So let me see if I can find it for the sake of this argument. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. So oftentimes when people ask me, well, how are you speaking on that? And as you can see, I've done a lot of research on these things. And this is just the things I put in presentation format when I've actually brought them out or talked to other people on these varying topics. But let me see if it come up for me. Let me see if it'll come up for me. Maybe if I do it slowly, it'll come up. And as you can see, if y'all looking at the screen, you can see I did a lot of research on ancient Kemet. So I just, just talking. Sorry about that. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. I had to wait for him to load. I gotta take it slow, but this coming. So I've heard that argument before. Here's another one right here that I did on Solomon. Right, I got two. Right, let's deal with this one. Right, let's talk about it. Right, you see the date. This is May 2022. So
Yeah,
let's
so you've
see.
been on the knowledge. I got you.
So let me see if I can open this one. Wait till it open up. And a lot of this stuff that I do, that I taught in my classes, a lot of stuff is in contextual stuff. That I've taught for years on these, like I said, so a lot of these conversations. Well, it's not open. But we'll talk about it. And one of the things that I talk about that person that we know we can find a historical record, where you talk about how you reference it as the historical record that we know is connected to the story almost to the exact T of, is that what's opening up now? I hope it is. And dealing with the biblical narrative of the Bible, talking about that Pharaoh's daughter who Solomon would have married in the scripture, right? We know who that queen's name would have been. And it would have been Queen Katamala. But yeah, I'm just going to show you that. So you see on my screen, right? It's the daughter of Pharaoh, of wife of Sayamun. So as you was going into that, so it's not anything. So as you were speaking, he's like, well, y'all need to get in there. But this is research I've had for years, right? And so to show you, this is the show. Some people not really ready for the conversation, but let's get into it. Maybe we can have some fun with it, right? And let's just see, right? Let's just see. Let's talk about it. No, that's your mode. All right. Man, hit that like button. Please like, share, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate everybody's been in
make
the
sure y'all
building with us
subscribe,
today, man.
Hey, I've been getting good feedback on Instagram. I need your
Yeah,
Instagram,
no
man.
doubt.
People rocking with us on there. They rocking with us on there. And I'm about to start taking snippets
Oh,
of
really?
some of these conversations.
Okay, no
I'm gonna
doubt.
take snippets of some of these conversations and
Okay.
put like pictures to it so they can see what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But I just want people to check it out. And also to all the Hebrews out there, man, follow Yara, bro. Y'all, most of y'all won't even look into what I'm talking about. This brother looked it up in 2020. He's 3-4 years in on this type stuff, and I can't even get y'all to mention it. So that's why I told you, bro. I really do rock with you. And the further we go, you're gonna see we playing for the same team. Watch, I promise, man. It's prophetic. It was written.
Man, hey man, we'll see, man. But hey man, look, we just gonna bring the information out, man. We're gonna see how this thing rock and roll. Man, this thing taking so long to open up.
That stuff is old.
Okay, y'all should be able to see my screen. There it goes. Yeah, it is, man. It's still loading, man. I don't know. I might have to redo it some type of way, man. I don't know. But I can see it now on my screen. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Yeah, we can see
Oh,
it.
hold on.
On my other phone.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it. I wanted to look up some of the dates on my
Okay,
other
there it
phone,
is.
but I ain't got.
Yep. No doubt. And so this is just in my reading and contextual analysis, looking at the scripture and looking at what's actually in the historical record, because like a lot of the I know for a fact that the only way we would have found the name Solomon would not actually be in an Israelite record or a Hebrew record. It would be in an extra biblical source record, because it is not a humanism, but it is so somebody mic is hot. Let me that's what mic is hot. But again, so let me get into it. So I started.
I think that's
with
I
Queen
think that's
Katamata.
Red's mic.
This is an image of the Pharaoh's daughter. Yeah, we're gonna get into it, right? And her name is Queen Katamala, right? Pharaohs, and that's why we have difficulty, because people be expecting to find in northern Kemet, right? But these are Nubian pharaohs that we're talking about.
Facts.
And so oftentimes we don't see records of the Nubian and their pharaohs. And so why don't you see records of these Israelites? That's if you look into the Nubian area, you look into the area of Nubia, the Napata Valley region, right? Here's the biggest connection. Earlier we talked about Hezekiah. Well, if you look at some of the archaeological, the biggest piece of archaeological evidence we have for Hezekiah is a signet ring, and on his signet ring, he has Hebrew writing, but it also has the seal, the official seal of the Nubian pharaoh Taharka. And if you read the biblical narrative, Taharka is who Hezekiah comes to in order to assist him in his battle against the invading Assyrians, right? So he reaches out to Taharka, the Nubian pharaoh. Why would he be comfortable doing that? And we know that vassal ring, that ring that he had, is a vassal signet ring of Hezekiah, which means that they were considered almost a vassal state to the Nubian pharaoh Taharka, right? Which means that they were sort of under their protection, probably due to trade or some type of treaty. This is all in the Bible. We can read this. This is not nothing Yara's up. This is in the book of Hezekiah. He talks about Taharka and how he reaches out to him for assistance when it comes to fighting against the Assyrians. Then it goes into detail that talks about how Taharka was afraid. He didn't want to really get into it with the Assyrians, but then, he changed his mind and then he went to battle. But watch this. So we know Queen Katamala, the daughter of Pharaoh of the wife of Siamun, that is a Nubian reference. That is a Nubian name. The etymology of that is Nubian. It's Nubian. So we know Siamun, the etymology of that is the term for sun. Right? If I'm not mistaken, S-I or S-O-L or S-O, right? The S-O-L and the S-I. Then you have the moon, the M-O-N, the M-U-N. It sounds like you could be conflating things. It sounds pseudo. It sounds like friends, scholarship, right? And this is the no friend zone. But this is what we actually see when we began to really look into these studies. Now, since he brought me here, let's go here, right? So let's talk. Let me see if I can get it to move a little bit, man.
Yeah, I'm glad we're here. I was bringing up this wife.
In scriptures, what we have so the inscriptions of Queen Katamala. Yeah, I knew he was talking about. That's why I just listened to you. So the inscriptions of Queen Katamala at Simna, and this is by John Coleman Darnell, right? He talks about the great royal wife, or alternatively, chief king's wife, is the term that was used to refer to the principal wife of the pharaoh of ancient Egypt, who served many official functions. Now, when they say Egypt, they're talking about Nubia, the ruling parties in Nubia. People don't realize oftentimes when they're arguing over these different timelines, one chronological timeline is with the pharaohs of Nubia. The other chronological timelines is the ones that were not Nubian, right? In the upper.
Facts.
So you
That's
had,
facts.
and so when they talk about Narmer, the Lord of the two lands, those are the two lands that he said that they say were brought together, right? Upper and Lower Egypt, right? But they often carry two different chronologies. So you can have a chronology that says one thing in ancient Kemet, and another chronology that says another thing in the Napata Valley region of ancient Kemet, right, or Nubia, and they would be talking about the same exact things. These chronologies were overlapped. They just had two separate chronologies, and I don't think a lot of people actually talk about this enough. And so when you're saying, well, no, this says this happened in 1250 BCE, and they say, no, well, this happened in 1550 BCE. Well, you're talking about two different chronologies that are running parallel.
Okay, let me I don't want to stop you, but let's quick on that. The Egyptian calendar was pharaonic. I hope y'all know what that word means. It was pharaonic. It went on the reign of the king. If I became the king on March 31st, that starts the day of the new year. And they would count time the second year of Drew's reign on the 15th day. So you'll know, well, Drew became the king on March 31st. So it's 2 years later on the 15th day. You would have to do it that way. When I speak, I always speak in BC, AD, circa, that type thing. So that way I make sure that we're not confused. There's only really 4 times, maybe 5, but I'm going to say 4 times that this is really an issue. And 3 of them are with the intermediate periods because we got 2 rulers. I'm saying when I say intermediate period, you should know that the land was against each other. Upper was against lower. So you would have 2 timelines from that point. But during the times of harmony, when Osiris was wearing both crowns, the chronological is regular. But for us to get away from those mistakes, we just use the BC. So when I talk about 980 BC, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not saying the third year of Sa-Amun's reign. I'm saying what I'm saying. But I'm about to mute because I want to hear where you're going. You're talking about a Nubian marrying an Egyptian, and you about to tie Solomon in somehow, and you put a T in her name. It's an R right there. Most Egyptologists got an R right there, and she's actually mentioned by other kings, and it's an R. So it's like Karimala.
Yeah, it's how they translate it. Sometimes they translate, they interchange the R with the L. Some remove that, they use the T, or you know what I'm saying? It's how they translate these hieroglyphs. But we definitely know that this is Nubian. This is Nubian,
and I want to see
right?
how far you go,
And
because
so
you're going to get to a lot of the leaders got L in their name. You're going to get you. This is where it's going to lead you.
yeah,
So I'm listening.
no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. So Karamala sometimes written as Katamala, right? You see, I got the R right there, Karamala, and sometimes written as Katamala or Kadimalo or Kadimalo, right? She was a Nubian queen. She is known from a relief found at the temple of Simna in Nubia. So we know she was a real person, right? We have primary evidence for her existence. So Solomon and Queen Katamala. So in 1 Kings 31, it says Solomon made an alliance with Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Now the Pharaoh is not named here, right? But it says Solomon makes an alliance with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and married his daughter. That's in 1 Kings 3:1. It says he bought her to the city of David. What is the city of David? Give it to me. What do they call the city of David?
Judea.
I'll give you
Jerusalem.
I'll tell you right now. Nope, I'm gonna tell you right now. They called it Tanis or Zion or Zoan. Do the etymology. Zion, Z-I-O-N, etymologically descended from Z-O-A-N, which Z-O-A-N is Tanis, T-A-N-I-S.
If
That's
so,
the
that's
city
powerful.
of Tanis.
That's powerful if it is.
That's what they call the city of David. And so watch. So the city of David, until he finished building his palace in the temple of the Lord and the wall around Jerusalem. Right? This is 1 Kings 3:1. Watch this. Come on, this thing is moving slowly. Right? So the inscriptions of Queen Katamala or Karamala is Simna by John D. Darnell, right? So this is John, and this is the source. John Coleman Darnell, BA 1984, MA 1985, the Johns Hopkins University. He's a PhD scholar in 1995. This is from the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. He joined the faculty of the Department of the Near Eastern Languages and Civilization as assistant professor in 98. He became associate professor in 2004 and professor of Egyptology in 2005. This is the source, John Coleman Darnell. So you can go back and you could do the research on his writing and workup on Queen Katamala and the connection that he makes to King Solomon or Sayamun. Watch this. Let's keep going. Right? So again, based on his source, Karamala had the title of great royal wife and princess. In the scene at Simna in Nubia, the queen is shown with a double feather crown, scourge and long robe. Isis is standing in front of the queen, and here is a longer inscription written in Egyptian hieroglyphics, which are difficult to read. The text seems to allude, watch this, to a conflict between a Makarasha and an unnamed king who was the husband of Karamala. Now, remember you was talking about those invaders in Nubia that they were fighting against, and who her husband ran up out of there. This is that group. Named king. Why are they mentioning that unnamed king? They keep saying this unnamed king, right? Wouldn't you think that would be important for his wife?
Yeah, I
in her
said that.
tomb?
I said that. I was like, he
To
must have
mention,
been erased.
right? Yeah, I'm telling you, right. So, and this is the source on that. Robert Morcott, the A to Z of ancient Egyptian warfare, Rowan and Littlefield in 2010. There's the source on that. Y'all read it. I'm gonna show y'all what they did here, right? And this is just in my research. I'm gonna show you what they did, what I believe they did, right? So watch this. Let's go to the next one. This one moving slow. Right?
Well, this is powerful, bro.
So
Because if
let me
you're
go back.
saying Tanis, if you're saying Tanis is Zion, that is a headline, bro. That should be on a blimp. That means so much. We know where Tanis is in real life.
We know that.
And
We know that. we know. See. This is what we. This is not stuff from the Bible. This is extra biblical sources. Even though you find mentions of things in the Bible, this is an extra biblical source. We know Tanis is Zion or Zoan, Zoan, which translate to Zion, Zion. And we know that was considered or called the city of David, right? So
Son al-Hagar.
Yep, you see it?
Yeah, that's Arabic. I mean, bro, you all
Yeah.
right, you're gonna be on my side.
So
I'm telling you. Go ahead.
I'm not on your side. I've been on this information. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you how I see stuff and how I place it in its in a science cultural context, along with what the scripture is saying. Because we have to understand what the Bible is really doing. It's only really giving you a perspective of a specific group of people. So they're not worried too much about what other people are doing if it's not really affecting them. So they're not really writing from that perspective. So that's why when people say it's not a history book, no, it's not a multicultural history book. It's not a world history book, but it is a history book of a specific group of people, right? So in 1999, Chris Bennett made a case that Karamala was a daughter of Orsorkon the Elder. Now, he reigned in 992 to 986 BCE. That's the time we know, biblically speaking, if we do the chronology, that is roughly around the same time that King Solomon or King Jedediah, not Jedediah, Zedekiah would have been living, right? This is the same time frame, right? It says she is called both king's daughter and king's wife. And her name suggests she may have been what? Libyan. Given the date of the inscription, a year 14, it says she might have been the queen of either King Siamon, who reigned in 986 to 967 BCE. Watch this. Or King Susinius II, which reigned 967 to 943 BCE. Bennett prefers a marriage to Siamon because in that case, she could have taken over the position of the viceroy of Kush or Neshkans as a religious figurehead in Nubia after the death of the latter in year 5 of King Siamon. Now, if y'all really want to get into the study and the research, my brother, if you look up Susinius I, which is the Greek name for the pharaoh Susinius, if you look up Susinius I, they also call him the Silver Pharaoh. The Silver Pharaoh was also found in the same mortuary temple as Siamon. They also connect, and some PhD scholars do. I won't say it's a consensus, but some PhD scholars also connect Susinius as another name or a Greek name for King David. But we're going to go a little bit further, right? Let's watch this. So the source for that, what I just read, was Chris Bennett, Queen Karamala, the daughter of Orsorka, And you find it here. It's the Guttinger Meslin, right? 173, year 1999, pages 7 through 8, right? Let's go a little bit further, right? Now watch this. Akhet Pere, I hope I'm saying that right. Akhet Pere, Septepenre, Asurkan, the elder, was the 5th king of the 21st dynasty of ancient Egypt and was the first pharaoh of Meshwesh, which makes him an ancient Libyan origin. He is also sometimes known as Osor, following Manetho's Egyptica, right? So Manetho writes about him, right? This source is also from Chris Bennett, same page 7 through 8, Queen Karamala, the daughter of Astika, right? And this is Hakepere Septepere Sora, the elders cartouche, which you see there. That's the drawing of his cartouche that they found in Nubia, right? Let's go a little bit further. So there it is again, so you can see it, right? That's his cartouche, drawings of his cartouche. So let's go a little bit further. So contemporary, the Libyan anarchy, right? So the inscriptions from Egypt's 3rd intermediate period. And so here's the source on that, right? It's the 3rd intermediate period in Egypt from 1100 BCE to 650 BCE by Kathleen Kitchen, K.A. Kitchen, right? A very well-renowned Egyptologist. She writes about the Libyan anarchy, right? The inscriptions from Egypt's 3rd intermediate period, contemporary with the Israelite kingdom of Solomon, contemporary with the Israelite kingdom of Solomon and David, the Nubian conqueror Pai or Pianki, and the Assyrian Ashurbanipal. Egypt's 3rd intermediate period is of critical interest not only to Egyptologists but also the biblical historians, Africanists, and Assyriologists, spanning 6 centuries and as many dynasties. The turbulent era extended from approximately 1100 to 650 BCE. This volume, the first extensive collection of 3rd intermediate period inscriptions in any language, includes the primary sources for the history, society, and religion of Egypt during this complicated period when Egypt was ruled by Libyan and Nubian dynasties and had occasional relationships with Judah and the encroaching and finally invading Assyrian Empire. Remember, I was telling you about Hezekiah being of the tribe of Judah, was connected to King Taharka. Is from these lineage of Nubian kings. They were connected. We know this in extra biblical sources. We don't have to go to the Bible to confirm this. This is historical, right? This is an historical record, as you like to say. Let's go to the next one. That's the source of anybody of you guys are interested in reading it, right? So help me with these names. So is Netzer, right? Netzer. That's how you say it. Netzer. Kepere.
Yep.
Yep. Neper Pere. Septimamun. Simon. That's his full name. That would have been his full name, right? So Netzer Kepere or Netzer.
Let me
go ahead.
Just real quick. And this ain't going against none you're saying. This is real quick though. Anytime you see Set in the names of the Pharaoh, it signifies a few things. The Pharaoh is the living Horus. He's the living Heru. If you put Set in your name, it's because it's two thrones, and you're going against the other people. So him putting Set in his name is really messed up. I don't like to see that. But that's personal, Drew. But I'm just letting people know that's why it's there. You see it with the Ramses' sons. You'll see a couple people just really change their name to Set. Temples built to Set, and it's all because they're upset about the two lands being separate, and the other land is ran by the living Heru. So they want to be the living Set, which is a bad thing. And we got a lot of Set worship when we start talking about y'all. But I'm gonna let you continue.
Yeah. Why is this thing so moving so slow right now? I'm trying to take off the banner. There we go. Thank you, Sister Cassandra, for that.
Oh,
I
shout
know
out to
that it was
Cassandra. I
blocking it.
don't know if they've
Let me
been
get back
talking,
to it really
but I haven't
quickly.
seen anything.
So again, we see this Pharaoh here, Moon, right? It says was the sixth Pharaoh of Egypt during the 21st dynasty. Now, the reason why this is important, because this is the same time that the Bible places King David and King Solomon. That would have been right up in that same time period. So it says he built extensively in Lower Egypt, not Upper Egypt. In Lower Egypt, for a king of the third intermittent period, is regarded as one of the most powerful rulers of the 21st dynasty. After who? Sucinius the First. Sucinius the First, look it up. Some scholars have equated him to King David. He's also known as the Silver Pharaoh. And one of the most interesting things about Sucinius the First, aka the Silver Pharaoh, is that you never hear about his tomb being found. You really got to almost dig for it, about his tomb being found, because it was found, I believe, during either World War I or World War II. I think the beginning of World War II, and it sort of eclipsed. They claim the discovery, the finding, the news, or the sensation with his tomb. But one of the most poignant things is with Sucinius the First tomb, when they found it, they found him in a silver sarcophagus, right? A silver sarcophagus. Why that's more important than gold? Because gold was in abundance. Silver at that time was very rare. So to have a sarcophagus covered or made out of just pure silver would have been something very rare and something very unusual at the time. Here's another thing when you look at Sucinius the First in the findings when they found his temple, I believe in 1943 or something like that, right at the beginning of World War II, I think. It's estimated that his tomb had more riches, gold, silver, jewels, diamond, artifacts, more riches than that of Tutankhamun's. But why is it that you never see his stuff on display being traveled around the world? They found more riches in Sucinius the First tomb than you did Tutankhamun.
That's crazy.
So why isn't his stuff on display like that? I'm going to tell you why. Because know who's identified. They know who he's identified as. They know who he is.
But do you
understand
the weight of what you're saying? Do you understand the weight of what you're saying?
I understand the weight of what I'm saying. There's no weight to me. It might be a weight to some in the community.
If you're saying may have been Nubian and Libyan pharaohs, bro, that is earth-shattering. What are you saying? That's a big deal. I don't even say that, and I'm big KMT. But I see.
Like I said, it's the research that I've done.
I've never seen the David connection.
I'll get to the David connection on Sucinius the First. I'll get to that.
Okay, I've seen the Solomon connection.
I'll get that. Right,
and
we'll get there.
Zion. 10 is being Zion should be a headline. My bad. I'm just yelling.
I mean, but this is, but that's what that is. So, but let's continue. I think I'll get to it in a second. Right. And so, and if y'all see what I'm doing, I'm showing you PhD sources. I'm showing you scholarly sources.
Yes.
I'm not showing you anything from anybody's blog or dime store novel. I'm showing you the actual research, the excavations, the stuff that they're being done. Now, this is a journal article from Solomon and Siamun, a synchronism between early dynastic Israel and the 21st dynasty of Egypt. This is by Alberto R. Green in the Journal of Biblical Literature, volume 97, number 3, September 1978, pages 353 to 367, published by the Society of Biblical Literature. And this is a JSTOR article. Y'all can see the reference down there. Now, let me see. I don't think you guys can see it right now. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen because I did take it off for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, bro, preaching right now, man. Y'all make sure y'all check out this knowledge for real. This is knowledge right here. I couldn't do better. I couldn't have did it better.
Let me go back because I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Hold on. I mean, we get there. Because I want to show you something here. Let me share my screen again because it's not sharing. I want y'all to see it. Come on, man. This thing taking forever. There we go. I want y'all to be able to see the sources and follow with me. All right. Okay, so there we go. So again, this is journal article, and you see it. It says Solomon and Sayamun, a synchronism between early dynasty Israel and the 21st dynasty of Egypt. Our green Journal of Biblical Literature, right? I don't know if you guys can see that text, so I'm gonna try to blow this up a little bit, try a little bit bigger. Try to see how I could do that really quickly. Try to see if I can do it really quickly because I can read it. Uh-oh. Come on back.
Hey, I was going to say another thing with what you're saying. If we look at who conquered, if we look at how Egypt fell into the hands of Persia, after this period, like when you could just follow the rabbit hole, bro, that could mean a lot too, because we know what happened to the Jews.
Okay.
They went into, Persia took over.
So here it is. And so this is what I want to extrapolate. This is the same article. I try to make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to try to figure out how to make this bigger so you guys can see it. But anyway, so it says Solomon collaborated with Pharaoh Sayamun, right? 1980 to 1967 BCE, and arranged to marry his daughter. Sayamun had conquered the city of Gaza and gave it to his daughter as a dowry to Solomon. That's 1 Kings 9 and 16. Y'all got to read that. It's in the this is a passage of the Bible. It says Solomon did reinforce Gaza with strong casemate, double walls, and his 6-chamber gate in Megiddo Hazar in Jerusalem. 1 Kings 9 and 15. He also built Pharaoh's daughter a house of costly stones and had a great court round about cedar beams. That's 1 Kings 7, 8 through 12. In Solomon's 4th year as king, he began to build a temple in Jerusalem 480 years after the Exodus. 1 Kings 6 and 1, 2 Chronicles 3, 1 through 2. The temple was dedicated 7 years later in 950 BCE. 1 Kings chapter 8, 2 Chronicles chapter 5 and 7. Now, let me read this article for you guys because I know you can't see it. But it says Solomon and Sayamun, a synchronism between the early dynastic Israel and the 21st century dynasty of Egypt by R. Green from Knowledge. And so he says in the Islamic era, the Deuteronomists has characteristically referred to all Egyptian kings as pharaohs. A typical example is 1 Kings 9 and 16, which states that Pharaoh captured Gezer and burnt it with fire, and had slain the Canaanites who dwelt in the city, and had given it as a dowry to his daughter Solomon's wife. The identity of the Pharaoh in this passage has been the subject of much discussion, but in the main, scholarly consensus has generally placed this king within the Egyptian 21st dynasty. In more recent literature on the subject, either Siamun, he says the penultimate, right, or Sosthenes II, the final king of the 21st dynasty, has been specifically singled out as the pharaoh referred to in this intriguing passage, who became Solomon's Egyptian father-in-law. The theory has even been proposed that Shishonk the first, king of the 22nd dynasty, was the pharaoh who gave his daughter to the king of Israel. The footnote says there are numerous examples of this patriarchal legends, the Joseph and Moses stories of Genesis and Exodus, every historical event dealing with Egypt in the pre-Solomonic era. The first reference to a pharaoh by name Shishonk the first is in 1 Kings 10, verses 20 through 29. So you can clearly see the connections here. And I'm just reading down in some of these footnotes down here, which is very important. And you guys can, it's difficult for you guys. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't figure out how to do it yet. I'll have to come back and share this. It says an early view attributed the conquest of Gezer to Sosthenes II. However, more recently, it has been argued that Siamun took the city, but his successor, Sosthenes II, could not hold it. Hence, a few years later, he gave it to Solomon as a dowry. And this is P. Momet, right, on his work of Avaris, the city of Avaris, from 1941, pages 195 to 97 in Egypt. Now, some of these sources are older sources, but you can kind of see where they're building on these arguments, showing the connection between the Davidic and Solomonic rule versus some of these Nubian pharaohs that we see, especially when it comes to these arranged marriages that we read about in the Bible. Now, here's the book. I had this book years ago.
I said, yeah, that's why I bought up.
And it deals with John.
I want to make sure you saw that.
Yeah. Yep. So it talks about the evidence of the origins of the Napatian state, right? And dealing with the Nubians, right? So this is that book, Yale Ethnological Studies, 7th edition, and it talks about the Queen Katamala and Semna, right? Let me see what else it goes on to say.
Okay. Another thing I wanted you to point out, I think you're doing great work in showing the connection between Nubia and Hebrews, or however you want to put it. I was going to ask you, and this will help me out. How long from Solomon to you guys going to captivity from Babylon? Do you know the timeline of that? Do you guys go into?
You said for
when do
in Babylon?
When you guys,
that's like 535.
Oh, now see, that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, Babylon took over Egypt in that same time period. You know what I'm saying? Not Babylon, I'm sorry, Persia. Persia took over Babylon and then they took over Egypt. So what I'm saying is that I think it adds to this chronological order that you're putting down. I usually jump in and say all type of stuff, but I gotta let you rock because you are following the studies that I follow, which when I was telling you, you're gonna see that we on the same team. And if you making the claims you're making right now, if you're talking about the Hebrews being related to the Nubians, you didn't even go with all the L's. It's a whole bunch of L's. Nubian pharaohs with the last name El. It's big time. And if you
Yeah,
look
it's
at
a
when
ton
they
of them.
fell off, yeah, it's a lot of them. And we got their bust, and we got their bodies. Like
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. And so, and even I even talk about at one point, and I haven't done this in a while. I haven't shown my study on Pharaoh Yaqub El,
yeah,
which we know Yaqub is just another term for Jacob.
yeah,
That's
very
Jacob.
true.
That's just another word. That's the etymology. And so we see Jacob El, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Yaqub El, right? In the line of the pharaohs, Jacob El, right?
That's
So even in my
how we
way
not on the
show
same
this
team?
continuity of El, being known in a vast majority. Not, huh?
I'm saying how are we not on the same team?
You said how we not on the same team? I think that's easy for me. While we're not on quote unquote, I guess the same team, because I believe that in the God of the Bible that He is the end all, the be all creator. He is the Lord of everything.
Uh-oh. I think Yara dropped off too. And you know what happens when Yara drops off? You rocking with me. This is when I get to go. You see, this brother has just put down a chronological connection between the biblical and the real world. And you see it's big KMT. If David is big KMT and Solomon is big KMT, bro, we on the same team. And don't ask me for transmission no more. If they are pharaohs, you should never ask me for transmission. Oh man, that's what I was talking about. But the shout out to the ancestors, man, because they gonna always be uplifted when we get into truth. It's no other way to go. All your studies is gonna lead you here. Um, I've been studying this for going on 20 years. You know what I mean? Early Astroquazy lectures, not even the videos. You know what I mean? I got the the DVDs later, but I was in college and I would really go check out Astroquazy, and this how he was giving it up. And I just started to read and read and read, and you know what I mean? But hopefully he comes back in. Hope y'all enjoying the No Friend Zone. This is a long joint too, man. I'm gonna make some clips out of this show, just so we can gain more people. We starting to build up some steam. People are really feeling the Hebrew presence. They feeling the Kemet presence, and they're not used to us being able to talk amongst each other and use the same measurements and the same facts and have good conversations. They're not used to that. When you go to other channels, they go on the war. But when you sit down and talk, you're gonna see it's not a lot to go to war about. We saying the same thing. And I'm mad that I didn't know Tanis and the Zion connection. When I saw that in Hebrew and Greek, and it's like spelling out Zion, that's crazy. And I'm upset nobody never told me that. You know what I mean? But I think it's a good thing. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all keep rocking with us. I'm also going to have these episodes up on Spotify. Um, I got to get with Yara to get the audio. And we the part 1 and part 2 because I'm not sure how long Spotify lets you go. I think it's only 3 hours. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to look into that. But these are going to be powerful bills that people are going to be able to pause and really go back and fact check us. It looked like Yara just came back on. You back, brother? You're
All right, I'm back. I think I'm back.
Yeah, you fell off. I talked to him for a second, you
Yeah,
know what I mean? But
bro.
we can hear you now. I was letting them know that I'm gonna have the shows available on Spotify. You know what I mean? You're gonna be able to type in No Friend Zone, and pull us up on Spotify. I've been working on a few logos. I want to run by Yara, see which one he likes the best. Um, but we trying to make some noise. You know what I mean? So make sure y'all continue to tune in. I think his mic is back now. You good? Can you speak? Okay, he might still be down. He might be down. But what's going on in the chat? If y'all rocking with us, man, put up the number one. You know what I mean? If you got an iPhone, you can put up the, you know what I mean? Put up the praying sign. You know what I mean? Let them know that you hear us. If you feeling this teaching, you know what I mean? Say what up, man. If you disagree, tell us why you disagree. You know what I mean? If you don't like my sources, call out my source. You see that one brother try to call out my source. You know what I mean? But my source was mighty. I think I hear some noise. You back in here? Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with this joint, but we're gonna keep hollering. But I just want y'all to know that y'all can always talk to us. You can agree or disagree. And we're gonna always check out what you got to say. Our goal is to get closer and closer to the truth. We ain't trying to win an argument. We're trying to get to the truth. But I hear some background noise. So I think he's back. You back?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm back, man. Appreciate you holding it down, man, as I know you could, no doubt.
Right.
So, man, again, like I said, it's in anything that I do, whether it's in a debate or a presentation, I'm just, as you said, so eloquently, I'm just trying to get closer to what the truth is, right? And so that's where my research hopefully that it takes me. And what I want to do real quick is I just want to show that, because I think I have something in here that deals with Sucinius. And I wanted to show that. As well. I wanted to show that because it's very interesting. If not, I'm just going to pull up where I know I have the article saved on Sucinius, and you probably wouldn't necessarily even make the connection. But look up when you guys get a chance, just look up the Silver Pharaoh. And one of the things about the Silver Pharaoh, they never tell you about it. They never mention it. He has more wealth than Tutankhamun, but he's not being paraded around. But most importantly, they actually have his remains. They actually have his bones. So, but they never display it. They never display it. So he gets very interesting. So I hope you guys can see this, right? So again, I'm just showing you source information where you guys can really start to see this yourself. Here's one of the inscriptions. This is from inside the book when I had the book. And I had posted this on the internet one time and somebody snatched it, bro, and posted this on the internet. I mean, my book, the books, not my book, but I had bought the book. But you can kindly see, go back, right? He talks about his work. And this is just from 2005. So this isn't like super old information, right? Like this is from 2005. And he gets into the different translations of the inscriptions, right? And how he begins to talk about, it says, speech by His Majesty to the king's great wife and daughter of the king, Katamala, vindicated. You know, whether we are to turn, if we do not serve among the servants of Amun, when there is an opponent, otherwise we will occur the annual thing that occurs to us. Otherwise, it will go badly for them. So the servants of Amun, otherwise it will happen to us. So we clearly see, that we have extra biblical sources on these people. Now, Let me go down here a little bit further. You just go down a little bit further. And what I'm doing is showing some of the arguments that deal with connecting this particular Queen Katamala as the daughter who Solomon or King Solomon would have married the Pharaoh's daughter in 1 Kings chapter 3. Right. Here's one thing that I thought was very we don't often see today, and this is I don't want to turn it around, but I put it this way so you could actually see it. And if you read the description, this is the temple of Senna, right, in the Napata Valley in Nubia, right? It's the voyage of Miro, right? With the Katamala tablet on inscription. This is her tomb where she would have been laid to rest. That is her tomb. It's like it exactly. Afro-Asiatic Nubians are Asiatic. Absolutely, they are. So that's Queen Katamala's tomb right there. That's how it was drawn and depicted when they first went in there to excavate it or to go in there and visit it, and when they actually got these inscriptions from. And this is in Nubia. Right. And here's some of the actual drawings of the hieroglyphics of the Queen Katamala inscription. Right. Maybe I can get my good brother Smash Rockwell to come on one day and give us his breakdown, man, of what he see in these Nubian inscriptions. I'm not an expert there. I'm not an expert. Maybe I can get my good brother Zion Lex to come over.
That'd be good.
Very
That'd
capable.
be good.
Shout out to Zion Lex.
Yeah, shout out to Zion Lex. I
Here's
can read
more
a little bit,
the
but
drawings of Queen Katamala.
It changes with different time periods. You got to be real good. One word can mean this and have a deformative in front of it. Like it can change. You know what I mean? You got to really know your stuff. I'm a baby when it comes to reading the meta netter, but I'm getting better, and I can't wait till I can because I'm gonna flex hard, bro. You don't know how hard I'm gonna flex when I finally get it to where I want to get it. And shout out to Zion Lex. I want to know if you know where Zion is. Ask Zion Lex, where is Zion?
Oh, I'm sure he's on it about that. But here, I think this is just a link to that article I just read and showed you guys. So let me go down a little bit further. I think I got something on the. Here it is. I did blow it up for you guys. I figured somebody wouldn't be able to read it, so you guys could see it on the screen. This is what I'm reading from, right? It says in the pre-Solomonic era, the Deuteronomists has characteristically referred to all Egyptian kings as pharaohs, right? So this is what you guys want to look at, right? And dealing with Siamun and Susinius, and dealing with Shishonk, and who's the pharaoh's daughter, specifically dealing with First Kings. First Kings, specifically chapters 9 through 16, right? And how all this lines up and coordinates. Let's go down a little bit further. And this is also something I had here. This is by Kathleen Kitchen. Let's see. This is Ancient Egypt and the Hebrew monarchies. Let's see what she says. Okay, Kitchen. And these are world-renowned Egyptologists and excavators and people that have been working down in those Napata Valley regions. Let me see if this article pops up for us. Yes. Let me share the tab. You guys should be able to see it. And this is an article by K.A. Kitchen, right? Renowned work, PhD. Check it out. It says volume 20, articles, volume 26, issue 3, Ancient Egypt and the Hebrew Monarchies, a review, an article by Kathleen Kitchen. It says in Palestine during the 11th through the 6th centuries BCE, that's the timeline we've been talking about, the Hebrews passed from being a group of tribes under local leaders or judges into a multi-tribe group under one leader as King Saul, and then a fully fledged monarchy that gained effective dominance in Canaan and further David and Solomon in the 10th century BC. It then broke down in 930 BCE into two lesser kingdoms. One went Israel to the north and swept away by Assyria in 722 BCE, and the other Judah ended down by Babylon in 586 BCE. In Egypt, this span of time corresponds to the third intermediate period from the 21st to the 25th dynasties, from 1070 to 664 BCE, and the first 80 years of the 26th Saite dynasty, 664 to 525 BCE. Again, it'll say these different chronologies, they overlap when it comes to dealing with who's at power at these specific periods of time. So during this epoch, or during this time, Old Testament books, notably Kings, Chronicles, Isaiah, the book of Jeremiah, occasionally mention contacts with Egypt, while a limited number of Egyptian sources supplemented by Assyrian records reflect contacts with Palestine that sometimes link up with the biblical narrative. This is what my brother, you were saying earlier, how when they wasn't writing about each other. Well, we kind of see that indeed they actually do, but how it's being written and who's writing it, the recordation is slightly different. So from the outset, it should be stressed that in this period, the Egyptian sources are very limited indeed. That's why they very well could have been. It's just that those sources are no longer in existence or have not yet been found, right? Because Egypt's kings ruled from Memphis and the Delta, where almost all historical records have long since perished. Number two, and most inscriptions from the better preserved southern sites, like in Thebes, for example, have no bearing at all on foreign affairs. They don't even mention any foreign affairs in Thebes. And we know Thebes was a hot spot for foreign trade, but they don't mention anything about foreign affairs. But are mainly ritual or funerary. Thus, the non-mention of biblical people and places in Egyptian texts circa 1100 BCE to 580 BCE merely reflects the poverty of our Egyptian documentation. It does not imply the non-existence or non-being of biblical people, places, or episodes, as is sometimes alleged on the current fashionable wave of ultra-skepticism or minimalism concerning the date and contents of the Hebrew Bible. She spoke directly to your question, bro. So again, 3 recently published books on this period and topic concern us here to illustrate the minimalist approach, Ash or on David and Solomon only, and Shipper on the whole monarchy, while a third attempts a more even-handed review of its King Gallagher period around Sennacherib's Palestine campaign 701 BC. Let's go down when she starts to talk about these certain things, especially when we get down here. I want to go down into this area here. When they talk about Shabako, I believe that's also another name for, here they go, Shebeku. Shabako, Sennacherib, and the 21st dynasty king Bakin Ranef reigned in 720 to 715. Before this, the reign lengths of the attested 10 kings of the 22nd dynasty back to the accession of Shishak I, or Shishak, go back within narrow limits from 945 to 942 BCE. This gives maximum range of up to 3 years, 950, as in Egypt, so in Palestine. Ahab of Israel lived until 853, since he was involved in the Battle of Kukar in 853. Jehu ruled already by 841 BC, since he submitted then to Shalmaneser III. And we see him on the Shalmaneser III's obelisk. We see King Jehu, so we know he was also a real Jew, a real Judite. He was a real person from Israel, real king in Israel. Dated back to at least 841 BCE. So when these people try to tell you there's no evidence of these people ever existing in history, that's utterly false. It's utterly false. And then when they try to tell you, oh, it only begins around 500 BCE, that's also false, right? It's also false. Because we had, and again, you'll find King Jehu, Ahab, and others. They're part of what they call the Amrite dynasty, because they took government. So they call it the Amrite dynasty, or they refer to the land as Amri, right? So let me go back to this presentation, because I think I got something here about Sucinius. Right. So we just read this article, Ancient Egyptian and the Hebrew Monarchies, by Kathy Kitchen. Let me go down. Right. Here's what I want to get to. Simon's tomb. Let me see if it fills out here. Right. This is Simon's tomb. And so let's deal with it here. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, come on. Load up. Load up. Presentation. If you guys are with me, you guys are already seen, but I'm trying to get you see where we can actually look at Simon's tomb. Well, it's taking a long time to open. If it doesn't open, man, I'm gonna have to go back and other source to take you guys to. Here it is, just as I speak. Let's see what you see. It's like, and this is gonna be very interesting, people. Very interesting, right? So let's deal with Simon's tomb. Tell me what we are seeing here. Show you how you depict it. Oh, come on back. Come on. There. Look at Sire Moon, people. Wait till it comes up. I gotta share it. Hold on. I gotta share it. Here we go. Should pop up in a second. Look who they said. Here this King Solomon is. Look at him. He looks like several of my uncles. Several of my uncles. You clearly see the Asiatic features. Somebody just popped in the back. Let me see. Let me see. Let me get this over here. I hear you popping in. Hold on 1 second. Let me get to you. It's Andrew the student. Hold on. Let me get to you, brother. Yeah. What's going on here, man? Okay, here we go. Hold on, Andrew. I got you, brother. Nah, they get once again. Hold on, come on, I can see it. Maybe I gotta do this real quick. I see you, Andrew. Hold on a second. This joint bugging right now. Hold on. I was trying to make it bigger. Come on now. Hold on, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Let's do it this way. Here we go. I know y'all can hear me now. I don't know what's going on with the other joint, but here we are. Can you hear me, Andrew? I don't know if he can hear me or not. But anyway, I was attempting to share, get my brother Andrew back in. I don't hear him anymore. I don't hear him anymore. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see him anymore. Well, he fell off, I guess. But anyway, man, we've been on, man, for a minute. I think, man, hey, Marquise, that's exactly what I've been saying whole time. And so even when I go over on there and I address him, I got all this information. Y'all see, I've been had this information prepared in the chamber since 2022, before I ever even had a conversation with Jabari. Right? So I know already coming in, I'm already sourced up. So while they hemming and hawing and he and laughing and giggling, I already know, you know what I'm saying? I already know where the, you know, where the foolishness is happening at. And that's why I always say, and people be like, oh, you just say no Jabari. I'm like, no, like what I'm saying is that either you don't know what you say you know, or you're not being truthful. And that's why I make those statements, right? So when those guys be hemming and hawing, I'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay right here with it. Because I know what I know what the PhD scholar says. I've done the work. I've done the work. Every topic that's brought up, I'm not familiar with. I may have heard it, but I haven't engrossed myself in the information. So so oftentimes I just let those guys go because all you're gonna get is a bunch of rebuttals, and all they're gonna be saying is, well, that's not true. And I tell them all the time, well, that's not a rebuttal. Saying no, it ain't. Nah, you wrong. That's not a rebuttal, right?
So it's just like when I asked I asked Jabbar before, are you telling me that there are no PhD scholars that says the Exodus happened? And he shakes his head, no, no. And I'm thinking to myself, come on, man, you know better than that. You know better than that. So so that's the issue that I take with these guys is that oftentimes I just say, hey, listen, let's just be honest so we can really have the conversation.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, my brother's back, man. So
I'm back.
man, yeah, it's all good. So, like I say, man, I've been trying to figure out, hey, how do you? I don't know why my laptop crashed. I mean, on our laptop, StreamYard crashed on me. I'm on my phone. Had to come in through my phone.
What are you trying to pronounce?
You mean what I was trying to present? I was trying to present. I was trying to show something. I wanted to bring up the Silver Pharaoh and just show and dealing with Susinius the First.
Okay.
And
I think
showing
that's a good.
the connection that to King David and showing that they actually have the bones of Susinius the First, who you have some PhD scholars and some scholars do say that they believe that is a direct connection to King David. So when people ask me a lot of times, like, how do you stand firm on that fairy tale? I say, you call it a fairy tale because you haven't done the research.
Yeah, but I think that it's a couple things. I don't know if you truly understand the gravity of the statement. You're saying it like so regular, so water under the bridge, but
Because
you
it is,
saying that is a big deal.
I
And
mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say, and if you truly felt that way, I think a lot of our debates wouldn't happen.
Well,
I think
I
if
think
you wouldn't even ask me for transmission. If
well, that's not what I'm saying because when I'm talking about transmission, the two cultures, the Nubian culture versus the upper and lower countries of Egypt, that Napata Valley culture, that Nubian culture was a distinct culture in and of itself. They shared some of the same things we see in the material culture. So like um like pyramids or mirrors, right? Or burying ritual, funerary rituals, some of the same cosmology, right? To a degree, but they were a distinct people. And Sheikh Antijop, I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He even talks
yeah,
about how the Kemetic religion or the Kemetic civilization was birthed out of the Nubian civilization
that's true. That's
because of a civil war that took place, and this is how Asar was had become deified, and that Asar was actually a real person, but how they deified him. Um, but if you go into that Napata Valley culture, they keep very close ties with the ancient Near East, very close ties, and that is because they're called Meshwesh or Libyans, or these are Asiatic people. That's what I'm saying. These are Asiatic people, and Asiatic Lion also said that in the chat. He placed that in the chat that the
you would have
Nubians
to
are Asiatic.
really add clarity because Nubia is south of Egypt. So to make them Asiatic, I don't get that part.
Well. Why not? Because even the biblical narrative alludes to it to a degree, right? So it talks about when Abraham when he goes into Egypt, it says that he tells specifically Gezer or Gezer, Gezer, right? Specifically, and this is the whole story where people try to say Abraham lied about Sarah being his sister, right? He didn't lie, right? He just didn't reveal, or was his sister was his wife. She was his sister in regards to they were from the same tribe. So in kinsman tribes, they refer to themselves of the same tribe as brother and sister. So it was like, oh, that's my brother. Oh, yeah, that's my sister, meaning they were from the same tribe. But was she the blood-born sister of Abraham, whose father was Terah? No, no, not at all. So I think people misunderstand the cultural context with that. But was Abraham attempting to be deceiving? I think that he was attempting to be deceiving simply because he was afraid, right? He was afraid. Or it could have been a possibility that the Pharaoh did not really understand what he meant by it. But according to the biblical narrative, it seems to me that Abraham was afraid because they made attempt to do something. So I don't see the issue with that. But he's dealing with someone in Gaza. That's near this Napata Valley, this Nubian region. And so one thing that I do see, and I often tell people, if you go in the book of Genesis and you read that story, at the very end, what does Abraham do when he's dealing with that Pharaoh or that Nubian king or that king of Gezer, right? Which we know would have been he would have been considered a Pharaoh at that time. What did he do? It says that it tells us that the God of Abraham, which we know would have been called El at the time, or I believe also was El or Yahweh El, that the deity, the God of Abraham at that time said, listen, prophesy to that Nubian Pharaoh and tell him that his household will be blessed. So, and why do we see that? Because this Nubian Pharaoh comes to Abraham and says, hey, look, you wasn't being upfront with me. Why would you bring this reproach upon me and my people? Because of your dishonesty, Abraham. He said, I could have been destroyed.
Yeah,
He
I
said,
brought that up. I
because
brought that up in one of our debates.
yeah,
I
our
brought that up.
God, they believed in the same, they basically what he's saying is, look, we believe in the same God. Why would
See
you
what I'm
do this?
saying,
So
bro? You
this is what
sound
I'm
like me.
saying.
You sound like Drew.
But hey, I'm telling you, but what I'm saying is that you got a lot of people, you have a lot of people who are looking to. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say it. Right. I'm gonna say it. A lot of the biasness we see in the Israelite community, uh, specifically with camps, and there's others that are not in camps, but they teach the same thing. They have to dismiss certain things or not, or deny certain aspects of history simply because it doesn't fit into the narrative of this Black Power movement that goes against racism and white supremacy, right? And I'm all for recognizing and pointing out racism and white supremacy in this country and in our history, but not to a degree where I have to dismiss anything that will take me away from what I understand to be the truth historically, as well as what I understand to be the truth biblically, right? Or even in regards to the Torah, right? So a lot of these guys weaponize the Torah for their arguments and believe that that's what's needed. Um, that's what has to be done in order to bring people to their side, right? To their side, to deal with them, to bring them to a understanding of you know this is black supremacy, or you know, or argument for black supremacy versus white supremacy, right? So they sort of make these arguments based on those faulty notions a lot of times, um, which leads them to bad scholarship.
And I agree. I agree. I couldn't have said it better. And I feel like this might be the highlight of the show. We need to make a clip because that's exactly what I said is going on. But don't feel bad because it happens on the other side too. It happens on the KMT side.
Absolutely.
They feel like if they say Hezekiah is real, that they giving y'all something. If they say King Herod's real, they feel like they giving y'all something. Like I'm like, bro, we can't. How can I stand on the historical record and then omit people that are clearly on the historical record? That goes against, and I get mad. I'm gonna keep saying this, but I get mad at Jabari because he says he's a historian. Bro, you can't wear both caps. You, if the historian cap go against the Egyptian cap, the historian cap got to reign supreme. It has
Yeah,
to reign
absolutely.
supreme. It's
Absolutely.
all about history, and I'm glad we had that exchange earlier because I feel like we may not even have made it to this part of the conversation if we didn't have that exchange.
No, but that's the whole point of having discourse, right? Or conversation
Yeah,
is that we find, if at the end we find some commonality or some common ground, we can continue to build and get closer to what the truth is. And that's the whole point, man, of no friend zone. I think, you know, and even the idea that you brought to me was like, hey, look, there's, you know, it's there's another side to this story and how it can be looked at from both sides, right? So, but oftentimes you can't have these conversations because of the people you're dealing with. Because just like you said, like, you know, they don't want to be honest on all sides. And we can agree to disagree, we can disagree, but if at the end of your conversation, if you're not finding some commonality in order to build on, then what's the purpose, right? Like
yeah,
nobody's, you know, like especially for our community, even if we have differences, we have to find a way in order to be able to build, right?
yeah,
In more ways than one, not just spiritually, but economically, um, you know, and we just have to be able to find some way to build, and we don't always have to do it by saber rattling either. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
you know, so that's you know, so that like I said, you know, like your perspective on things, I might say, hey, bro, you wrong. That hey, like we having a conversation, we hashing it out, we throwing pots and pans, we throwing rocks, we throwing sticks, we throwing cars, we throwing trees, we throwing everything. We gonna see how it happened. You know, we gonna see what works. You know what I'm saying? You got to bang on my argument, and I have to bang on yours, right? And to a degree, and where we agree at, we agree at, and where we don't, hey, listen. As long as at the end of the day we can come to some type of commonality or an agreement, and you know, some people don't want to see that. Some people just want to see you tear each other apart. That's all they want to see. You
yeah.
know,
I think an important piece of it too. Um, we we can get into that on our next conversation. Would be the Darius connection. If you look at what Darius did in Nubia, um,
mm-hmm.
he had them building stuff to him. It's like him and a cartouche. You got a couple
Yeah,
stelas, and this is happening during the same period that they are taking down the Hebrews. This is the same people, but not no scholars. Scholars say this, but nobody in our community is pointing at this, and it's how can you not? We got archaeology.
they
It
read it, they ignoring it, they ignore it because it doesn't lend to their argument. It doesn't lend to their argument, and they lose their listening audience because they listening audience who may not be as aware of the information as you and I may be or they may be, their listening audience will call foul and break out. And so these guys, it's more important for them to be liked and more important for them to be popular than to be true. And so, even what you're saying with Darius, this is what I was saying yesterday. If you really want to get into the study what Darius was doing, like I said, this is why I believe he had some he had some. We saw yesterday. He definitely had connections to Queen Hadassah to Queen Esther. She came from that household. She would have been one of his matriarchs. She wouldn't have been one of Darius' matriarchs, Queen Hadassah, Queen Esther. And so even when you get to the Elephantine Papyrus, that
Yeah.
blows the door off, in my view, because it's Darius who these Elephantine Jews come to and say, hey, listen, we're down here in Elephantine in Egypt, can't allow us to build a temple. And he
Mm-hmm.
says, go right ahead, build your synagogue. So they build a synagogue down there in Elephantine. That's how it gets there, because of Darius decree. Like
Yeah. It's
I don't know why I don't know why these guys. Well, I do say that, I just explained it, but these guys play games with this information so very much. I need my brother Gideon, man, to come on some of these panels, man, when he can, man, and hash it out with us, because he's a wealth of information, man. Shout out to Gideon Israel, man, because this is how we see uh, a lot of these things going, and actually, my brother Gideon was really one of the first Israelites really talking about that Nubian Israelite connection. I
yeah.
think even if you look at his avatar now, he's talking about that same, it's showing that same thing. So this Nubian Israelite connection has always been one that has been it's been there. You understand what I'm saying? And I know
Yeah.
some Israelites don't get it because all we see is, oh man, they don't believe what he did. But a lot of those Libyans and Nubians, they absolutely did. They absolutely believe that. They absolutely believed in the same deity. They absolutely worship. We can see it.
Yeah. I think it's an issue. It's a couple issues when we do this logical like line of thought. It confronts a few things. It throws the entire timeline off. It throws the entire timeline off in regards to some of the biblical narrative. Um, but if we're to use reason, that can be okay because look how long they had people living. Like how old was Abraham? Like he was like when you get people living hundreds of years, like I think that could what am I trying to say? That I don't believe that they live for hundreds of years. How about I just say that? And so just taking people living 200 years, 120 years, taking that off the table, it would shorten the timeline significantly if you follow what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, and me personally, man, I'm gonna put this out there too a little bit. I don't always necessarily look at that. I think sometimes that they're correct when they're when they're giving the ages for the people that we see in the biblical narrative, but I think that at times we have to be very careful to actually show and say, well, did someone really live 900 years? Right? And people will
Yeah,
make that argument. Oh, yeah, they had more oxygen in the air, and he could have very well lived that time. But we know that based on who's writing and who's recording at the time, they could be using different dating methods specifically, like uh, are they counting numbers based on a lunar cycle, right?
yeah,
Because we know that comes, that's the lunar cycle, that's a different way of counting versus the solar cycle, right? So the years would not even be the same if you begin to add them up versus a lunar cycle versus a solar cycle, right?
yeah.
So
That's very
there's
true.
yeah, so there are some, so some scholars will say, well, if you really placed the solar, if you really placed the solar dates that were translated into English in the Bible, right? Say 900 years in the solar, somewhere around up there, and you translated that back into lunar calendar dates, right? You would get these 900 years. But if you actually did it on the solar calendar, right, in reverse, then you'll probably cut that span of time almost a half or almost to a third. So where it says, well, Abraham would have been maybe 120 years old, he could have possibly been closer to 75. You understand what I'm saying? Or different
Yeah.
things like that nature. But that's just some researchers, understanding on how that would work. And as you would start to see it, then now this is why I say once you start to really look at it for the text for what it says, then it becomes less what's the word? It becomes less incredible, right? It becomes less like, it becomes more credible. You see what I'm saying? It becomes more credible when you're really looking at it for really what it's actually trying to say,
No,
right?
that's very true. Very true.
So, that's how, so that's how I attempt to approach everything. And like, and where and here's what I don't do, because I think many people attempt to do this. I don't try to fill in the gaps where there's no information there. And the reason why that becomes dangerous for most people when they do that, because I see them do this in ancient Kemet a lot. Even shout out to Smash Rockwell. I see him do this sometimes too, right? Where there are gaps in the story, they just begin to embellish, right? And so when I say, okay, here's a gap here, right? Well, let's look at what else is going on around there in that particular time, and let's see what the most plausible scenario could possibly be. Although I can't speak in absolutes about it, but let's see what the most plausible scenario would have been, right? And usually that leads you to information where you can find, well, yeah, this is much more this is a much more a solid point to work with, right?
Yeah. Or
So like,
reasonable.
yeah, reasonable. Like I heard somebody say this not too long ago, and I'll let you right if you want to add something. Like people say, I think, and I want to say it was Jabari. I won't quote it, but I want to say it was Jabari. And I can't keep bringing up his name, but he just say so much stuff. I just shake my head at times. I know that's your guy, but he would say, well, there's no historicity of Abraham simply because, and it may not have been Jabari, but there's no historicity of Abraham because they talk about Abraham was riding on camels. The Bible says Abraham was riding on camels, and the Bible, there was no camels during the time of Abraham. If you put Abraham at 2300 or 1900 BCE, wherever you want to put him in that time frame, you can't. The Bible is false because there were no camels. Yeah, I've heard
I've
that
heard
argument.
I've heard that argument.
Yeah, but guess what? When you go back and you study the archaeological evidence in the ancient Near Eastern culture, they have large scale carvings of camels carved out in the rock bed, dating back to 3000 BCE. Like that's how far they've attested to camels in that area. But they won't do the archaeological study. They won't do the research. They'll take what someone else, they want to take what someone else had to say. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They want to take what someone else had to say and then make this and try to make this argument. You're absolutely correct, Marquise. That's why I had to put you up on the jumbotron. But absolutely, that's exactly what they do. But we know we have certain things, and then when you start looking at the datings of these particular writings and these carvings, you say, well, we didn't know they had camels that old, right? Then when you start looking at the chronology they're using, what chronologies are you going with? Just like in ancient Kemet, I always have this argument. Which chronology are you going with? There's three different distinct hypotheses out here. And the three different hypotheses is that you have a low chronology. The low chronology is where they place the Merneptah stele or the Meripatah stele, right? Which is about 1200 BCE. Then you have the middle chronology, which is about 1446, 1450 at the time of Hatshepsut. Then you have a high chronology, right? Which is where you would date the B'nai Hassan mural, right? When you see all those Asiatics coming down into Egypt during the famine, there's 3 different chronologies there. So when you arguing against things like the Exodus, when you arguing against things in the biblical narrative, okay, which chronology are you following? And understand if you're following the chronologies that differ in Upper Egypt versus Lower Egypt. They had 2 different chronologies. And sometimes those chronologies paralleled one another.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like it's a few issues. This is why they say that. There's a few writers that actually says that camels don't come in to Egypt until like 350 BC. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mhm.
writers that say that. So we have to let that, we got to put that on the table. But we also have bones from 1000 BC. So
Yeah, but we got
that's
even older than that, is what I'm saying. They
yeah.
have
So what?
carvings depicted on, I think they're like almost 10 feet tall carvings of camels.
Where though? And where? In Egypt or Nubia? What are you talking about?
Not over in Egypt, but over in the ancient Near East. I think near the areas of Haran.
Oh yeah. But that's not the argument. I thought the argument was about camels being in Egypt, and they were saying that couldn't be true. I was going to say it's a couple things. One, we got the bones from at least 1000 BC, and then we got writings from the Ptolemies. So I put the bones above the writings. That's the point I was making. But I think they've always been in like Western Asia. They got them traveling on the Bering Strait. Like it's camels is a well a situation that's been looked at and developed, so they understand their movements and stuff like that. Um, but the important part is that we have bones of them in Egypt, and I thought you said Abraham rode into Egypt on camels.
No, not. I wouldn't say he rode into Egypt on. I wouldn't say that he rode into Egypt on camels, but I would. I didn't say that, but I would say that he did because the Bible talks about he had camels, and so I don't see why he wouldn't have done that. They would have been in existence. Well, we know, archaeologically speaking, we know that's the case.
Yeah, archaeology beats everything, and we got them at 1000 BC. We would have to look at the time of what we saying Abraham's birth is.
You
But
know.
like we just kind of went over that. All that's a little fuzzy. But I think it's a good topic. But no, I think you said a lot of truth on this. I want to get some truth from my side as well. A lot of people on the Egyptian studies, they will overlook some biblical narrative even when they see it. For anybody to stand up and say there's no PhDs talking about the Exodus, I mean, that's that's a bold faced lie. But I could be nice and say maybe they never even Googled it. Like, I mean, or maybe they never been to a bookstore. Like, it's so many books talking about that. I quoted Sigmund Freud talking about it. And that was written in like the right after World War One, during World War Two. Like, they've been saying this. Um, so it's a lot of people being disingenuous on my side as well. And it's sad because I can't rock with you once I kind of see integrity issues. I was listening to Amos. I like when Amos teach, but he'll go crazy like all y'all characters. These is comic books. I'm like, come on, bro. We like we got they bones. How we gonna overlook they bones? I've never had somebody that actually knows the Nubian connection, so I really never had this conversation. This is always something I would break out just to shock the crowd, but you actually know what I'm talking about. The Amun character, there's like I can name like 4 books, and a few of them are on Audible. So the people out there, man, get on Audible and hear about him. There's a lot of theories saying that he could be Solomon, and I think like that's one of my biggest arguments, is that we're talking about the same people. This is an African book written by Africans about Africans, and it was hijacked. And the people that hijacked it tell you they hijacked it.
I
They
agree.
never they never say they wrote anything. They tell you
Right,
that they say they translated everything. Oh, we
right.
translated this, we translated that. By the time you go back to the original writers, you're deep in Africa, and so deep, like he just said, you're past, you're south of Egypt. This is how far you're going. You are south of Egypt when you start to look into a lot of this stuff. And that's why I still rock with the Bible heavy. I give people a hard time, but I rock with it. And I feel like they made our word. When I say our, I feel like they made Egyptian wisdoms better. I feel like they stood on the shoulders of the people before them, and they came out with a better product. That should be a headline too. I might get in trouble with my homies just for saying that, but they did a better job. Simple. Like one way in the Bible, it talks about how the father, or how like the father begot the father. He is of
Mm.
himself. You know what I'm talking about when I say that?
Yeah, yeah.
That is literature. That is poetic. When you go to KMT and you start talking about he begot himself, they express that by like showing somebody. There's no way to say this without sounding crazy, but they'll express that with somebody like eating semen, eating his own semen. It'll be a God eating his own semen, and what they're trying to convey, that he begot himself. He's born of himself. He had no mother. So for them to say that, they took that gross way of explaining it. By the time it filters out, you get something poetic like he begot himself and there's no one before him. I feel like they just really took ancient wisdom and they made it better, and that's why it lasted so long. Like I said, a lot of my Egyptian brothers will get mad at me for saying that, but that's how I feel. Even if we look into Mayat, some of the things they said, I feel like the Hebrews took that and made it better, made it more understandable. It still doesn't help them win the origin argument, but I am honest enough to say that they perfected it. And that's one of the big things I was harping on when we came to Proverbs, is that a lot of times they took a proverb, I ain't gonna say the word took, a lot of those wisdoms found themselves in different lands, and I felt like people made them better. It doesn't take away from the origin conversation, but I think literally, if that's the word, like literature wise, they made it better. Poetically wise, they made it better. When it comes to chronological, I think they made it worse. When it comes to time spans, I think they made it worse. Um, but you can get into that, and it's kind of splitting hairs. But I think I could make that argument, and I wouldn't be a fan favorite for making that argument.
I hear you. I hear you, man. I think that's a solid statement, man, and a great view, man, and a way to look at it, man, and to really be honest about the information of what we actually see that's going on, man. Um, man. So I think we had a good solid build on this today, brother. What you think you got coming up, man, for our next show, man? You want to take some time to think about it, or
Yeah,
because you should have got enough out of here, man, to try to bring to try to bring something out, man.
Yeah, I like that Nubia connection. We didn't get on that till like hour five, so
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we can shed some light on Nubia. Not only with it being a connection to the Hebrew, but also with it being the mother of Kemet. Um, it goes full circle. You'll see Ethiopia, Nubia, then Kemet. Even Kemet, they'll say their gods come from the bottom of Happy, the bottom of the Nile. Like,
Hmm.
so they're talking about going south. They tell you where they come from. Um, so I think that would be a good study to put that on the table. But we can still look around. I want to hear more about the David character. I harp on David more than I do Solomon, because
You know what? I'm gonna put that together. I got a lot on my plate. I got about at least three or four things. I got about at least three or four things going on, man. Lessons that I got to really put some finishing touches on. But I definitely want to get. I definitely got to build something out on Sucinius. On Sucinius the first. I think that's very interesting. Many people have not.
Yeah.
Many people have not really paid much attention to or even know about. So we're going to talk about that and its connection to
That'd be
King
good.
David.
What's your next debate on your calendar? Who you got next?
Well, I'm supposed to have a debate. And Sister Professor Lovely Lady just put it up there with Captain Tazariak coming up on the 19th. But I think he's I think he may attempt to reschedule that. I think he may be traveling, but they always hit me with that when they ain't ready prepared. But I think but so for right now it's the 19th, but that may change. Um
Okay.
and it that may change. That may change.
When's the one with Mr. Dodge?
The one with Mr. Dodge is February the 9th. It's February the 9th. And that's the one that I'm most really excited about right now. Is because I'm going to be able to. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be able to show where um, where Yahweh and El has always been the same deity. It's always been considered the same deity. And guess what? I'm gonna show it, and I'm gonna go all the way back. I'm gonna take him all the way into West Africa, and I'm gonna show him Yahweh in West Africa.
Hey, I want to see that. I want to see that. Well, no. I think we've seen that. I think, but it depends on what time period of West Africa. Are you talking like AD or you going BC?
I'm going BC, brother.
Okay, I've never seen it in West Africa BC. I've seen it in AD.
And reason why I'm showing it, and the reason why I'm gonna be able to do it, was most people don't understand is that there is a history of metallurgy. There's a history of West African tribes practicing metallurgy, right?
I'm not hip. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. That's the practice of 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 metalworking. Like,
Okay.
yeah, metalworking. And I'm gonna show the same metallurgical practices that we know existed in the uh in the let me tell you, Neolithic period.
Okay.
The Neolithic period. I'm going to start with the Neolithic period, and I'm going to show you metallurgy, the same practice in metallurgy that you'll find in the book of Exodus when they make the golden calf. I'm going to show you how they were dealing with these deities. This is the same, it's a linear connection. I'm going to show all of this. That's information people may not have been privy to and ever seen before, but I'm going to do my best to show it. I've already shared some of it as well on here. Debate with me based on, does Yahweh have a wife? Did Yahweh have a wife? We've already showed that what most people use to complete that argument, they use the contingent jar or azurite. They show that jar and it has the drawings and it talks about the inscription on it that talks about here's Asherah and his wife, and then they show the three figures, right? One that they say is Yahweh, and then they show Asherah in the background, sort of like sitting on the throne, playing like a string instrument. We're gonna show I'm gonna show, and I've done on this channel already. I'm gonna show where that's not even those two things. The inscriptions on the jar and the drawings have no connection. I've shown it on this channel, and that the drawings actually were put on there after the inscription has already been made, and that it's not even a depiction of Yahweh, but it's actually a depiction of the goddess Beth. So I'm going to show that the Egyptian goddess Beth is not even uh, an Asiatic deity or Asherah on that particular drawing. So I don't think he really has too much to stand on. Those is just two bullets. Um, Shout out to True Light. He says just blacksmithing. Yeah, that's what it is. Metallurgy, just blacksmithing. Thank you for that, brother. It's just blacksmithing, and I'm going to show. See, I don't know why people think, and that's usually when it was a white it was a race, sort of like a racist argument to say that people in West Africa had no culture, no history, no art, right? They used to make that argument until they actually start finding uh the art in West Africa tells a story, right? Like the granary doors, where they would hold grain, the carvings on it told almost centuries of African history in West Africa, dating back thousands of years, right? We look at things like the Shango bone, like people like they try to say, well, that's the first um uh, 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 um, thing we find in West Africa that has the markings has to do with mathematics or something like that. But we don't know if it has to do with mathematics or if it's types of hieroglyphs. It just reminds us of how you count out time, marks on the bone. So we don't really know what that is, but we know we had art from that particular period of time. We know, as my brother True Life said, blacksmithing. We know that they were doing these things, right? And I've been looking for a source that I've had. I can't remember what I did with it, but it talks about even in West Africa, there are ruins they have ruins of mass temples. And I have to find that source. If anybody's familiar with that in West Africa, please drop that link or send it to me or email it to me some type of a way. So yeah, we're gonna deal
Okay.
with all that. To be honest with you, this conversation with my brother Edward Dodge is gonna be over in my first 5 minutes. It's gonna be
Okay.
over. It's gonna be
I'm
over.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to
It's
it.
gonna be
And just to add context to something that you just said, the reason you don't see a lot of Western African history was kind of like what we just brought up. During the fall of the Ottoman Empire, that's when like a lot of the Western world came in to Northern Africa, um, and really started doing archaeology. If you look at what took place after the Ottoman Empire fall, it's probably like only 2 decades apiece before we go right back into World War II. Um, and during World War II, a lot of those lands in Western Africa um, weren't being like excavated. It was no archaeology even done until after all the smoke had settled and they started placing strong men. I know you heard of Ghana and their revolt. You've heard of
Mhm.
all these places that Angola. There's a lot going on during that time period. So no archaeology, sadly, has been done. A lot of the
So
stories we have.
that's the same exact time period where they discovered Sucinius the first tomb.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But you see where the concentration of everything was.
Hmm.
They were still like having colonies in Ghana, and so they didn't really ever do the like excavation. They just kind of took their stuff. They were taking people as in
Hmm.
slavery and taking lithium and all these gems from the ground, all the silver and you got more archaeology done in South Africa because of the after World War II they gave that land to those people, but it's a lot of hidden gems still in Africa. So don't feel like Western Africa doesn't have culture. It hasn't been a lot of archaeology. And if you look back, like Ghana, especially, the furthest they can take you is like 11th century, AD. AD. That's how far they can go back. We got to look to dogma, not even dogma. We got to look to oral traditions and the people on the ground to get a true oral history.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
people need to realize that we haven't done a lot of excavation. That was what I was trying to bring to light.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I agree with that. You know, so so those are, so that's one of the things I got coming up, and then also on Sunday's channel, I'm going to be doing a presentation on the making of a Black Messiah. The making
Okay.
of a Black Messiah.
You talking about like MLK and the FBI papers they was writing back then?
Yep. So I'm doing the making of a Black Messiah, but I'm going to be talking about the assassination of Alberta Williams King, his mother. I'm going to be talking about that specifically, and her connection and the connection to her assassination to the Hebrew Israelites and the CIA. I think Reggie mentioned it. He brought it out a little bit on Sarnetta's channel once before. But I had already created something for it, for not for to present on his channel, but just to do that study. And then he brought it out and mentioned it. And I was like, okay, great. Now I got somebody who's at least familiar with it. But I think that when I do the presentation, I actually am going to be doing it on President's Day. On Sunday the Studios channel, the making of a Black Messiah. And my whole premise to the argument is that I believe she had a formula. She had a formula on how to develop and create and mold Black minds to produce Black messiahs, to produce these men. And not just with her sons, but young men and young minds in the communities that she was shaping. People don't really understand her background as an activist. She was very active, even more, almost more so than her son was at one point, in regards to equality and civil rights in the civil rights movement.
Yeah, but the only thing
How
about
influential
this,
she really was.
I'm interested to see where you're going to take this because this is not a good story for Hebrews. Usually Hebrews run from that story.
And I've heard that they run from the story, and I can kind of understand why. But again, it's about study, not being afraid to attack the information. Because if I go into the information and it's a bad look for Hebrew Israelites, then it's a bad look. But let's look at all the pieces. Let's look at all the moving parts. And if it's going to come out as a bad thing for Black Hebrew Israelites, then well, they're going to have to hold this L, right? You're just going to have to hold the L on it. But I think people need to understand what's actually happening at the time and what's going on, right? And not making excuses for the Black Hebrew Israelites, not making any excuses for anything. But let's see why. Then people fail to realize too that even after Dr. King himself, Jr. was assassinated, his mother was assassinated, and then mysteriously they find his brother drowning in his own swimming pool. No other cause of death, according to the coroner's office, other than an accidental drowning. No drugs in his system. They found very little food that he had eaten. No medication at the time. Not a heart attack. Not a brain aneurysm. Nothing on his autopsy report. Only accidental drowning.
Yeah, I think that's deep. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm not gonna jump in. I'm gonna let you do your thing, but hey, try to keep it as honest as you can, because I'm telling you, I've done study on that, and it does not highlight the Israelites at all.
Man,
Dude killed more than just her. Like even in that interaction, I think like 3 people got shot. I think
he
2 may
shot
have
3
died,
people.
and And he had a manifesto. I, I could be wrong. Maybe it wasn't a manifesto, but
Yeah,
I
he
guess he
did.
had
He had a
plans.
manifesto. He did.
Okay. Well, I read something about he wanted to kill your boy too. Jesse.
Jesse
He wanted to
Jackson.
get Jesse.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. But
and his leader was wild. And people cling to his leader. His leader, I've heard other Israelites praise his leader.
yep,
But
yep.
you
We're
see
gonna
what he
talk
was
about.
on.
Yep, we're gonna talk about all that. We're gonna talk about. I'm gonna deal with it all. I'm gonna leave no stone unturned. No stone unturned, because even dealing with his manifesto, one of the things that they record him saying over and over again, they have him on record saying, he was like, yeah, that's the list that they gave us, where I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one with the list. So he names, he doesn't name, but he alludes to that he wasn't the only one. Right. So I'm gonna go into that, man, and we're gonna talk about it all. We're gonna talk about it all. And if at the end it doesn't look good for Hebrew Israelites, then it don't look good for Hebrew Israelites. We all got to take a L at some point, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's gonna be very interesting. So definitely February 19th. Thank you, Professor Lovely Lady. Presentation on Sinetta Studios, The Making of a Black Messiah. I think people are going to be wholly surprised by what we present and what we show. So,
Okay.
hey man, so that's
Well,
it, man.
I'm looking
So
forward to it.
yeah, no doubt, man. So we definitely definitely, man, stepped into the no friend zone today, man, and put in some work. Man, shout out to you, Plus B. She said I was educated tonight and we shared this conversation. Hope everybody learned something as well. No, hey man, we appreciate that, man. No doubt. Shout out to D Red, man, for coming on the panel. Thank you for your wisdom. You're always welcome.
Right on, D
Always
Red.
welcome on this panel, man. Please.
Hey, D Red did good. He was pushing me a little bit. He was pushing me because I don't really rock with the Zoroastrian. I don't even, you know what I mean?
Hey man, D Red is a beast, bro. Hey, I would tell you this, man. He's loaded me up, man, with so many sources, things I didn't know to add to my argument, and to take them in, and to take some of my arguments in different directions, right? Or just not just for debating, but just for general knowledge as a whole, man. So, man, hey, D man, shout out to D Red, man, and not holding back information, man. Some brothers, they like to just
Uh-oh, I think he fell out. He might have got a call. But if you still hear me, shout out to D Red, man. You did good. You was pushing me a little bit. I got you out of there though. Don't get it twisted. I still got you out of there, but you had some good facts. And you made me amend some of my previous statements, which I do because I'm scholarly, but it's hard to get me to do because I usually have thought things well thought out, you know what I'm saying, before I even present them to the people. So shout out to you, bro. I hope you rock with us next time. Shout out to the Asiatic brother that was on here too. I still don't like the term Asiatics, but I respect y'all. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let y'all live. But we're gonna talk about that name one of these days, bro. We're gonna talk about that name. And I be looking, when every time I see it, I be thinking y'all probably follow Drew Ali. Maybe it's some Drew Ali vibes in there, and he gives a history on a lot of things. And I'll be thinking maybe that's why y'all doing it. Maybe y'all got some NOI vibes. You know what I mean? I'll be really trying to find out why you're using that statement, especially in certain parts of history. But that could be a later conversation. It looks like Brother Yara just got back in. Did you get back in? All right, he's probably still getting it together. But hey, y'all, thanks for tuning in. We dinner gave y'all 7 hours of funk. You understand that you can be at work, turn this on in your little head ear pods, and we're gonna get you all the way through the workday, bro. You can hit pause and Google. You know what I mean? You can do all that. We gave you a lot today, so make sure y'all check it